You are coming in an hour into this. Here, I'll give you a few minutes of context. I'll give you the divorce type context. Yeah, I'll give you the divorce context.
Had hundreds of thousands of subscribers at the time of this upload, and the video was racked up over
I'm
2
doing
million
laundry.
views. But Daniel wasn't entirely
It's
happy
loud.
about the video, nor its original title, which was The Asian Onision. That said, he did respect some of Elvis's points.
I know I missed out a lot of points that he made, and that's mainly because I just don't have any argument or anything to say to them, and they were good points, they were valid points, and he hit the nail on the head. And I will continue using YouTube as a personal diary, as a therapy session, because I want to.
Shortly after the Elvis the Alien video, Daniel made his way to England with his wife to celebrate Christmas with his family. Everything went off without a hitch, and the two eventually made their way back to Japan. But then, the unexpected happened.
So, long story short, we're going back to England. Tickets are booked. We're going to the airport today. It's about 5 AM in the morning right now. My dad's really ill. He's really sick.
His father came down with a severe case of sepsis as well as multi-organ failure and was placed into a medically induced coma.
I hope he lasts long enough until I get back home. I just want to see him again, even if he's in a coma, even if he's not conscious. I just want to see him. All I want is I just want to see him. I just want to see him breathing, just one last time. It just happened so quickly. He was fine a few weeks ago. There's nothing wrong with him, and he just got the flu.
This is one of the few moments where we see Daniel be actually emotional. Typically, he remains very monotone and calm throughout his videos, no matter what he's talking about. Pure expressions of emotion are pretty rare, so it's interesting to see how this really got him distraught. As a tribute, Daniel even created an illustrated animation telling the story of his father, Robert Lord.
I wish I showed more of an interest in things he was interested in. I wish we could have done more things together. Sometimes I wonder if he feels disappointed that I didn't really follow in his footsteps in any way at all.
Moments like these are reminders that Daniel is a real guy. His behavior and talking points often lead many to believe he's simply a troll. However, the likelihood that Daniel would remain in character and document his father's potential death, just like any other life event, is pretty improbable. Although that's not inherently a good thing, because it also means that many of Daniel's unsavory behaviors and actions are genuine as well. As nice as it is to see a more human side to him, it's equally foreboding to think that none of this is an act at all.
Why is it wrong to make money off of my family's suffering?
I am doing my laundry, so this is getting washed next. Like, I'll probably do the next bit of this load tomorrow. So it's tomorrow's laundry. So since the popcorn was like dripping Flavacol and MSG onto my pants and legs, now I'm protected and I can wash this in like 70 minutes. Well, probably tomorrow. But I could toss it in 70 minutes.
Okay, so one of the major complaints is that I'm milking my dad's situation. I don't really think that's true. I've made a couple of videos about what's going on, and that's just because that's what I do on my channel. I make videos about what's going on in my life, and at the moment, this is what's going on in my life.
But videos like this are a little weirder looking back in hindsight when you consider that a few days later, Daniel's father would pass away.
He died. Didn't think that would be so hard. I thought I could at least say the first bit without breaking down.
Now, Daniel had initially done his best to push back against the idea that he was milking his father's death for views. But only a few days after his dad's funeral, he created a video titled "Why I Hated My Dad." The video was clickbait and designed to get attention and nothing else. But obviously some found it weird that he was essentially clickbaiting the passing of a family member right after pushing back against people who claimed that he was trying to profit off of the passing of that same family member. And at the same time, other
I mean, money's hard to get. And YouTube is money for some people. So maybe, depending on like funeral arrangements, it's very reasonable. Seeing as funerals put a lot of people in debt that lasts for fucking years. Like, not trying to excuse it, but like, when people lose loved ones, it costs a lot of fucking money that sometimes you don't fucking have.
personal struggles began to rear their head. Daniel's wife remained in Japan while he stayed in England for his father's funeral, which gave her ample time to find incriminating evidence of his misdeeds.
We're getting divorced.
Ooh.
Yep. I know, no one's surprised. Everyone knew that this was going to happen. But we are getting divorced, and it's mainly because my wife said that she can't trust me anymore after what she saw on the SD card.
The SD card in question contained images and videos of him with other women from before his marriage, as well as a collection of nude photos he was sent by a plethora of different women. As a result, his
Yikes.
soon-to-be ex-wife sent him divorce papers in the mail. This issue was exacerbated by a trip Daniel took to
Brother.
London a short time later, where his wife believed he was sleeping with other women. As a result, she threatened to file a lawsuit against Daniel for cheating, which, yes, by the way, you can do this in Japan, as adultery is illegal. Ultimately, this didn't seem to bother Daniel all that much though, as he began another journey looking for a brand new sweetheart.
You might have heard that
Japanese
I'm going
courts
to Germany
sound
this
so
week,
based.
and you might be wondering why. And this is a video where I'm going to try and explain why. I guess it sounds a bit strange, a bit
Outside
sudden,
of
because I've
copyright
never
law.
shown any interest in going to Germany before, until now. Well, a few weeks ago, I made a video titled, "I'm looking for a girlfriend," and it was a big success because I got quite a lot of messages on Instagram, and after replying to several people, I found one girl who was
found trolls, bro.
who seemed quite nice,
Good
and she
job.
lives in Germany.
So Daniel got on a train and headed to Germany. Things initially looked up, with Daniel stating that he even found this girl attractive. However, when they went back to his hotel, he didn't get the bowl of cereal he wanted. Instead, she apparently spent the entire time taking a call from her ex-boyfriend. Once it was over, he thought he would finally have some alone time with her to have cereal, but after her phone rang a second time, she excused herself from the hotel room to take the call and just never came back.
I knew she wasn't coming back. I could just
feel it. I can just sense that she was not coming back. And I got a message from her saying, she said, "Sorry, but I don't think I can stay the night with you." And then she said she's not coming back. She said her ex-boyfriend was guilt-tripping her. And then she also said that she wasn't ready and she wasn't in the mood to do anything. And I didn't even like her, apparently, according to her.
This ruined Daniel's plans for the trip, as she was the entire reason he came to Germany in the first place. However, you might notice that the situation is eerily similar to his encounter with Tomoko. He traveled to a different country to meet with a girl who wouldn't even last one night. And much like his previous trip to Japan, Daniel was able to find a rebound to keep himself entertained while away from home. He met up with a woman who he refers to as the Turkish girl. While he did manage to share a bowl of cereal with her,
So I was on the couch listening to this, and I thought that Tom said the Turkish girl, and I was like about to go potty and walked away.
Daniel still found a way to be upset
was
at her
wild.
relatively quickly.
You might have noticed that she's been commenting on my comment section, and she was pretty active in the live chat on my live stream. After I ended the live stream, apparently she was saying all kinds of stuff about me, saying that, number one, I ignored her, that I wasn't interested in her, that I made her bleed, and she was crying, and all of this is true, but let me try and explain it from my point of view.
Rather than spending time with her in the hotel room, Daniel opted to sit on his laptop and play video games. In a flirtatious attempt to get his attention, this Turkish girl sat on his lap and told him she didn't like being ignored. Daniel simply didn't care about this, and she angrily left to take a shower. While she was gone, he began complaining about her on his public Discord server, which she found out about and obviously wasn't too happy about. While he does concede that he isn't interested in her due to her being unattractive in his view, he says that he would have been at least willing to talk to her if she wasn't so damn boring.
So yeah, I admit it was my fault. I should have told her my honest feelings about her. I should have told her that I didn't feel attracted to her. I should have asked her to leave because there would be nothing romantically happening between us. And maybe I shouldn't have had cereal with her knowing that I didn't feel attracted to her. And maybe I should have done a bit more 5-play before initiating cereal.
The Turkish girl saga was a relatively short-lived moment, and it wasn't long until Daniel began dating a new girl named the Essex girl. It was at this point that he finally began recognizing a pattern in his life, that being his consistent rapid fallouts with every woman he ever crossed paths with. So, to counteract this, he committed to a new strategy moving forward.
I think I'm going to have to take a different approach. If you are looking for a serious relationship with me, then that's great. I'm also looking for a serious relationship. But this time, I think that if I don't feel attracted to you, then I won't try and serial with you. Because apparently girls feel upset and hurt if you sleep with them when you don't feel attracted. I don't know why this is. I don't make the rules.
The date went relatively well, with Daniel stating she wasn't rude like the German girl or annoying like the Turkish girl. He found her attractive, kind, and easy to talk to. But of course, he still found a way to complain about the date, saying that she only spent 3 hours with him and that he didn't really feel in love with her.
I'm not really sure how long it's supposed to take to fall in love, and I'm not sure if it's supposed to take any time at all. What if it's supposed to just happen straight away?
This video and vague complaining is likely what caused the two to fall out, leaving Daniel single once again. The date is now May 20th, 2019. A decade prior, Daniel had begun his love quest in search of a true and honest sweetie pie. Now wifeless and unfulfilled from his conquests throughout Japan, Germany, and England, Daniel had officially given up on women.
I bought myself something. I would love to show you, but unfortunately, because of YouTube and how strict it is when it comes to these things, I won't be able to. But I'll do a little unboxing right now. Let's just say that it's probably the next best thing to a real woman, and it's a lot cheaper and affordable. So this is my love doll in the box in the corner.
He closed off the video promising a review in the next upload, and he certainly delivered with a video titled, "Why My Love Doll is Better Than a Real Woman." He justifies the £250 price tag by listing all the benefits he could think of, noting that the doll doesn't menstruate, doesn't complain, can't transmit STIs, and most importantly, can't say no. However, Daniel would quickly realize that his new sweetheart
Actually can transmit STIs. Actually can, though. Like, people have been saying, oh my gosh, my laundry is so loud. People have been saying they got it off of a bus seat for so long. All you need is one pissed off QA person and a cotton swab.
Art came with her own set of challenges.
Well, I've been using the Love Doll for about a week now, and in my previous video when I talked about not having to worry about STIs, turns out I was wrong about that.
Due to excessive use and not properly cleaning his doll, Daniel managed to get a urinary tract infection. The reasons he gave for not cleaning his doll were rock solid, stating that he doesn't care about bacteria, prefers his own musk instead of the rubber smell the doll had when it was clean, and simply that he was just too lazy to clean it. He figured there wouldn't
That
be any
last
problems with this because he's covered in bacteria, so who cares if the doll has it?
Seems I was wrong about that one. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, it's quantity and what stage of life the bacterium is in. Also, the bullshit of the matter is, your bacteria goes off of you, gets eaten or cannibalized by something else, which is now what's there. You're smelling the degrade of it, not the continuance of it, right? Even when it's on you, you're still smelling its afterlife. And so, at which point, all of the things that were on you and native to you are now dead, and you are now festering in what consumes that. Not just that, it's different bits of your microbiome. Also, what the fuck lives in Cupid's toothpaste? What the fuck exists within Cupid's toothpaste? I'm so curious.
Wrong because having some issues with my gentleman's area, the first issue would be getting a lot of cheese build up. Even after having a
Schmegma.
shower later on in the day, the cheese is there again. It
Schmegma.
also feels a bit itchy as well, and when I go to the
Schmegma.
toilet, when I'm doing a number one, I can definitely feel some kind of burning sensation.
Ultimately, this seems like it was for the best, and Daniel's fling with his plastic sweetheart came to an end after his wife reached out to see where they stood. While she doesn't directly offer to get back together, she does seem open to the prospect. But of course, it wouldn't be long before Daniel had some other issues to get off his chest. In the next upload, Daniel reveals that he had discovered his wife on a dating app, and as the title implies, he believes she is cheating on him. This is obviously kind of ridiculous considering that they weren't even
habits?
together and he had just cheated on her directly. It's also worth noting that in the top right-hand corner, Daniel is clearly signed into an account of his own as well. He even characteristically acknowledges his hypocrisy while still continuing to be upset about the situation.
I guess I could ask her about it, but I don't see the point because number one, she could easily lie and pretend she doesn't know anything about it. Number two, even if she admits that she was the one who made it, then what could I say? It's not like I could criticize her or be angry about it because I'm doing the same thing. I was looking for girls as well, and I'm also on Tinder, and I'm also using this website.
And this is part of what I personally love about Daniel. In one breath, he'll express how upset he is, but in the next, he'll acknowledge he is guilty of the very same thing. It's a very interesting dichotomy. But rather than confronting his wife and attempting to clarify the situation, he uploaded this video to YouTube in the hopes that she might reach out to him and explain what's going on. Unfortunately, the video didn't get his wife's attention, and he ultimately had to talk to her like an adult. How tragic. When speaking to her, he discovered that her presence on the dating website was simply for spying on his profile, meaning that all of Daniel's anxiety over the situation wouldn't even be an issue if he just hadn't had a profile in the first place. However, drawing attention to his wife's dating profile really did nothing but give his trolls a new way to mess with him, as they used the information he carelessly released to dox and harass his wife.
But why don't you just leave it at that? Why make things personal? Why try and get in between me and my wife? Why try
You've
and
made things personal the
interfere
whole
in my
time you've
own
been on the
personal
internet.
life when it has absolutely nothing to do with you? It's none of your
Yes, it
business.
does. They're bored.
Just because I post it online, telling people about certain things doesn't mean it makes it your business, doesn't mean it gives you the right or permission to interfere and try and send screenshots and try and persuade my wife to leave me. That's just...
I mean, it does,
what the hell
but it
kind of
doesn't.
person does that?
Despite all of these hurdles, Daniel made his way to the land of the rising sun once again, and after a pleasant date with his wife in Osaka, he announced that he was
Yikes.
officially moving back in with her.
So today I'm moving out of the Airbnb, and I know I booked this place for a whole month and I was supposed to stay here for a month, but it's just so boring here and I don't really like it here that much. And since me and my wife are getting back together, I thought might as well just move in back with her since her place is a lot nicer, a lot bigger.
My ex-fiance and I split up for a while. I'd rented out an Airbnb because I had nowhere else to go with a day's notice. Tumultuous. We'll get to it never. Don't give up the auxiliary place. There's no way this is gonna last a week. Don't you fucking kid me.
This was followed by a live stream titled Why I Forgive Daniel, which featured his wife explaining why she chose to stand by him. Although it's a bit difficult to understand what she's trying to say, as she even admits herself she doesn't speak English very well. However, one thing that is clear is her admittance that she went on a total of 5 dates while Daniel was away. As if this detail wasn't enough to drive him insane, it turns out she even slept with one of these men, despite initially claiming that she had him. Of course, this greatly upset Daniel.
I know I've
Oh,
done the
what?
same
He's
thing
upset
by
he's
going to
forgetting.
Germany, but that doesn't make me feel any better about knowing that my wife had cereal with another guy. Just because I've done something bad in the past doesn't mean that I'm gonna feel good when the same thing happens to me. But I'm still not happy about this. I feel shocked,
No shit.
betrayed, a little bit hurt.
Regardless, he put his pride aside and saw this as a new chance for a new beginning for both of them. But only a month after moving back in with his wife, Daniel
Bless you.
revealed something. She was refusing to sign his spouse visa.
She's scared, or she's worried that as soon as I get the spouse visa, I'm gonna disappear and then go to some other Japanese city and then try and hook up with Japanese ladies again. Oh my god, I can't even begin to tell you how ridiculous that is. I can't believe she would even think that I would be willing to do something like that.
Cracks were already beginning to show. However, things would only get worse as Daniel began longing for the love of his silicone sweetheart. He had already learned from his European love quest that casual relations with women didn't satisfy him the same way that marriage did. But at the same time, he believed men are mentally programmed to desire multiple female partners. So Daniel had 3 options: cheat on his wife, hire a woman, which is also cheating, or
Yeah.
get a new love doll.
Because if you think about it, it's not cheating because it's not a real woman. It's far more convenient and it's more cost efficient compared to option 2, depending on how many times you use option 2.
Daniel wanted all the bells and whistles with this new plastic lady friend. Rather than a simple torso, he wanted an entire full body with legs, arms, and a head. Of course, when Daniel proposed this solution to his wife, she wasn't too happy about it. Obviously, the reason she said no wasn't even because it would make her feel insecure or uncomfortable. Rather, she was just concerned that Daniel would eventually abandon her for someone else and leave her alone with an unwashed doll. She doesn't even care if he leaves, she just doesn't want to deal with the burden of carrying that thing to the dumpster. Incredible. Daniel expresses a lot of confusion as to why she would be
Based.
worried about him leaving her, as if he hadn't
I
done that with
respect
every
her.
single woman he'd ever been in a relationship
Oh
with.
my
Of course, he
gosh.
also ideates the prospect of simply buying the doll without telling his wife and stuffing it under the bed, as if she wouldn't find a 5'4" statue of a woman with double D's and Daniel's cup in its ass. That being said, it wouldn't be long before Daniel would once again frustrate his wife, but this time he would manage to piss off her friends as well. His wife had invited Daniel out to spend a day with her friends, probably in an effort to get them to stop hating him after he had, cheated on her multiple times. Of course,
Yeah.
Daniel would film the entire day and upload it to YouTube. While the 2 girls gave him permission to do so, one of them was unhappy with users calling them lesbians in the comments section, as well as feeling unhappy with how she was portrayed. As a result, Daniel changed the title, deleted the rude comments, and edited the video to blur out her friends' faces, a process that greatly annoyed him. And of course, when Daniel gets annoyed, he turns on his camera and starts telling the world all about it.
If people don't want to be in my videos, that's fine. I'll blur them out. I'll cut them out. It just, miffed me off a little bit that they were okay with it at first, and then they
may
changed
not
their
have
mind.
known.
It wasn't surprising that these 2 girls
What they
weren't
were getting
happy about
into.
this new video, and they even threatened to stop being friends with his wife because of it. This all resulted in a huge argument between herself and Daniel, with her eventually being brought to tears. But his wife's crying didn't stop him from booting up a 5-hour live stream to talk about it because,
Brother.
well, this is hiding in my room after all.
So I'm not meeting
Ligma.
any more of those stupid friends anymore because
She
they just
has
complain
ligma.
when I talk about them on YouTube.
Clearly, he and his wife's relationship was just as strained as ever. Her family hated him, her friends hated him,
They're funny.
and she kind of barely cared about him either. So what better way to fix the broken bond?
No, as a shithead chatter, I can point out when our homies are being funny as fuck. I'm a very drab shithead chatter, okay? So I have to notice, acknowledge, and respect the homies when they come with that fire. Goddamn, roasting this man live while his infidelities roast his fucking wiener with every STI he picked up from his unwashed love doll. That's disgusting. You go, motherfuckers. Fucking get it. Fucking get it good.
On between them, then uploading a video titled Why I Hate My Wife. But don't worry, because his wife got an opportunity to make a video of her own titled Why I Hate My Husband. Because of her poor English, she opts to record the video in her native language of Japanese, which I've managed to loosely translate for all of you to understand what she's saying. For starters, Daniel has made a lot of videos saying
Can the first words please be, my husband is a bitch ass? Please? Ah, god damn it. It's not the first words are not my husband is a bitch ass. But the sentiment is there. For starters.
bad things about me, but there's a lot more than that. He doesn't properly do the laundry, he doesn't properly put away food, and if there's a lot of people around in public, he walks ahead and leaves me alone and goes home. I understand that he doesn't like crowded places, but he just quickly leaves me alone and goes home. He's not interested in other people's stories. For a normal couple, they'd probably talk about all sorts of things when they get home, like, how was your day? And I think that's what normal couples or families would do. But with him, that's not the case. When I come home, he says, "Welcome home. Where's dinner?" Even when we're on a plane together and we have free time on the way to England, we don't talk at all. I used to always wonder why he was in such a bad mood, but recently I've gotten used to it. I can understand why his relationships have only lasted about 3 months. The truth is, there are a lot of reasons. I can't stop talking, but I'll stop here. I think when your wife says, "I can't stop talking" after a 10-minute rant about all of your problems, you've probably failed in every facet of that relationship. The day after this video, Daniel uploaded another titled, "Walking Through Heavy Rain in Japan After Having an Argument with My Wife." There's really nothing going on here, as Daniel spends 15 minutes pathetically walking alone in the rain after being kicked out. However, the video would obviously raise questions as to why the argument started. Well, it turns out it was over Daniel's pet goldfish. Daniel bought a pet goldfish in the hopes of turning the process into a video and getting views. However, the video completely flopped, and he didn't make a profit after his $100 investment into the fish. This provoked Daniel to start complaining about how he had only spent $10 on a fish with a
Lil Bro uploads a video in quotes, "Why I hate my goldfish." Lol. Fucking
French
lol.
ex-girlfriend. This statement in particular upset her, and she supposedly kicked him out over the fish. But much like all the other times Daniel was kicked out, he was back home in a few days. Much like the previous arc of their marriage, it becomes a bit redundant to retell every single time that Daniel and his wife argue about something stupid, so let's skip ahead to the most crucial falling out between them. On October 3rd of 2019, Daniel's wife had finally had enough of him going behind her back and messaging random women online, so he was kicked out again. Daniel spent his nights over the next month in random hotels and the majority of his days in various internet cafes. Financially, things became so dire that he even began sleeping in a tent to save money. This saga of Daniel's life is aptly known as the homeless arc. However, revelations would arise during a notable milestone of the hiding in my room story. As mentioned prior, Elvis the Alien's video on Daniel was likely the most attention he had ever received, and after a second video was uploaded, the two began working behind the scenes to facilitate an interview.
You don't like that, do you? Agent Onision, like the nickname?
I don't know. Because everyone hates Onision. So if I'm compared to him, everyone's gonna hate me.
This interview is crucial in understanding the inner workings of Daniel's mind, and a lot of valuable information is revealed that initially could only be deduced through assumptions.
Is anything an act as far as what you do on your channel, or is it all genuine?
I guess I exaggerate things a little bit. So if I say I'm really annoyed or irritated by something, I'm probably not that irritated by it.
Okay, so you act up a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Daniel further claims that essentially everything from this arc was completely fabricated. Not only his homeless status, but apparently entire videos were dedicated to strictly lying about he and his wife's impending divorce. It seems that even Daniel had become sick of the cycle he found himself in, making constant videos announcing his divorce and reunion over and over, and chose to just pretend to be homeless instead.
According to Daniel, he was living by himself from the time he uploaded this video, "I ruined my marriage again," to this video, "I met a Swedish girl." So from here to here is the only time period when he was living alone in an Airbnb. And that would mean that he was living with his wife when he uploaded "My wife left me." He was living with his wife when he uploaded selling my iPhone 11 to avoid homelessness, living in a Japanese internet cafe.
This interview ultimately left
Ooh.
Elvis the alien concerned that Daniel had some form of a mental disorder. Not once does he seem to signal that Daniel is a troll or playing a character. Yet, despite Daniel's many negative qualities, he seems to express the belief that deep down, Daniel is a troubled yet good-hearted person who doesn't want to hurt people. While it seems that Daniel has never commented directly about the interview itself, he did preemptively confess to faking his homelessness the day before its upload. Despite officially getting a brand new 1-year spouse visa, it wasn't long before Daniel was apparently, supposedly kicked out by his wife yet again, but this time for good. He then chose to fly to South Korea, met a few girls, got catfished, had cereal with them anyways, complained about it. You get the picture. Ultimately, Daniel would leave South Korea in March of 2020 due to the looming pandemic, and he was quickly able to meet a new girlfriend to spend lockdown with, a Dutch woman named Mila, who lasted about a month before breaking up with Daniel. According to him, Mila left after she overheard him calling her annoying on a live stream. Where have I heard this story before? After she threatened to leave, Daniel fired up a live stream wherein she repeatedly comes back to Daniel's room in the hopes that he might apologize or beg for her to stay.
What?
Don't be annoying, just stop it.
I will.
Why can you not be a normal human being and just turn it off and talk? Okay, I slapped you in the face, I'm sorry. Ugh. Do you want to
Wow.
slap me?
No.
If he showed the slightest bit of concern for her emotions or fear of her absence, this likely wouldn't have resulted in a breakup, which can really only mean one thing, that Daniel meant what he said, and he doesn't really care if she leaves or not. This argument likely paints a similar picture to the frequent falling outs between Daniel and his ex-wife,
That
Chihiro.
laundry just
And
made
much
a
like his
wild
marriage,
sound.
Mila would be pulled back in and then pull herself back out over the coming months. Due to the global pandemic and subsequent travel bans, Daniel's content took a bit of a hit. Unable to meet new girls, to make new videos to meet and complain about, his viewership and income hit an all-time low. In an effort to make some extra cash, he did start an OnlyFans, which was beneficial for multiple reasons. Not only was he making easy money selling pictures of himself, but he now had content to make in regards to his new profession, such as talking about his pictures being leaked.
True.
So something kind of messed up happened recently. Someone signed up to my OnlyFans just so they could steal my photos and then send them to my mum and my relatives and my family. I don't even know how they managed to message my mum because I showed her how to set her Facebook to private, so technically no one should be able to message her, but somehow some people are able to message her and send her messages.
Mutual
and
friends.
someone sent her pictures from
Mayhaps.
my OnlyFans
Good
where I
stalking.
show everything.
Of course, this is not a sustainable business model, and Daniel's content only became more boring as time progressed. He would make vlogs of him traveling to Germany and eventually to the Netherlands to collect.
My whole family is gone, and this is still not gonna make me do that. Like, I y'all who do, what's up? Cool for you. Yeah, I'm just not gonna. Like, under no auspice.
With Mila, although they would once again have a falling out. He would then make a weird pivot to analyzing the stock market in his videos, which didn't really resonate with his subscriber base. But then, after another quick fling with a new girlfriend, Daniel began clickbaiting his audience and pretending that he was becoming transgender. It's pretty clear that he was becoming desperate as he spent the next 2 years throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck. That brings us to 2022, where the most notable and recent
Pretty wig, though. Damn pretty wig. 10 out of 10.
arc takes place. It began with a new love quest and a trip to Thailand to meet another girl that he met online. This relationship is arguably the most successful and pure connection Daniel has ever had. However, it's only really based on word of mouth, as Daniel has sent videos with his Thai girlfriend to members only. By 2024, this Thai girl was already making the decision to move to the United States without Daniel. Since she was heading off to America, he decided to return to Japan for another visit. This decision to go back to Japan rather than back home with his mother was likely due to his lingering obsession with his ex-wife. Even years after their divorce, Daniel was still posting videos about her and even painting pictures of her. Well, as it turns
Oh my gosh.
out, he rented a room in
Don't
a
go
guest
back
house
to
only
her.
a 10-minute walk away from her home. He ended up paying her a visit, waiting outside of her home for 4 hours. After some
Wow.
Time, he did eventually see her, but made no attempt at actually engaging. The next day, he booted up his live stream and talked about the situation, which she obviously caught wind of. She was terrified, as she had previously spent years in a toxic cycle with Daniel and was now finally free. Now, he was living down the street and could invade her privacy at any time, and had kind of stalked her the night prior. So she called the police, and Daniel was taken in for questioning.
So I told them the entire story, and then they told me basically I have to stop doing that because what I'm doing is basically stalking.
But nothing really came of the police incident, and ultimately since then, not much has happened for Daniel, as he's become increasingly boring. The most recent development is his relationship with a girl named Sunny. Daniel cheated on his Thai girlfriend with Sunny, and ultimately chose her. This is ironic.
It is always sunny in Philly. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Level 47. Best experience doing random invasions so far. I hazard to leave it. I'm gonna make a backup of our save soon. Let's see where I am.
As Sunny is likely the most hated girl.
Actually, hold on. Let's see where we are.
Friend in the Hiding in My Room universe. She's often referred to as a Loggy after she destroyed the plumbing at Daniel's mom's house by clogging the toilet. She has also, for the first time ever, somehow managed to make Daniel look like the mistreated member of a relationship, which is impressive. During a live stream, Sunny decided to break up with Daniel over text. This caused a rare moment of reflection, and an even more rare moment of emotion as he expressed regret for leaving the Thai girl.
I felt so bad, but she was so nice. She didn't deserve it. I felt so bad about it every day.
Of course, Daniel likely only feels bad for himself, but it's still nice to see him break his unrelenting monotone demeanor. It's also worth considering that Daniel may have chosen Sunny because she would produce more chaos and ultimately better content for him. Most recently, Daniel has gotten back together with her and moved into a new house with her, something that supposedly is financially destroying him. If you find your way to his channel, he'll likely be live streaming, with his total debt listed in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. For now, this is Daniel's life, until something worse happens and makes it even more terrible. Daniel Lord is easily one of the most peculiar people you'll find online. What makes him stand out from any other internet personality is that he manages to be captivating without being flamboyant or extreme. He is soft-spoken, he rarely gets emotional, and aside from his disregard for other people's feelings, he doesn't appear to be directly evil or malicious. The duality of Daniel Lord is hardly a balance. Rather, it's an amalgamation of contradicting personality traits that leaves you not just confused, but intrigued. He claims to be a socially awkward and anxious person, yet he's capable of flying to different countries all by himself, building romantic relationships with a multitude of women, and most importantly, sitting in front of his camera and confidently sharing his thoughts, feelings, emotions, and general worldviews to his audience. No topic is off limits, every embarrassing interaction is shared, and all of his transgressions are witnessed in real time by a group of total strangers on the internet. Yet, despite this overwhelming honesty, he also happily lies, such as the status of his relationship with his first wife and his infamous homeless arc. Paired together with his blatant clickbait, bizarre editing choices, and the extreme nature of his rants, many have been led to believe that Daniel is entirely a troll. And in fairness, after seeing one or two of his videos, it's not unnatural to come to this conclusion. But as you watch and travel through the years, it becomes much more real. For over half a decade, Daniel has documented nearly every aspect of his life, humiliated himself, and destroyed any future job prospects. And for what? 100,000 subscribers is nothing to scoff at, but a channel of this size only getting a few thousand views per video is not a sustainable business practice, especially at the expense of his own dignity. That's not to mention the countless women that appear on his YouTube journey, who are clearly real people who did form some kind of connection with him. Oftentimes, he says or does things that one might interpret as satire, either through perfectly timed one-liners or flat-out ridiculous behavior, like roasting a single slice of ham over an open fire. But in reality, these moments are likely genuine efforts at comedy that come off as fake break due to Daniel's dry personality and awkward delivery. He is not just a troll. That description doesn't fully paint the picture of how he behaves, but he's not 100% authentic either. Daniel Lord is not relegated to either side of the spectrum. Rather, he sits somewhere between completely honest and slightly exaggerated. And it's all because at a young age, Daniel came to terms with the fact that he was different. He didn't want a real job, and he didn't care what society thought of him. In an effort to build his confidence by mindlessly talking to a camera, a small YouTube audience began
This is
to
our
grow
do
around him.
everything just because we
Realizing that he
can
got
say.
views for his strange comments and stories, he leaned into it by playing up his eccentricities. That being said, those eccentricities are still very, very real, no matter how much he plays it up
I've
from
only
time
put
to
points
time.
into
It's
vigor 'cause I'm
impossible
an
for me
asshole.
or anyone to fully explain his mind, and it's likely that to an extent, he doesn't totally get himself either. What is to be understood is that there's no one quite like Daniel Lord, and there might never be. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
I'll do it upstairs. Toiki Tom. Toiki Tom is gone. Oh no, it's auto-playing me. God damn it, no. You will stop that bullshit. Excuse me, no. Hold on. Add to watch later. Actually,
So
no.
yesterday I posted-
Nope, we're doing this now. Nope. We're watching an Cheeto VOD. Fuck it. Nope, I'm giggling just a little bit today. So you'll get me giggly. Timestamp is in. Link if you're curious.
Posted
There
a
you go,
video
thanks.
called YouTube's Worst Inclusive Creator, which was just a compilation of all the
Gaming
videos
now.
I've made talking about the queer Kiwi and my issues with her content. Now, she ended up responding to me over on Twitter, which I find strange because it's been like 2 years since my first video on her content, so she's either just discovering my videos now or pretending to just discover them now. Either way, let's take a look at what she had to respond to. It starts off here with her saying 2.5 hours to shit on me is crazy work, with an attached screenshot of my video. To most, that is crazy work, but to me it's just another day at the office. She then says, I have zero interest in watching any videos made about me because it's all taken out of context and nasty for no reason.
But
But
you
I
need
do
to
always
know
have to
that.
laugh at how much of it is old content and completely neglects a majority of my points. I'd rather you be petty and truthful than poised and dishonest. Like, this goes for just about everybody and everything. When she says that I'm taking her out of context or that all my video is that, it's not true at all. But it seems like a stronger comeback and has more rationale than her saying that the video is nasty, so that's why she puts it first, even though it's not true. As for the nasty thing, that's subjective, and I don't think I've been nasty throughout the videos. Maybe I've said something about your obnoxiously colorful hair, but, you know, I don't know if a Skittles comparison is akin to bullying, up for debate, but at the same time, if that's how you really feel, then that's an honest response. Saying that I've taken you out of context is not true, and if you watch any of the videos, you can literally see from start to finish, especially the ones where I'm live reacting to your videos, and I just pause to give my thoughts. It's not even possible to take you out of context. She also complained that I was reacting to old videos of hers, but the videos where I watch her old videos are also old themselves, so I don't understand that. And usually when people complain about their old content being criticized, it's because their new content is far better and more flushed out and showcases a growth in perspective. But with her, that's not true. She's been making the same straight people bad video for 3 years now and has been using the same arguments for 3 years now. So it doesn't matter which video of yours I'm watching, if it's 3 years old or from today, if you're saying the exact same thing. I understand bringing up the time thing in order to nullify criticism, but you're not even doing that. She says that she has to laugh at how much of it is old content and completely neglects a majority of my points. The only reason you would bring up that it's old content, but then follow that by saying that I'm ignoring the points is because you still believe in those points. Moving on, she says, anytime I hear someone say that I never talk about the abuse men face or men's mental health, etc., I will immediately dismiss you because I literally literally talk about it all the time, and far more than any of these people shitting on me do. How can you say that you talk more about
But you
an
don't
issue
watch
than
their
any of your
content.
detractors when the first tweet in your thread is that you have zero interest in watching any videos made about you? Despite that glaring contradiction, that's actually not even
Yeah.
close to the top of the list of issues I have with your content. Do you think my main criticism of you is that you're not talking about something, or because you are talking about something? Like 95% of the content I've made is criticizing stuff you've said, not stuff you haven't said. She hasn't said that men are amazing. What the hell? No, it's like most of the time you're saying straight people are bad, and then you find creative ways to justify it. She follows that by saying, ultimately, these
That is
people are always hypocrites as well.
That is what he said.
No, and it's them trying to do to me what I do to them, except they don't have a
There
leg
it
to
is.
stand on or the points to back it up.
Fuck
I don't
these
know
messages.
what any of that
They're
meant.
everywhere.
Truthfully, I caught the "these people are always hypocrites" part, but after that, there was a bit of word vomit. I don't know what the "I'm doing to her what she does to me" part means. Yeah, I read that part back to myself like 10 times. I'm almost doing
I
like a quick
remember this
stroke
now.
check, making sure I'm not losing it. I don't know. What is she doing to me that I'm trying to do to her? Make like YouTube videos? But she's not like making YouTube videos to me. I don't fucking know. I give up. And then she says, I don't have a leg to stand on or points to back it up. I mean, okay. I'm glad you reached the conclusion that it's a 2-hour nothing burger. Amazing. I also can't get over her saying, ultimately, these people are always hypocrites. It's like, yeah, okay, source, trust me, bro, you're a hypocrite. She paints these very broad stroke generalizations of criticism against her. She says, it's all taken out of context. It's all nasty. All these people are hypocrites. It's always that, you know, I talk about men's mental health all the time. Everything is totally absolutist with this person. There's no like room for nuance. I'm not surprised at all. Like her content is basically making generalizations about, you know, like straight people or men based on like a series of Reddit posts that she's read. And that's kind of, you know, tracking to the Twitter as she's doing the same thing with the trackers of her content. But she then goes on to quote tweet her original post saying, turns out it's actually just a compilation of all the videos he's made about me in the past because he needs money. Yeah, I do need money. Guess what? You need money. Guess what? Your parents need money. Everybody needs
Yeah, me
money. This
too.
is so dumb.
I have to, like, pay bills
you
and
need
shit.
money. Yeah, I fucking need money. I need $1 million. I need $10 million ASAP. Put anything that money can buy in that tweet instead of the word money, and you'll realize that what I'm doing actually makes total sense. He's making a video on me because he needs a new Lamborghini. Oh, okay. Wait, that actually makes sense. Like, okay. The rationale being money supposed to make it sound unreasonable is like hysterical. Like now everyone's gonna like understand why I did the
Cheeto
video.
not making
But anyway,
videos 'cause he
like
doesn't
yeah, it's a
need a new
compilation
fucking bag of
video.
Cheetos.
Sometimes if I don't have a video for the day, or if I want, you know, a compilation going over like all the videos I've done on somebody, I'll just do it because it prints and why not. She then says, what a hack.
If it ships, it
Imagine I
prints.
just uploaded a video titled The Straights Have Never Been Okay, and it's just every Are the Straights Okay video I've ever made. Imagine the fuck? Like, yeah, get your money up, not your funny up. She's like, imagine if I did this thing and it's just a very simple video format
Imagine if
where
you
you
made
take
money
all the videos you've made on something and put them into
doing a
one.
thing.
She like just found out what a compilation video is. She sounds shocked. I mean, look at the tweet she says after this. I just did the maths, and if I did a compilation of all my r/are the straight okay videos, it would be over 11
It's kinda
hours
hard to
long.
not wanna do
LMAO.
this.
So far the response has been, this
Just for
format
laughs.
is crazy. All the people who have ever spoken on me are hypocrites. All the people who have ever spoken on me take me out of context solely, and that's about it.
Cost
There's
less.
really nothing else here, and it's crazy to even address this if that's what you're coming with. The whole quote tweet, the reason she even did it was to be like, whoa, guys, it's funny, he put a bunch of videos in one. Like, this is nuts. And the person who like is the only one to even respond to this post says, the worst part about this is that he has a really impressionable audience, and they pretty much act like him and harass anyone he talks about. I love the like
I don't
word
harass
impressionable.
anybody.
That adjective means about nothing nowadays. It's just describing the phenomenon where people like the YouTuber they watch. That word has lost all meaning to me. If you say child, it's different. Like, oh, he has a child audience. Like, that can be used to make certain points about the creator's responsibilities to behave a certain way. But when you say, oh, this person has an impressionable audience, like, I guarantee you this queer Kiwi person
We're
has
gonna
an
go cane
equally as
sword.
impressionable
It's pretty
audience.
shit,
If she
but
makes
we
a
like
video
it.
calling me a
It's
bigot,
cute.
I'm gonna get hate comments from the people saying the same thing. They're parrots. But just for the sake of clarity and consistency, I will say
kinda shit.
that the goal of these videos is not to enable harassment. Obviously, if you enjoy my content and agree with what I'm saying, then just say what you want to say in the comments of my content. Don't go over to the subjects of my videos and raid their comments with anything. I don't care. Just keep it here. The point is not to, you know, be toxic. It's also worth mentioning, because I didn't earlier,
rate
that
this.
when she criticizes me for making a 2-hour-long
Rate
video
EP.
for money, she has a Patreon where people individually give, guess what, money to her every month in the form of a subscription, which I actually think think is more shameless than doing a 2-hour-long video? I have no issue with someone running a Patreon,
We need
but you're
NGP.
doing it for money, so let's call a spade a spade. Ultimately, this response addresses basically nothing about my video, which, I mean, I don't really care. She doesn't have to respond to it, but if you're gonna bring it up, I feel like you should. The one thing she did say is that people
It's
get
silly
mad
I'm
at her
taking
for
it.
not talking about men's issues, but, you know, like I already said, my main problem is like what she does say, not what she doesn't say in those videos. At this point, I don't really care to talk about this anymore unless she wants to say something, in which case I'll respond. But that's about it for me. If you guys enjoyed, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. I'll see you guys all next time. Peace.
Girls just want to have fun. However, some girls' idea of fun isn't very fun for anyone else. It's not uncommon for content creators or influencers to get exposed
Sir,
for
you're on
thinking that the
autoplay.
popularity of their online
Sir, I'm
presence
not sorry.
will let them get away with murder. What is
Okay, no one gets my autoplay today. Thank you very fucking much.
Well,
August.
guys, it's
I found an August. I'm still playing video games and y'all are still fucking stuck with my bitch ass. So thanks, hope you're good.
a tale as
No. Pop your...
old as time.
No. Bitch. Wrong button. You. Picture in picture, pop that ass out. What? Thank you, sir.
Now, we've talked many, many times about content creators who make content that is thinly veiled as this attempt to like better society or benefit the people
I don't
around
really
them. When in
think I see
reality,
myself
the
using
only
it, but I'm
reason
keeping
that
it.
content is being made is because it's benefiting the person who makes it. It's not helping out the people that they claim it is, and a lot of times it's actually at their expense. And one of the most common kinds of content that I see this problem arise is with the whole predator catching genre that seems to be pretty popular these days. And today, I feel like I have some pretty strong evidence that one of the biggest guys who does this is maybe not in it for the right reasons. Now, I've talked about this kind of content
didn't upgrade
before, and I wouldn't
Reduvia.
necessarily say that I have like strong feelings about it, but I definitely
Yeah.
have an opinion. And that is a sentence that essentially means nothing. Basically, I don't really think the whole predator catching genre of content is one that really belongs on YouTube. I don't really think it's one that should be made at all. And I'll expand on that in just one second. But before we
Is this
begin,
the
I want
way?
to talk about today's video sponsor, MyHeritage. Now, MyHeritage is the #1 family history service, and it's a service that has honestly kind of blown me away. I've learned a whole lot of pretty crazy information from
Nah,
this
little
website,
bro
and
just
I'm
means
super
his
stoked
dad
to
is
share with
good
you
at
guys,
this.
but you're gonna have to wait around for a
Yikes.
second. It's always like really interesting.
Bananas,
to think about,
brother.
like, thousands of
The
years ago,
fucking
people were
nanas.
walking around who were like direct relatives of me, and if they got, you know, like a badly timed paper cut or something, and they checked out a little bit earlier than they were originally meant to, I wouldn't be here. So I've always really been interested in like trying to go back as far as I can, and MyHeritage has made that possible. It's a fun and easy way to build your family tree, and I can guarantee you that if you give it a shot, you're gonna discover some new relatives that you had no idea existed. Even if you don't know much about your family's origins or your relatives, MyHeritage can find new relatives and family information for you with basically no effort. Seriously, this website has access to 33 billion records. That's a lot of records. And when I say MyHeritage can help you out even if you don't know a whole lot about your family, I really mean it. Just from entering my parents and their parents, I was able to build out a family tree that currently has 111 people in it, and like half of these people I did not even know existed. All I can say is that my ancestors in the 1800s were getting busy. Okay?
No
Once
shit.
you get some
They
basic
fucked a lot?
information entered, record
Bruh.
matches start popping up, relatives of
That's not
relatives
very
start
based.
popping
They
up.
shouldn't
and you're
be
able to go
fucking
through
alive.
these matches and review them, find out if they're actually your relatives or not, and you're able to do so because of the records that MyHeritage has access to, which can give you some really interesting information.
Oh, this
For
is
example,
wicked
I was
creepy.
able to find this man named Peter Whitaker, who was born in 1805 and is my relative from 7 generations ago. And it's super easy to find stuff like this through the feature called Instant Discoveries, where you can literally add an entire branch to your family tree at the click of a button through the records that MyHeritage is able to find from your family. Another really neat feature of the website is that you're able to colorize, enhance, and even animate old photos. You can take pictures of the relatives you find and enhance them, animate them, to see what they would be like to talk to. It's pretty crazy.
Give
If
your
you're interested in
great-grandma
finding
anime
out more
titties.
about your family, finding out more about where you came from, I would highly recommend that you give MyHeritage a try. And you can start today by redeeming a $14 14-day free trial for MyHeritage by scanning the QR code on the screen right now, or visiting the link in the description or the pinned comment. I want to thank MyHeritage for sponsoring today's video, and let's get back to it. Personally, I'm of the opinion that people really shouldn't be taking the law into their own hands, especially when it comes to something as sensitive as this. Not to mention, most of the guys who are doing this kind of content, they're not benefiting anybody but themselves. And that's really where my main issue with this kind of stuff lies. I have no sympathy for the guys who get caught doing shit like this, regardless of the intentions of the people behind it. If you decide to text what you think is a child, or go try and meet up with somebody who you think is a child, and you meet a bunch of dudes and you get beat up a little bit for the internet, well, boo-hoo. Do I support the guys who are doing stuff like that? Well, no, not really. But also, I don't really care if you find yourself in a situation like that, because you shouldn't have been putting yourself in a situation like that. So don't get me wrong, the treatment or like the consequences that these guys face is not the issue I have with this content. If anything, it's really the lack of consequences that they face, and the reasons that the guys making this content are doing it. Some are better than others, don't get me wrong. Some of these channels seem to have managed to get in with local law enforcement, or they've developed a better understanding of what exactly they need for the cops to actually be able to do something. But still, you should probably just be leaving this kind of shit up to, you know, law enforcement. Because a lot of the times these guys aren't working with the police, or they don't get the right information, they don't capture the right evidence, and all they've done is create a more careful predator who's gonna face no consequences. And if you can't understand why people creating more careful and more aware predators while they're trying to put predators behind bars is a bad thing, well, don't know how to explain that one to you. But like I was saying, one of the main issues I have with this kind of content, and what we're really talking about today, is I think a lot of the guys who do this almost forget, I guess, what exactly it is they're doing and what the goal really should be. Because like I was saying earlier, I think a lot of these dudes end up doing this only to benefit themselves, not really to protect potential victims of child predators. And to sort of highlight this, we're going to be looking at this clip from our old friend Gideon. Now this clip is the reason I decided to make this video, and it honestly kind of took me off guard. Now I've made one video on Gideon before, and I don't think he liked it. His fan base definitely didn't like it. If you don't know who Gideon is, these days I think the main content that he does is the predator catching stuff, but a few years ago he was just another run-of-the-mill public nuisance guy. He would make videos where he would like walk into a Best Buy shirtless, and then when the employees would come up and confront him and say, hey, you need to leave the store or put your shirt back on, and then he'd do the classic, what do you mean? Why do I need to put my shirt back on? Why are you making me leave? Why are you making me leave? What do you mean I can't film in here? Why do I need to put my shirt back on? I just want to be in the Best Buy. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything wrong. You know, that kind of whole shtick. That was him for a while. I think I made a video on him like 3 years ago, and it was a video where he walked into a bowling tournament and started fucking up the lanes, like throwing coconuts and shit down the lane, you know, just being that kind of guy. He reacted to it on stream, and thousands of his fans came after me saying shit like, you don't get it, you're just a fucking loser, Gideon's a comedic genius, he's a great guy. And then, you know, like a year later, Gideon deleted all of his videos, said he found God, and said that all of his old videos were immature and he shouldn't have made them. So, you know, you can call me a visionary if you want, I won't stop you. Anyways, that's not like super important to the video today, I just wanted to mention that. Like I was saying, the clip that we're talking about today kind of caught me off guard because a lot of people have sent me Gideon's predator catching content, and really, if I'm being completely honest, I thought it was kind of some of the better stuff on YouTube when it comes to that genre. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, I still wouldn't call it like good necessarily. It has all the issues that all this kind of content has, but Gideon does seem to normally try and get what the police need to do something, and a lot of his videos do end with these guys getting arrested. Now, I don't know how many of them have actually been charged. It's probably not that many. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Correct me if I am, please. But it does seem like the majority of these videos do end with a guy in cuffs. He seems to generally take it pretty seriously. He's not just going out trying to like beat these guys up for fun. He confronts them professionally. It doesn't ever seem like he's really just trying to get a rise out of somebody for content. For the most part, it's pretty level-headed stuff. And as far as the genre goes, like I said, it's some of the better stuff on YouTube, I think. However, my opinion of it has changed a bit after I've dug into it more. Maybe I just wasn't looking hard enough to begin with, though, to be honest. Because I saw this clip the other day for, I guess it's like a membership for the predator catching content that he does. And I don't know, guys, it's really left a bad taste in my mouth, and I think it's something worth talking about. Because like I was saying earlier, I think a lot of these guys sort of get to a point where where they almost start to forget what they're doing, and maybe that's what we're seeing here. I'm gonna show you guys the clip in full, and then we're gonna go through it. Again, this is like an advertisement for a membership service to his predator catching content.
Please subscribe.
What's this? What the f is this?
Do you want to watch EDP Watch episodes early and completely uncensored? Do you want to listen in on these disturbing one-on-one calls?
We'll still update those things.
Do you usually like rub your p or do you hear it?
And do you want to support our mission to protect those who cannot protect themselves? Then
wow.
Why not join EDPWatch.com?
It's showtime!
Get extended, early, uncut, and exclusive never-before-seen episodes.
He has become a fucking mountain now.
Access to the exclusive Discord,
I
and
guess
a chance
again.
to be flown out and do an EDP catch with yours truly, DeMarcus Hanson. All for the low price of $4.45. So what are you waiting for? Pull a Marquise Brownie and speed on over to EDPWatch.com.
I missed the Jarberg thing.
Okay, so obviously, I think there are a few different things wrong with this little plug. One, I think, is just the overall vibe, like the editing style, the way this was scripted. Again, we are talking about content where the entire focus is going after people who try and manipulate, exploit, and do some of the worst things imaginable to some of the most vulnerable members of our society. Like, we're talking about child predators here, and it's like an Adult Swim parody commercial. Now, look, don't get me wrong, I'm not the kind of guy who thinks that, like, humor should be off limits for certain things. I think that there's room for humor in basically anything, but I really can't help but feel like editing something like this and making something where you're talking about what Gideon's talking about here in this style is in poor taste. To me, it's just a genre of content that should be treated a little bit more seriously, because these guys are trying to catch these predators. That's a completely different thing than, for example, making a video where you make fun of somebody who was on the show to catch a predator. Because when you're watching that show, you know that those guys are fucked. That show was done with law enforcement. They all got arrested. Like, you knew what was gonna happen to them. With these guys, it's not really the same thing. Like, it's kind of weird to edit a video in this style when, like I mentioned earlier, you could just be making a significantly more safe, cautious, and aware predator who's going to be a more effective predator. Like, we're talking about catching people who want to prey on children. Maybe limit it to one explosion effect? I don't know. Just a thought. Also, like, using EDP as like a meme in this advertisement seems like really poor taste, because that's like one of the biggest examples of how this stuff usually ends. EDP didn't go to jail. Nothing happened to EDP. Sure, he was banned off YouTube, but like, he didn't go to jail and then he got caught trying to do it again. Like, you're kind of exposing yourself here, guys. You're using the most famous example of why your content is kind of a bad thing and doesn't really work as a way to advertise your content. You're kind of showing your hand there that you don't really care if these guys don't actually end up going to jail. Thirdly, it seems like conversations between a predator and what they think
your audience
is a minor is a really,
your audience
really
isn't their
strange
target
thing to lock behind
like,
the paywall.
your audience is like a bunch of bro bitches
I mean,
who have already done
the
been
chat between a
victimized
guy
by shit,
role-playing
to be
as a
fair.
little girl or a little boy and a man who thinks that they are a little girl or a little boy. Why the fuck would you pay for that? Like, that's crazy behavior. Selling it is just as weird. Like, you realize that's what you're doing, right, Gideon? You're essentially selling child predator roleplay transcripts. That's weird, dude. Not only that, there's audio too. Like, how the fuck did this make it past the drawing board? This is an insane thing to try and sell a membership for. And then the whole, like, fucking Disney sweepstakes shit where it's like, you can win a predator catching experience. Like, are you shitting me? Gideon fans got really mad at me the last time I said this, but I'm gonna say it again. I'd have a really hard time believing that, like, the average Gideon fan is an adult. You just read through the comments on his channel, you can kind of tell that that's, like, not the case. So, I mean, on the list of crazy shit I've heard a YouTuber say, advertising to what I've got to imagine is an audience full of teenagers. The chance to be flown out to meet a fucking child predator is pretty fucking nuts. Like, look, I'm gonna give Gideon the benefit of the doubt here and say that if he ever did this, that he'd probably make sure that it was an adult. But I mean, he doesn't say that in this advertisement, which you have to. So I don't know, man. That's just a little wacky for me. A little much. Again, even if he did say adults only, only, treating this as some sort of like fun, cool experience. Like you would be meeting a person who wants to have sex with a child. Who the fuck wants to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why are we treating this like some funny game? I mean, seriously, on my list of things that I would like to do with my free time, flying out somewhere to meet up with a child predator has got to be right at the bottom. And I really think the fact that Gideon or his team or whoever put this together thinks that the average person would be interested in that enough to pay for it really sort of shows some true colors and is indicative of these guys not doing this for the right reason. You should not be having fun
if you want to make it a spectacle.
Reading chat logs from guys who have no issue exploiting and ruining the lives of children, meeting up with them, making jokes about it. These are not things that I think you should really want to do. Is that subjective? I guess not very, though, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe they're seeing it differently. I don't really know how you would. To me, there is no reasonable explanation on the planet as to why you would be trying to sell the chat and audio logs of child predators, and I don't think there's a logical or reasonable explanation for the people buying it either. Everybody's fucking weird in this. Well, guys, what do you think? How do you think we should view this plug? Because honestly, like I said, I feel like Gideon feels like he's probably doing this for the right reasons. And parts of his content, you can watch it and come out thinking that, but when you see shit like this, when your entire thing is supposedly protecting the kids, and then you turn around and use a child predator to help advertise a service that's only gonna make you money, I don't know, it's kind of weird. And like I said, don't get me wrong, I don't think that humor should be like off limits, even when you're talking about stuff like Gideon does, but I don't know, when you're basically selling the chat logs of child predators, and you're inviting people to come out on predator catches like it's some sort of fun thing that you'd spend a Sunday doing, I don't know, it just feels like things are not being done for the right reasons, and people's hearts are probably not where they should be. Am I looking too far into it? Maybe. I don't really think I am, though. I'm curious to hear what you guys think. And again, before I let you guys go, don't forget, if you want to start learning more about your family heritage and your history today, scan the QR code on the screen or visit the link in the description to get your 14-day free trial to MyHeritage. See ya.
It's the best armor to wear while pulling this shit. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Lol, oops. Lol, ups. My curiosity's a teeny bit piqued. By a lot of things, like where do I come out of the zone at? Where do I go into the Safari Zone at? Where do I pop out of the Safari Zone at? Like all these things, bro. All of them. Rakaza, 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 Rakaza. I'm so curious. Why does this person have 2 whips if they're only using 1? I want to understand so much about their bitch ass. Can you lock them with a flail? Are they a butler? Is this just because Volcano Manor wants us to kill them and they've lost all their resolve? Is this why? Oh my gosh, the laundry is so loud. It hurts. Oops, panic rolling. It's weird that they do like volleys of two, some volleys of one sometimes, and then two they'll work in. It's usually like a one strike, a move, then a strike, and then they'll work in a volley of like two, which is really weird to look at. That's fine. Oopsies. Hurrah-kazaa, 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 hurrah-kazaa. Ba-doo, do-do-do, do-do-do. No latency. Oh yeah, look at that. The way it takes me out of the air just blows me away. Shiny. I can't press pick up while I'm in the equipment menu. I'll have time. It's harder trying to like move while I do it than stand still. I mean, I can move in this, I just don't have to look at this dude. Oops. I just want to know, does he walk around the long way every time? No. Okay, that would have been hilarious. Okay. Boxes. I lost momentum to boxes. Arakaza, Arakaza.
Okay.
The beard situation? This has been a thing that has stumped me for at least 5 minutes. I've been wondering where the fuck his beard went. Like, did it stop loving him? Did it just abandon his face? Did he stop loving his beard? Where's his beard gone? Where's the beard, bro? Where's the beard? Where's the beard, my dude? Oops. Where's the fucking beard?
Let's address the elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, I have lost the beard. I have decided to shave. No, it's not artificial intelligence. No, it's not clickbait. Literally, the last couple videos I uploaded, some of the top comments was all about the beard.
Reasonable.
In fact, inside the Some Ordinary Gamers subreddit, ladies and gentlemen, all I can say is the community's been taking it in strides. I want to show one of the things that made me laugh this morning. And it was this one right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the good old-fashioned Muda on the left. Alright? And then you got me looking like Quasimodo, dude. God damn, bro. Watch us not get a video in like forever because he's got to regrow the beard, man. So, of course, as you all know, I decided to just shave, and there was a couple reasons for it, to be honest with you. One of them was I just wanted to try it. I wanted to see what I would look like again. And let me tell you something right now. You know when you're, like, in the middle of the decision, right? And you can see, like, half of your face, and you're like, oh, God. But you've already done it, so you're like, you might as well just commit to the bit. You know, it was definitely quite a shock. I haven't actually been beardless for, I would say, about 8 years now. And to give you an idea, I chose to go with the lumberjack beard, not because I thought the style was cool. It was literally because of pure and unfettered laziness, okay? You know, after a while, I was just like, why am I even going through this Dexter routine of, like, shaving every single day? Might as well just actually get rid of it. And so I did. And you know, people kind of appreciated it, people liked it, people just grew accustomed to it. Until, of course, a couple days ago when I got rid of it and the entire world around me started looking at me like I was some soft-boiled egg.
I don't deserve to know.
I love this one. It started, why is Har bald? And of course, yeah, it absolutely is right. Why? It really is a complete bald feeling, one could say, on their face. And I'll get to exactly just what I mean by that.
Probably
but of course, to go further into it, obviously, you got the mutawa, where they stretched my face out goatsy style, obviously. And of course, when you nut, but you keep sucking. Now see, that's artificial intelligence. I refuse to believe that's a screen grab from my actual video. Get out of here. The face when she's an oral Linux user. Gunahar. Yeah, you know,
just
it is what it is.
Down,
it's never healthy when you've been JD Vanced by the community, dude. Oh my God, we need some Hail Marys and holy waters. I agree. I refuse to believe this ain't AI. And absolutely that is not artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen. That's pretty much what it comes down to. He looks 10 years younger, which is actually pretty true.
Burn your
Between the
face.
jawline and the hair, he kind of looks
No
like
time
the. Oh
machines.
man, you put me up against the. Oh, stop, dude.
I don't have.
They took the
blood
Muda
tats
out
on
of the
this
heart. Why
skull.
does he look naked? Is he stupid? Yeah, it was a wild day indeed. Now to give you guys a quick idea of like why this beard will not be sticking around, there's a couple reasons for it, okay? First of all, it sucks, okay? Let me tell you right now. When you shaved and you like wake up in the morning and you know there's this whole thing, right? People say 5 o'clock shadow. That's no joke.
we
Right?
heavy?
I don't know if I've got like a testosterone thing going on, but as soon as I got it completely clean shaved, as soon as I did it, literally like that night, I was like, all right, I'm prickly again. I wake up, I'm already prickly. I've already got that shadow building. So people are wondering, man, it's going to take a while for him to get a beard back. I swear to God, guys, 1 week tops is all it takes to escape from this
Are we
nightmare.
heavy?
But the other thing is, it's like
No.
a weird feeling. Like once you get rid of it, it's
It
like
just
walking
feels
around
slow.
outside, having the wind hit your face is such a different feeling. When you splash water on your face, there are parts of your face where you actually feel droplets of water that you weren't. It's like a phantom pain, you know what I mean? Like people who have lost limbs and shit. It's like a whole new sensation
Yeah,
feeling.
we're doing this. It's
but
funny,
of
I
course,
want
when
to.
it comes to the age, for instance, I have a weird thing. When I have a beard, I look like I'm 30 to almost like hitting near my 40s. And I've had this happen to me. Like I've went to bars where like a bartender's like, "You look like you're 36," and I have to
forgot
restrain
blood
the
tax.
biggest fuck you imaginable as soon as I hear that, you know? But the moment I had shaved, I do in fact look 10 years younger. Let me give you an exact idea, okay? My significant other was not freaked out. She's pretty supportive of it. My mom is also supportive of it, although she definitely will say that I look like a soft-boiled egg, all right? That's her statement. My aunt, she's like, you gotta bring it back, homie. You can't be looking like you're 16 again. And generally speaking, I don't want to look like I'm 16 again anyways. You know, one of the things that I wanted to do, the litmus test to see how young I am, was I actually went to a bar, and not a bar that I would typically like go to, because obviously I would imagine people would recognize. I don't want anybody else in my life to see me like this in reality, because it's just a weird thing. But you know, I went to a bar that I normally don't frequent, and for the first time since like 2017, I want to say, I was carded. You know, they were like, do you have any driver's license, by the way? Do you have a driver's license on you? And I'm like, I felt shocked. First off, it's kind of a great feeling. I'm like, wow, I really do look young. So, you know, I bring out my driver's license, I show it, and my driver's license, you know, has the beard on me, okay? If I can show it without doxing, right? You know, I straight up, Canadian driver's licenses are weird, but I look like a straight up Taliban operator. So they look at that and they're like, wow, why'd you get rid of it? And that's pretty much the grim reality of the situation, right? Why did I get rid of it?
early.
I just wanted to try something out of it. I wanted to kind of restart the whole beard thing, just because I wanted to get rid of it completely, see it kind of how long it takes to grow back, and pretty much leave it where it's at. Clicked for the thumb. Please don't do that ever again.
Based.
Trust me, buddy. I am not. I thought Muda
Okay, blood
got
tax.
rid of his beard. I did actually towards the end of the video. I actually added that extra to it. But yeah, it's I did not want to acknowledge it at the time because I didn't even think that most people would really honestly notice, to be real.
I hate the walk back.
I thought people would just like have the video on a side and be playing like Resident Evil 4 remake or something on their or whatever video game.
Is this the fastest way in?
That's my mother's alt account, I'm pretty sure. She's the one that said it. Beard did a lot of carrying. I really do agree, man. I really actually agree. Without it, I do look like... I feel naked, honest to God. Like, it's weird.
You fucking
On a
nudist
video
freak.
entirely related to, again, a system computer BIOS, which, by the way, all right, his mouth movement is so weird. After he's like, finally you shaved, it's not that hard. Every YouTuber should do the same. He's like, here's a compliment. God damn, it looks weird. I love that shit, dude. I actually love it. Full bald, not even a goatee, not even close to it. I want it to go full there. With no beard, he has a permanent cat grin. Aw. God, dude, I'm looking at myself in the viewfinder and it's gross. Don't ever shave again. You know Super Boots 88? That is one thing both of us can always agree on. I'm gonna look like a lumberjack till I'm dead. Mutahar molted and his beard came off with the old skin. Dude, it feels like what a crab feels like when they molt their skin off. Who's the new guy? Where's Mudahar? He took a week off. He'll be back. Don't you worry. Bro went from Mudahar to Sir Welcome to Tim Hortons. For anybody that doesn't know what Tim Hortons is, it's the greatest Indian restaurant in all of Canada. Trust me on that one. He looks like the what lady?
Place.
No, dude, get
It's
out
like
of here. Stop! I don't look like that. Get
Yes, you
out of
do.
here. It's fucked up. Now bring back the hoodie and the reverse baseball
skin.
cap and read creepypastas again like Bob.exe. Woo! Let's wear our brand new hoodie you can get from SomeOrdinaryGamers.store, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful stuff. Glows in the dark. Has a good time. Got the hoodie on. Let's get the old backwards hat action and... Ooh, god damn, dude. It looks like fucking the first haunted gaming, like, Let's Play video ever. Oh my god. Ooh. Well, I guess for this commenter, we'll read pop.exe. It's an old school shit pasta. I'm a Lego maniac. I can't help it. I've been building with these Danish plastic blocks for as long as I can remember. I collect all sorts of Lego sets. Everything from classic Legoland Space to the Lego Movie. I've got complete sets of 16 for every single minifigure. I actually forgot how long this story was. Jesus Christ, it actually does remind... I did actually read this with the guys on like Troll Pastas. I think it's still actually on the channel. It's kind of crazy. You can just play like Sonic.exe. Like I could literally do like a whole Let's Play of this shit. And it wouldn't even be really shocking, dude. God damn. Dude just reduced his age to college sophomore. You know, that's a lot better than like being under the age of 18, okay? That's a lot better there, okay? I can handle that. One of the most stressful events that have been happening is you losing your beard. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Muda
with all the
uploading
things in
videos
the
from
world.
10 years ago. How lame, bro. You know, I
is the
swear to
most
God, ladies
stressful.
and gentlemen, the best part about this is like, no matter what happens, I think I have one of the funnest communities on the internet. And it's always fun to like do something and then just be
I
completely roasted
could
by
not
you guys.
imagine the
Most
recovery
loving,
on this.
beautiful manner, ladies and gentlemen. Like one user says, Muda's comment sections never disappoint me. I'm honestly serious here. Like if my comment section didn't exist, I would live a much depressing lifestyle. I love my YouTube comment section. I actually really love you guys
I think
so
ours are
much
fine,
beyond
too.
all of it. Because to be honest, I can just like, anytime I need a good laugh and a good happy day, I just read some of the stuff you guys say, whether you're like talking about the topic that I'm discussing or you're just straight up roasting me. It's always funny to just get down and be part of the community over here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all things considered, yes, I did end up shaving. Yes, it's not going to stay. Just because everyone in my life surrounding me is starting to look at me like I'm fucking from a leper's colony. And to be honest with you, I kind of miss having the fuzzy lumberjack shit already, just because keeping this thing maintained is like an endeavor. I gotta do this twice a day. I gotta put a blade up to my fucking face twice a day to make sure this is maintained, all to look like I'm barely legal. It's not happening. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, figured I might as well address this controversy. Deep web browsing video tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
His face. Here, let me go die so we can get out of this. Oh no, it's auto playing.
Ten speedrunners who were caught cheating is my most
This
viewed
is
video.
fine.
So in honor of 10 million views, here are 10 more. We're gonna lead with this because this is personally my favorite on the list. Gerber, I don't know how you say that, AKG, claimed to set multiple Turok
Gerber.
records a few years ago. The way he cheated was quite simple, he just spliced footage together. He got called out in several videos. In one it was shown he had no backpack, which limits his grenade count to 20, but he was able to pick up 27 grenades and then fire off 30. So that made it pretty clear this wasn't a legit run. Gerber responded by deleting videos in question and threatened to take
Was this
down
preserved
videos that
with
exposed
us?
him with fraudulent DMCA claims. I don't believe he followed through with these threats, but we'll see
Because
others
it's
on this list who
costs?
did. His channel, which has since changed its name, still has one Turok run posted that I could find. When I found it, the first thing I saw was this amazing opening slide. Please pause the video and read this. before watching. If you're about to see this video
I
to
just
the
looked
end,
back.
I suggest you turn on your console, start the video, and play the game at the same time to realize how fast this speedrun is. It will leave you 10 minutes behind without any exaggeration. This is a world record speedrun. The previous world record was done by the Cryptic Jackknife, and his time was 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 24 seconds. And as you can see, I smoked him easily because my time is 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 8 seconds. But he lied about his time because I calculated it. By the way, I smoked him earlier. My speedrun is recorded in HD, which is #1 priority. So don't waste your time and turn your console and try to challenge me only for curiosity. If you don't want to challenge me, then get a cold Rockstar energy drink, click HD, stay back, and relax. For those who tried to challenge me, please tell me the time difference. Thanks. If you want another spear done, suggest a game. And then right after reading that, I look at the description, which says this was a segmented speedrun, which was just done for fun and is nothing special. So which is it? Is this a segmented run just for fun, or did you smoke the world record? It seems like he changed his story here. The people who outed him did a great job documenting everything, so if you want to see more evidence and read more conversations, I'll put those in the description, but it's just too painful to go through on video. Next up, we have Lone Shark Joe's fake Ghost and Goblins run. Lone Shark Joe made a video about his fake run, so some of you are probably already familiar with this. He created a tool-assisted speedrun and submitted it as if it were a normal speedrun. He submitted this emulator run in a category which requires you to play on console, so they should have ruled it out within seconds of watching it. In the bottom corner of his run, you can see a red arrow which is left over from the task software he used, and within the run itself, there were several sections of play which seemed inhuman. This submission is so poorly faked to the point of it being comical, yet it somehow was able to get verified as the second best speedrun of the game. Lone Shark Joe made a video explaining all of this. He explained every way that it was apparent that he had cheated, and he ended the video by deleting the fake run from the leaderboards. Now, what did the moderators do in this case? After all of this came out, they permanently banned him from the leaderboards. Now, I'm not defending what he did, but I do think we should reserve the most extreme punishments for the most extreme violations. In this case, I really do not think this guy is likely to cheat again. He came clean before even getting caught and removed the run himself. And the run was so bad it shouldn't have even been up there in the first place. I don't think the moderators watched this run for a single second or they never would have approved it. And again, I'm not saying it's good he submitted a fake run, but I think we should reserve permanent bans for people who cannot be trusted at all. Someone who's been called out and continues to lie. That is not this case. He deleted the run himself. He displayed all the mistakes for the world to see. This should only serve to strengthen verification standards. It's much better for it to be this guy than someone else. Imagine if someone else came in, created a well-faked speedrun, and they didn't admit to it. They surely would have gotten away with it. Now I just have to tell you all the legend of Kevin Durden. The Phantasy Star series is a range of RPGs released from 1987 onwards. This guy Kevin Durden impressively came up and in a pretty short amount of time managed to snag the Phantasy Star 1 record, the Phantasy Star 4 record, and then the Phantasy Star 3 record. On April 7th, Kevin Durden was removed from the Phantasy Star leaderboards on the grounds that he had cheated. What has followed has been nothing short of magical. The investigation began on March 27th when a report came to the Phantasy Star moderators that the most recent record by Kevin Durden seemed to contain certain oddities. They followed up with a thorough investigation, which has been summarized in these two reports. They contain lots of evidence, which was enough to convince me, but maybe not everyone else. The final nail that put this issue to rest is the undisputable video evidence of splicing. As documented by Cyan Veo, you can see a point where this small ring jumps in size and this text box cuts back and forth. Both of these clearly indicate a splice point. Now Kevin's responses throughout this whole thing got progressively more erratic. This pastebin was one of his first statements that he released when this all started going down, and it's filled with classic signs of deception. He doesn't argue the point, he doesn't say this is an outrage, these claims are completely false, which would be an innocent person's response. Instead, he admits there are technical inconsistencies in his runs and offers willingly to have them removed and redo them. This is not how an innocent person acts when accused. This is a strategy of a guilty person to try to seem more reasonable. So as everything began to crumble, he concocts this brilliant plan, just genius. He starts by pulling the plug and deleting everything, his Twitch VODs, his YouTube videos, his Reddit account, all of it. Then this absolute stranger comes into his Discord and says that he downloaded the runs in question before Kevin removed them. This absolute stranger then posts an edited version of his record with certain inconsistencies edited out. It seems pretty clear that this guy deleted everything and then attempted to repost an edited version as some random stranger to regain everyone's trust. Do you really think that was gonna work, man? Come on, you gotta give it up. And now after all of this has happened, Vice actually ended up running a strange article. I can't say for certain this article is about Kevin. All they say is that someone whose name has been changed cheated in a Japanese RPG. I guess whoever they were talking to would only do so on certain conditions, and so they wrote an article about how some guy cheated in some game without explaining any of it. A bizarre conclusion to this bizarre story.
That is a weird.
I had to include this on the list, if nothing else for how funny it is. This guy Lee SDA was found to have faked multiple runs by creating tool-assisted speedruns and playing them back on stream as if he were playing live. He went all out, displaying one run live with Carl Sagan and Trihex watching, two very experienced players who were both impressed with Lee's play.
He got it! Holy how are you even doing? What the f*** is going on? I'm not ready for this run, Lee! The neutral, dude. The neutral in that foam is so good. I'm like, alright, that's like one of my secret strats. Neutral in that in that vertical foam set. See that? This is not, you are playing cast right now. I know, you didn't.
At some point later on, Carl suspected something was up and told Lee to duck during this auto-scroller to show that it was really him playing. Lee refused, which should have signaled to Carl that something was up, but still nothing happened. Lee eventually took his shenanigans one step further and included a camera on his stream, pointed at his hands as he faked the button presses for his tasks. This is what really sunk his ship in the end, when moderator MT picked apart one of Lee's runs and showed the hand cam did not match the gameplay. For example, watch here as Yoshi begins to turn left without—
I'm doing laundry. Hi, how are you?
Then Yoshi turns right again before turning back around and heading left, which Lee does mimic on the controller. That's two inputs, a left and a right input, which seemingly come out of nowhere. This resulted in Lee getting his runs removed, and eventually he apologized. It seems sincere to me, and I don't think he'll do it again. Close to a year ago, a runner named Anti was permanently banned.
It was my one
from
time
submitting
to
any
like
GTA speedrun
usually
on
fuck with a whip
speedrun.com
person,
and had all of his
but
times removed from the leaderboard. What did he
I was
do
being
to
silly
deserve such
outside of their
punishment?
jail.
There had been rumors of Anti cheating for a long time, but it all began to unwind when someone with the username ROK24 posted this video pointing out some major discrepancies within Anti's Vice City runs. He found that some of Anti's vehicles would create a puff of smoke as they first accelerated. This is not normal, and ROK showed that this happens if you increase the value which determines the vehicle's acceleration. He also created this side-by-side comparison where you can see Anti's car on the left is moving much quicker than the one on the right, which is unmodified. Here you can see another side-by-side created, which shows one of Anti's runs on the top left, a legitimate run on the top right, and a tool-assisted speedrun at the bottom. You can see Anti flies past the tool-assisted speedrun with ease because his vehicle has clearly been sped up. Anti admitted this much and pretended to come clean in a paste spin, which he admitted to a handful of his runs being fake. He claimed that he had begun cheating at the beginning of 2018 because of how burnt out he was with the game. It was later found out that Anti had not been honest in this paste spin, and that the true list of fake speedruns was much more extensive than he had admitted, starting at least a year and a half before he originally said. This is what got him a permanent ban from the series, as clearly his times could not be trusted, as the runner himself could not even recall which ones were real.
What do I press to get tire smoke every time you get on your PCJ? I don't know what you mean. Tire smoke.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories is a game which has been especially prone to cheaters. This is because at the end of these duels, or whatever you call them, you're given a random card, and the card you get can either make or break the run. You can go into the game file, and with a little work, you can edit these drop rates, and there's no obvious indication that you've done so. But there are still inconsistencies that can be spotted by experts in the game. A few years ago, a runner named Mergy was caught altering these values when a glitched 000 card appeared at the end of a level. This can happen when the values for the drops don't add to 2048.
What? Did you...
Oops.
Excuse me? Did you guys just... Can someone highlight that? Can someone shot that? Odd shot? Or whatever?
This is pretty funny because his reaction seems genuine. I think it was genuine. I really think he had no idea why this happened. I can only imagine what it must have felt like when he realized why that card appeared. Now fast forward to just a few days ago when moderator and top player GFC made this post to r/speedrun accusing Brazilian speedrunner Caveira Games of doing something similar to what Mergy had done years earlier. He explained how some of his cards did not match the values paired with them on screen. This is another indication of changed drop chances. Kavira responded to this by making the video unlisted. So he takes the video down, an indication that he may be guilty, but he still lets me download it and verify the claims for myself. It's an odd defense, but I'll take it. Here you can see him receive the Beast Fangs with the card number 129. But if we look into the deck, number 129 is Nemoriko. As stated before, this can happen when altering drop chance values. After GFC unearthed this evidence, Kavira sent his viewers to bombard GFC with dislikes and negative comments, trying to get him to back down. But he didn't. GFC showed the same moment on his own stream, trying to convince these people, and was promptly hit with an illegal DMCA claim from Kavira. Showing a few seconds of someone's stream to explain how it is they cheated is like the definition of fair use. And if you file a DMCA claim because your feelings are hurt, that is illegal, and that only serves to make the story 10 times bigger. Go ahead and file a claim against me as well. I'll file a counterclaim, win, and I'll make another video all about it, so feel free. House of Caravan is a game released in 2015 for PC, and it can be beaten in under 12 seconds. Believe it or not, some have chosen to put quite ridiculous amounts of time into optimizing this nearly instant run in a game that isn't that popular. Even more amazing is that over a year ago, someone with the tag Third Nugget submitted a fake record for this category. Penguin Zero made a video showing how Third Nugget both spliced and sped up his footage by showing a side-by-side comparison of both of their runs. Thankfully, Third Nugget's run didn't stand long, and order was promptly restored to the universe. Next up, the age-old case of Bandit 5K. On sourceruns.org, you'll find a summary of this incident. What happened was a group of Half-Life 2 runners got together and decided to create a segmented run between them. A segmented run meaning they would each replay their segments until they got a time they were happy with, and then put the whole thing together as one run. Of course, this is a perfectly legitimate way to create a speedrun, so long as you're clear about what it is.
Only
each runner
throwing
created
daggers,
their segment, and when they put all the
rapiers,
segments together, they believed they had to run faster
possibly
than anyone had
giant
ever created.
rapiers too,
But what
like
they weren't
thrusting
counting
swords
on
rather.
was Bandit 5K's fake segment
Curved
and
swords,
validating the whole thing.
not
But that's what
backhand
happened.
blades.
A lot of this segment is questionable in general. One might suspect by the way the
Doubtfully,
mouse moves
I
with
doubt
such fast and
hammers.
precise
Yeah.
movements that there's some trickery going
Backhand
on.
blades
But
do
the
another
important
pretty
part here
thing
is this
though.
wall climb. The YouTube channel BitRain posted this video showing the wall climb in real time.
They do
Now here it
this.
is next to Bandit 5K submission. I don't know a whole lot about speedrunning this game, but it seems like everyone who does says this is just not realistic for a human. But it is realistic if you slow down the frame rate, which can be done
do
using
that.
the timescale function in-game. You get your insane run at 30% of the normal frame rate, and then you speed up the demo or recording or whatever it was they were using, and then pass it off as live play. That's what Bandit 5K did, which was a bummer because it didn't just invalidate his own work, but also a lot of legitimate work from others. As I was doing research for this video, I found this post made
It's
in
a nice way to
2010
bail out
on
of a long attack.
doomworld.com by someone named ChemoXVirus, who came out and said he cheated, giving a list of demos which were
Can't
not
parry them.
legitimate. Yes, as the title says, I did cheat in some of my non-task demos here. Sorry for that, guys. I did not want to cheat in my runs. I was regretting mistakes at the end terribly and changed the last parts of the runs with my excuse of, I could have done it, but I really shouldn't have done that. Everyone must have had bad moments too. That never did make me satisfied and always left me sad and concerned for being dishonest. Maybe there was some outside pressure prompting this that he's not telling us about, but either way, I believe what he said about thinking, I could have done it. I think that's a really common thing among cheaters. I do not believe the majority of cheaters come into the community planning on deceiving people. They come in, they usually put a good amount of time into their game and get decent at it, and then something happens. They die at a crucial point, or their game crashes, or their power goes out, and they say to themselves, I deserved that run. I could have gotten that time. The way I lost that run was completely unfair. I'm just gonna give it to myself. And that's it. Once someone has done something like that and gotten away with it, they're very likely to do it again. They have a few more scenarios like that. They give themselves a few more runs, and before you know it, it becomes a habit, and there's usually no stopping it until that person gets caught. Now to wrap up the video, I'd like to talk about what happened with Downtime Death. In A Link to the Past, during the second phase of the Ganon fight, he'll spawn these rings of fireballs. The spawn pattern and firing order varies in a way which appears random in-game. However, it was later found that this is not based on a random number generator at all, but rather it is determined by factors of the Armos fight earlier in the run. When this was discovered, a runner named Downtime Death was found to have fireball spawns which did not match what they should have been based on earlier segments. There's lots of great documentation on this incident, including this Google Doc, which you should go read for yourself if you want to understand exactly how the moderators figured this out. The reason I wanted to put this on the list wasn't so much to talk about how Downtime Death spliced runs. I've already spoken lots about people doing that. but it was to point out how this guy got away with it for such a long time because he was close friends with many in the community. WQ made over an hour-long video showing how Downtime Death had cheated and how those around him had protected him in the face of clear evidence. I've got nothing but love for WQ, but I can understand how someone just taking a glance at this would see this guy going into way too much detail to prove how some guy cheated in a nearly 30-year-old game and say, this guy's crazy, he's just making this all up. But if you go look at the evidence for yourself, you'll see he was right the whole time. This was something I personally had written off when it was just in my peripheral, and that's why I included it in this video, because I think it's an important lesson that we should always evaluate claims based on the evidence and not the person making them. Hey guys, hope you enjoyed. If you want to support the channel and help me make more videos, consider becoming a channel member. In addition to a badge which will appear next to your name in the comments, you'll get access to a live stream I do on the first Sunday of every month where I show different speedruns I've done, have guests on, and engage with as many comments as possible. That's it. I love you all. See ya. There's been a lot of discussion about cheating in speedrunning recently. I did some research and was really surprised by not only how easy it is, but by the number of people who have been caught. I'd like to give a giant thanks to everyone who's helped expose these faked runs. All resources referenced in this video will be linked in the description, and I highly suggest you go check them out for yourselves if you want more detailed explanations of what I'm about to go over. Now without further ado, here are 10 speedrunners who were caught cheating. Todd Rogers is the first ever paid pro gamer, joining the US national video game team in 1986. He's known for holding many video game records, including the highest score for Centipede. His most controversial record is a time of 5.51 in Dragster, a game for the Atari 2600, which he set all the way back in 1982 and is yet to be tied to this day. This time was verified by a referee. There is no video of this record. This time was especially impressive because the developer's simulated fastest time was a 5.54, and the fastest tool-assisted speedrun is only a 5.57. Todd claims he achieved this time by shifting into second gear before the race even started, which doesn't seem to be possible. OmniGamer decided to look into the validity of this run. He looked through each line of code in the game, and from this he created a spreadsheet which shows all possible times you can get. He found that there is no way you could possibly get a 5.51 during normal play. I reached out to Todd and he told me OmniGamer was using incorrect numbers, but didn't elaborate further. When I asked if he'd be willing to do an interview, he stopped responding. In an interview with Kotaku, he wrote, "If he's basing his spreadsheets and shifting on one particular pattern, then that's pretty ignorant and closed-minded, because you're not factoring in the human element of how the game would respond." A formal dispute has now been filed on the Twin Galaxies website, and it's believed by many this time is not legitimate. If you watch this clip of Todd playing Dragster recently, he doesn't seem like the most honest guy.
That was a bad game. Now the camera's showing and I'm doing miserable. It's really strange because like when people do interviews or media, it's like I can't get below 5.84% or 5.81%. You know what? This thing is really sensitive too here. I'm touching the left and it's not shifting.
But this is the smoking gun in my opinion. Todd made this post on an Atari message board claiming to have gotten a 5.54, which isn't possible. I imported the photo into Photoshop to take a closer look. You can see this entire picture has this clear checkerboard pattern. Here's a close-up. Now let's take a look at the numbers. You can see the checkerboard pattern on all sides of the 5.54, but the 5.54 itself looks completely different than the rest of the photo. Looking at the 4, you can see the same exact thing. And just to be 100% certain, I took a look at the numbers for player 2 at the bottom of the screen, and sure enough, you can see the checkerboard pattern is present. I can say with certainty that Todd doctored this photo to claim he'd gotten a 5.54, and if he's willing to doctor evidence, he'd be willing to lie about getting a 5.51. Earlier this year, Retro made a really good video about cheating, and I suggest you go check it out. During this video, he talked about Akikana and White Eris, who were both caught splicing 16-star runs. They were both caught because of edits you could find in the audio, but these are not the runs I want to talk about. Retro's video got hundreds of thousands of views, so this topic was fresh on a lot of people's minds. Shortly after Retro made this video, Cheese got his 139 and 120 star, and someone by the name of Holy Moly left this comment on his video. "Yeah, baby, you can play like Tass. Very impressive. Back in 2004, I held the 16-star world record for several years. Holy moly." A prominent Mario runner, Gothic Logic, saw this comment and decided to do some digging. He found the run he was looking for, and when he analyzed the audio in Audacity using the spectrogram display, he found the exact same blatant splices in the audio file that White Eris and Akikon had been exposed for years ago. This one cracks me up because he had gotten away with this for nearly 12 years. No one would have ever questioned him if he had just shut up, but no, he had to go around and randomly brag about his fake time on someone else's video. The videos are still up, but now everyone knows this run is fake. There was a time when TSA was one of the most respected Zelda speedrunners. I found runs of his dating all the way back to 2004 when almost no one had any idea what speedrunning was. But in 2011, it was exposed that many of his speedruns were not in fact single segment runs like he had said, but instead segments spliced together. I was able to find one of these runs, his Ocarina of Time any percent run in 5 hours and 4 minutes. When you pause in this game, it will remember which screen you looked at last, so when you pause again later, you'll be looking at the same screen. But if you reset your game to attempt a segment over and over, the pause menu will no longer line up with where you paused last. This is what exposed TSA's runs as splices, and not the single segment runs they claimed to be. There were also some pretty clear cuts that anyone could notice just by watching the run. TSA responded to the accusations on the SDA forums, which I'll now read a portion of. I did not cheat at speedrunning or fake runs ever. I had to listen to a bunch of Zelda speedrunners explain how my item drops and other inconsistencies prove I used what they called splicing and saving quit to make what amounts to a segmented run masking as a single segment. This is not true, and I'm going to give you the full explanation of why this is so. As I explained to Radix 6+ years ago, back then I did not have a good PC or capture card. I could not capture beyond a certain time limit. Too many of my runs would end because of a capture issue, and I was fed up. Yes, I could have used VHS or DVD, but I was convinced by SDA people back then that capture cards were the way to go. So just throwing SDA under the bus for no reason. Before I ever submitted to SDA, I submitted all my runs to VHS and CAM on Twin Galaxies. No way I could have cheated with the setup they required. It was all in one capture, on tape, with CAM footage to prove I played the game. My capture problems led me to ask Radix about a solution, which was allowed by him. It was to allow me to capture my runs in chunks. However, I would do multiple runs at a time. And this is where it gets good. And despite my best efforts, I now know segments from different attempts made it into the submission files to Radix. So somehow, even though he was trying his hardest, different segments just got mixed up and submitted as one run on accident. You can easily say that this means I picked the best segments and constructed better runs. And that is exactly what I'm saying. Ultimately, his runs were removed, and he quit speedrunning completely.
Oh, that was funny as fuck.
In 2014, a runner named Goron Guy was caught faking a 100% run of Majora's Mask.
Murder.
This really surprised me, not because he would try to cheat, but because of how terrible of an attempt this was. All he did was make up fake splits and then start his stream right near the end of the run. Another runner named Thiefbug called him out pretty much immediately, and Goron Guy admitted it was true. He wrote a pastebin in response in which he really never apologized and made a bunch of excuses for what he had done. This prompted a lot of criticism from the wider speedrunning community. He still streams consistently, and the good news is he hasn't cheated again to my knowledge, and after what he went through, I doubt he ever will. Frigate Secret Agent is possibly the most frustrating run in GoldenEye. There are 4 objectives you must complete, with objective A being rescue hostages. Freeing the hostages isn't enough, they need to be free and escape off the boat. The issue with this is hostages run around the boat randomly and almost never escape fast enough for a world record run with all objectives completed. At the beginning of 2011, the untied record for the run was 1 minute 1 second. Until a runner named Henning posted a time of 1 minute flat. The issue with this run, right here, as the level goes to fade out, Bond puts away the Phantom, but when entering the boat unarmed, he will always put away the PP7. This was evidence of a spliced end screen, and after examining more of his runs, it turned out he had cheated repeatedly for years. This led to Henning being permanently banned from the Elite and having all his times removed. Staying on the topic of GoldenEye, I spoke with another dirty cheater, our White Goose. Out of all the runners I reached out to, he was the only one willing to do an interview, so I thank you for your openness. Here's what he had to say about his faked runs.
Yeah, so I made them all at once, and it was like November 2007. 2 on Frigate 00. So there was first a 110, and then once I had it faked, I was like, oh, let's go all the way, and let's go 107 untied world record. There was a 101 Secret Agent, so it was 2 untieds, and then Frigate Agent 23, which is like a multi-tied record. And the thing with Frigate is like it's the level to fake, because a completed run looks the same as a failed run, right? You get to the end of you hop in the boat, you hope the hostage escaped as you were exiting the boat, and you splice on the cutscene and watch it fade out. Yeah. What I could have done is Game Sharked it, waited at the boat, jumped in at 107 with all objectives complete, and now I have like a viable 107 end screen that I can use to edit and whatnot. I mean, this is 10 years ago. The editing isn't as good either. I was too lazy. Just like found the number 7 on the end screen somewhere else, and I just like shopped it over the last digit, you know, and then I just mimicked the because the thing with GoldenEye that makes it a little bit easier is that it'll always say best
it's
time.
a roll. Never mind.
It'll say the time of the run, time, and then best time. So if I did get a legit 107 fail,
it's not centered.
I could just copy paste that portion of the end screen onto the best time part and make it look legit, right? So that's all I did, and I did that for all. That was my standard practice for all of them. It was like the end screen obviously was static, right? So nowadays people do a lot of like movement on the end screen, not necessarily to prove it's not fake. But that's kind of where it stemmed from, to like, it was kind of like a show of like, oh, look, I can move my cursor on the end screen. It's clearly not a shopped end screen. But at the time, the moderators and admin were the guys, I always talk about these guys, Endgamer and Commissar, who like really didn't care about GoldenEye, didn't care about the rankings. They just wanted to like, they were kind of hoping the site was going to die, and they would just kind of have it a hangout to watch NFL and play poker and that kind of stuff. And that's actually part of the reason why I made the fakes, because I wanted to like motivate people to like take action and like kind of make rules and stuff, because they weren't going to do that any other way. So I had to kind of play devil's advocate and take drastic action. Eventually, after like
shit was in him.
Weeks of a firestorm in the forums, I think they made a poll that was like, oh, what should we do with Goose? Should we ban him? I think my times page was frozen for like a month or two, and I kind of took 2 or 3 months off of GoldenEye. And then when I came back in late January or so, I posted like a legit untied record. And I wouldn't say all was forgiven, but we moved on from there, yeah.
Chibi is best known for his couch commentary at SGDQ 2014, but he also has a decent-sized following of his own on Twitch. During 2015, he started speedrunning Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Here, you can do a frame-perfect jump to make it onto this ledge, which saves a significant amount of time. To perform the skip with a normal jump, you need to enter the fight at the exact peak of Mario's jump. If you're off by 1 frame, this will not work. If you watch Chibi's first jump, you can see he loses a little bit of height before entering the fight. That means there's no way he could possibly get the skip at this point. But Chibi had used an action replay to give his jump extra height, so even with the lost height, he was still able to make it onto the ledge. An expert in the game, past Maleo, was watching in chat and knew something wasn't right, so he confronted Chibi, and he admitted to what he had done. Chibi later responded to this, and you can tell he's learned his lesson. I don't think Chibi's a bad guy, and this was just an honest mistake. Approximately 1 year ago, a user named Flying posted a San Andreas run for the time of 4 hours, 1 minute, and 13 seconds. Someone named KZ made a video showing how he used both splices and scripts during his run. If you guys want to watch his video, it will be in the description. While it's pretty easy to splice any game, scripts are generally only used for PC games. What they allow you to do is run exact inputs so you can get perfect gameplay. This is similar to how people create tool-assisted speedruns, except they're mixed in with normal gameplay to make it look like a legitimate run. The most obvious evidence of scripts is during this section. Watch how quickly and perfectly he lines up his first few targets. It doesn't look like a human being moving a mouse at all. But if you have any doubts, look at the shots he fires a few seconds later,
and it's fine.
He turns the script off.
It's just
much
really
more
cool,
fluid.
and it's
you
not
can tell
for a
these shots
leaderboard.
were made by a human. And here you can see an obvious place. First, notice the time in the top right is 10:18 as he goes to save. He clicks save, and then there are 3 frames where the game is fading back in. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. Notice the direction he's facing, and that the clock is still at 10:18. Now we go to the very next frame, and it's not even close. The splice is clear as day. I never found an official response from him, and he since disabled ratings and comments on his video, which is always a sign that someone is hiding something. Just a week ago, it was discovered that ExoSDA's 2012 speedrun of Super Meat Boy in 1839 was spliced. This surprised many because this run stood for over a year right around when speedrunning was really taking off, so it was this run that inspired many of those who run Super Meat Boy today. Between level transitions, the Bandage Girl icon will appear in the lower left-hand side of the screen. Her arm animation runs on consistent 40-frame cycles. She holds her arms up for 20 frames and then down for 20 frames. Now, the number of frames she stays on screen varies. For example, entering a level, you you may only see her hold her hands down for 15 frames. That means the next time you see her, she'll hold her hands down for only 5 frames before putting her hands up again. When the moderators discovered this, they made these tables analyzing many high-profile runs. This table shows data from the current top 5 runs. You can see all the values add up to 20 up and 20 down. Now if we look at Exo's run, you'll see it isn't close at all, and clear evidence of tampering. Now let me read you his response. Back when I was running Super Meat Boy, my goal was to get published on SDA, which required footage that wasn't just the stream recording. However, I ran into a lot of trouble recording that footage with Fraps. The main issue was that the game and the recording would freeze at random intervals for up to 10 seconds after some minutes due to the awful PC I had at the time. This led to me not being able to record full runs of the game I ended up working on almost every day for about a year in total. Restarting the recording mid-run wasn't an option, as that led to the game stopping as well, usually for even longer periods of time. After countless runs being ruined by these random freezes, I simply had enough and ended up stopping the game and Fraps after every chapter just to be able to record a full run. As I was reading this, I noticed this was extremely similar to the excuse that TSA made years earlier, so I guess great minds think alike. As soon as I made a mistake that I felt was reset worthy, I stopped the recording and deleted the save game to start from the beginning. This is of course the critical part where you either believe me or you don't, and I don't. After this discovery, obviously Exo's run was removed, and all runs must now display the Bandage Girl icon in the corner of the screen. Alright, now with everything I've learned, I'm going to attempt something which may make some people mad. I'm going to make my own spliced run and see if I can get it verified on speedrun.com. I'm going to make a fake Ocarina of Time any % run because it's short and easy. I've split the run up into different segments between each loading zone. I'm going to make sure there are no pause screen irregularities like with TSA's run. I've also kept careful track of my heart and rupee counts to make sure they stay consistent between segments. Okay, now I've recorded each segment I needed. This run's pretty bad for a spliced run in 1804. I just slapped this together quickly, but it's still better than anyone should be able to get for their first run, so I'm hoping this sets off a lot of red flags on a new account. I made one big mistake, and that is my left channel of audio went out during the recording of my final segment, so I condensed both audio channels down to one. If anything gets me caught, it'll probably be this mistake, but I think I can still slip through. I've made sure each segment is spliced frame perfectly, so there should be no way to tell the run is fake from the video alone. Now I'm going to export the audio into Audacity, use the noise removal function to remove all the background hum. Now I'm going to re-import the audio and overlay my own uninterrupted mains hum to cover up any evidence of splicing in the audio. Here's an example of a splice with no other editing, and here's what it looks like after using the noise removal and overlaying my own background hum. Now I'm going to export this whole clip and submit it to speedrun.com and see what happens. I was pleasantly surprised when I woke up this morning to see my run had been rejected for being too sketchy. I'm not really sure what that means, but they're not wrong, it is fake. I'd made the assumption they wouldn't scrutinize this run too thoroughly, but clearly I was wrong. So big props to the Ocarina of Time moderating team, and specifically Valiant Link for calling me out. At this point I feel kind of bad attempting this again since I already got shut down, but I'll throw one more run together and see what happens. Alright, I made another run in 1837, this time without any audio issues, and the frame rate stayed consistent throughout the run, and it did get verified on the leaderboard, so there you go, I am now a verified cheater. Even though I got shut down the first time, I do think my second run should be impossible to detect as a splice. And it really wasn't that hard, which makes me think with so many people who have already been caught, there are probably many more who haven't.
Hello ladies and gents, it's EasyScape. A few days ago, on June 30th, 2019, Caveira HD Games, a Brazilian YouTube live streamer, was speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories in the any % no RNG manipulation category. This was his first time speedrunning the game, so it was a massive surprise to everyone when he pulled out a 3 hour, 10 minute, and 38 second time, which would be a top 3 time on the leaderboards. Considering this was the no RNG manipulation category, that means in order to get a time like this, you would need to have a perfect combination of really good luck, as well as a ton of skill and good decision making. Not that it's impossible to get a good time with luck alone, but the worse your decision making is, means the more luck that is required to make up for it. The world record holder for any % with RNG manipulation is GFC, and in his opinion, Caveira isn't very experienced or knowledgeable about the game itself, and very consistently makes poor plays on almost every single duel. So the luck he was going to need was going to be insane, which it was. For instance, getting good cards in this game comes from winning duels, and the most powerful card you can get is a Meteor Black Dragon. Getting this card in your deck will make each duel much easier and save a lot of time in the run. Also because certain cards are so powerful, speedrunners will sometimes farm wins off weaker duelists to unlock them. Caveira decided to farm for some of the cards himself, and you'll never guess which one for, the Meteor Black Dragon. Almost every top level Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memory speedrunner would never ever farm for a card like this, unless it was a last ditch effort to save a run. But Kavera just goes for it, and not even against the Low Meadow Mage, which has the best drop rate for the card, but instead against Jono II, who has less than half the drop rate of Low Meadow Mage. A bold strategy for sure, but it pays off as Kavera gets the Meteor Black Dragon after only his 8th duel, a 0.39% chance. Later on he also wins Beast Sphinx from Shady with 0.98% odds, and Dragon Treasure from Isis with 1.5% odds in his first attempt each time. Well, you may have been able to guess from the title that this run was not performed legitimately, not because of the insane luck that Kavera received, because that technically could have happened to anybody, but there were some serious telltale signs that this was a cheated run. The first giveaway is that upon winning certain duels like the one with Shady, Kavera won the card Beast Fangs, and the card ID above it was 129, which is actually the ID for the card Nemoriko, which is a different card in Shady's drop table instead of the ID 308, which belongs to Beast Fangs. Also, when he wins Dragon Treasure, you can see another number behind the ID that normally isn't there. This is something that nobody has ever seen in the game before and only happens when using something like GameShark or Cheat Engine, and there are several occurrences of this happening throughout the run. To explain the second sign of cheating, we have to understand how Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories generates randomness, because once you understand how it works, you can start recognizing patterns. Basically, everything in Forbidden Memories is decided by what seed you perform a certain action on, and what your seed number is at certain times. Before starting the duel, you can look at the cards in someone's deck, look how they sort the deck, and then by looking at the order they draw their cards on, you can figure out exactly which seed number the duel ends on, which also determines which card you win. So by looking at all of this, we can figure out exactly which card should be won after every duel. And if someone wins a card other than what card they should win given the seed number, then that means some type of hack or cheat has been used. And in Kavera's run, his drops do not match what cards he should be winning. An example in his run is when he fights Tiana. During his fight, he should win Sinister Serpent at the end of the duel, however, instead he wins Fake Trap. And one last time, like I said before, the only way something like this ever occurs is when the game is modified in some way. As for the third piece of evidence, we'll get to this in a little bit. After Kavera achieved his third place time, he submitted it to the leaderboards, to which it was reviewed and rejected for the reasons I shared above. Following this, a Reddit thread was posted to our speedrun to make everyone aware of Kavera's cheating, as people taking advantage of the popularity of our hobby has been a huge issue in our community for a long time. GFC, the world record holder I spoke of earlier, responded to the Reddit post in Kavera's run on his YouTube channel, sharing his thoughts and the evidence he collected. So what is Kavera's response to all of this? All on the same day, he firstly denies that his run is faked. Who would have guessed? At the start of his stream, he saw that GFC was also live, so he encouraged his entire chat to go to his live stream to flame him, and directly linked GFC's stream. GFC was instantly hit with several hundreds of accounts, spamming his chat and leaving dislikes on his stream. GFC had no idea where this was coming from because, like I said before, he only made the 2 comments on Reddit and YouTube, and it wasn't like he was the only person making those comments. He wasn't even playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories that stream, and it wasn't until 7 hours into his live stream when the spam started. Kavera must have noticed that GFC was a world record holder, and also a much smaller channel, so he took advantage of the fact that he would essentially be helpless in this situation. In response, GFC decided to prove on stream that Kavera's run was indeed fake by showing the discrepancies with the Beast Fangs ID not being correct. He did manage to change a few people's minds, but Kavera's fans were relentless. Every time GFC streamed, a couple of people would come by to harass him, but he insisted that he wanted to be left alone, banned them, and moved on. But Kavera raided him again, and GFC had to ban hundreds of people to again tell them that he didn't care, and that he wanted to stream normally. But Kavera still had yet to give in. Several of GFC's videos now have hundreds of dislikes and comments, including his latest stream, which now has over 500 dislikes, and all he ever did was make those 2 comments and showed on his stream proof of Kavera cheating, and refused to get any more involved. This of course was the case before Kavera falsely copyrighted GFC when he showed the video of Kavera cheating. Yes, the short 20 seconds or so of footage that GFC shared of Kavera's stream on his stream got striked despite falling under fair use. Because of this, GFC can no longer stream on YouTube, which is his main source of income, until the strike is resolved. And if he were to receive 2 more strikes, he would lose his channel entirely. So in order to understand why Kavera would do all of this, we first need to understand the type of person he is. Kavera Games is a YouTube channel with 28,000 subscribers, but this isn't actually Kavera's first channel. Almost exactly 1 year ago, he was using a different channel with 200,000 subscribers. One day while he was live streaming, a girl stopped by his stream and said, "Oui, première vez no canal." Or in English, "Hey, first time on the channel." After receiving this message, Kavera decided to sexually harass the girl, telling her that one that says "oui" wants the dick, and raised his camera to make more erotic gestures. This was all in front of hundreds of people, who all decided to play along with the joke and harassed her as well. Allegedly, YouTube
That's
took this complaint
disgusting.
seriously and shut down his original channel. However, there was a rumor amongst his viewers that it was actually his ex-girlfriend who deleted the channel, but we cannot know for sure. I'm leaning towards believing that this was due to harassment because even if a YouTube channel is accidentally deleted, it can still be reinstated. If I had to guess, I think he blamed his ex so he could both A, let fewer people know about his harassment or what his
The
original ban
windows
was
on that are
for, and B,
bananas.
to shift the blame to the ex who probably didn't have a platform to defend herself. And it also really doesn't make sense for him to be so obsessed with this victim he harassed over a year ago if nothing happened to him as a result. And we 100% know that she did file a complaint. I mean, just a few days ago, I decided to check out his live stream because I wanted to see what he was all about. One of the first things he did was put on a shirt that read "OWE" on it, making fun of that girl, to which the entire chat chimed in with. He's also selling this merch on his YouTube channel for profit. But not only that, he also got the victim's face and name tattooed on him after his
What?
ban. Yes, literally tattooed. I've been trying to keep the victim's identity secret this entire time, but I think it's important to show the
Oh, this is
tattoo,
bananas.
just so you all understand who we are dealing with. Please do not seek out additional information about this person, they would like to be left out of this. Caveira breaks YouTube's terms of service all the time. Besides false copyright strikes and harassment, he regularly flashes his entire ass on stream for big donations. And although the implications are probably different, this is literally the same thing as being a cam model, which is completely fine to do, but Caveira, you cannot do that on YouTube, even with age restriction on. If you want to do porn, you gotta do it somewhere else. Oh. Looks like he already has. I mean, he literally has a pre-recorded clip of him turning around and showing his ass and plays it on stream every once in a while. Honestly, I've never considered having a hotkey on my computer to show my ass on livestream, but Caveira, you have inspired me. You're a true innovator. I wish I could say that there wasn't anything more, but
do it.
unfortunately, the worst has yet to come. While I was surfing around some of his unlisted streams, I found that at the start of one of them, he was on some sort of
I
not
was
safe
just
for work
curious if
website
they'd
for
come
YouTube
back.
videos and was watching some videos on stream. In one of the videos, the title makes it seem like the girl might only be 12 years old, to which Caveira responds, 12 years? And having an ass like that? It's not possible. Let me see what it's about. Then once he figures out that she isn't 12, which by the way, just because you know someone isn't 12, doesn't mean that they are of legal age, then he shows the video on his stream. Caveira does everything shy of nutting on his keyboard for 20 minutes, including screaming, "Look at this! Look at it, motherfucker!" And he swings his arm as if to slap the girl. I mean, he really watched two videos that were at most 5 minutes long each for over 20 minutes. And even brought what looks like to be his grandmother into the room to watch the videos, and later on some other people in his house, all while live to hundreds of people on YouTube. I also have a clip of someone messaging him what he announces to be CP, and Caveira's response to receiving it is laughter. And additionally laughs when a moderator in his chat offers to send the links out to people in the chat if they donated to the stream. I mean, this dude does some really weird stuff on his stream. Just yesterday, I tuned into his stream, and there was a video of what looks like to be his mother shooting him in the ass with an airsoft gun. Also, there's an entire live stream of what looks to be him talking with a stripper while she dances, and pretty much only that. No video games whatsoever. I mean, I've only been working on this video for 2 days, and this is everything that
This has
GFC
played
and I
for
were
us
able to find
before.
in that time.
I'm just
and we don't
letting
even
it
speak
run.
Portuguese. I can only imagine what all else he's done on other social media and on his other previous channels, as well as what things he might be doing off stream, if these are the kinds of things that he does while he's on it. Following the aftermath of Caveira's first run, he decided to speedrun the game again to prove his legitimacy. This time all of the card IDs matched up correctly, and he achieved a new personal best of 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. 5 minutes quicker than his run from 2 days prior, and a second place time on the leaderboards. Again, this run was rejected, and now Caveira wants proof that this run was also cheated, and insists that it is also legit. In efforts to prove his innocence, he decided to show his emulator game files, which exposed that he downloaded both GameShark and Codebreaker days before he did his first run, and the files were placed in his PlayStation 1 emulator folder, which leads to the third piece of evidence of Caveira cheating. And just because the card IDs actually match up this time, that doesn't mean this run is legit. Since like I said before, we can actually check the seed whenever he starts a duel to figure out exactly which cards he should receive. This time Caveira decides to farm for Meteor Black Dragon again, but this time from the Low Meadow Mage instead of Jono II, so at least he's learning. But when he received Meteor Black Dragon, based on the seed number, he was actually supposed to receive Weather Control. We can also look at the other cards he received as proof, like when he received Mammoth Graveyard from the Low Meadow Mage, when he was supposed to receive Jinzo number 7, based on his seed number. Caveira's main defense here is why would he cheat to receive a bad card like Mammoth Graveyard? That wouldn't make any sense. And this is true. But when you modify the game's drop chances, even if it's making it so one individual card like Meteor Black Dragon has a higher chance of dropping, it will still make it so that all of the drops are not what they should have been, even if the cards are good or bad. So we can confidently say that this second run is 100% cheated. After all this happened, GFC compiled all of the information and made a Reddit post to our speedrun, which amassed over 3,000 upvotes, and also meant a fair bit of backlash to Caveira, which prompted him to reach out to GFC to let him know that he didn't want to start a war.
Since we've watched this on stream together before, you're stuck with me doing that thing we do. Because we're going to come back for this and pay attention. And you're just coming here. I got a tinkle. I'm sorry, BRB.
Do it, Chad. Do what? No, fuck off.
Do what? Do what?
They want me to do the fucking voice, I think.
What voice?
The fucking...
Say welcome to the jungle.
I did it. Welcome to the jungle, guys. Today we have a crazy stream lined up. Nick just went out of the car. He went to go take a shit, dude. I can't believe it. There was shit coming out of his ass. I was gonna suck it up right off the floor. But then I told that sorry motherfucker, no, dude. No! Go take a shit in the bathroom right now! I am tired of this bullshit. Now I'm stuck in a fucking car with Melena and Kitty Cinderella, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, where is the content, dude? Only 46,000 views? Not enough fucking juicers in here, dude. L, dude.
No, I closed my eyes. Insanity. Dude, come on, help me. That, it is better in person. It's better in person. It sounds just like the way he said, Kitty Cinderella, that was perfectly accurate. Oh my god. That was perfectly accurate. That was insane. Like, I've always known you've been good at it, but that was like... That was like
Thank
creepy.
you.
That was insane.
Appreciate it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm warning you guys, by the way. They're selling out. Look, they're 40. Here, I can do it for you. No, he's the same height as me. He can't. X-Man. Bodyguard, help me.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else? Let me know.
So proud of himself right now.
Some dude just doodled on his sneaker in 5th grade and sold it for $1,000.
Yeah, but it was the gold Sharpie. Those are hard to find.
Oh my god, holy shit.
I can't really give you guys any proof, okay? But the main reason why I wanted to move back to Canada in the first place a month ago, before any of this even happened, okay? We were getting raided by the police station at rates that made absolutely fucking no sense. Almost every day, the police came to our house with a full squad because of, you know, fucking idiots, okay? And I was generally scared that I was going to die. And then it didn't make sense to me, and I got so scared I just said I just want to go home. I want to go back to Canada. So I started reaching out to all my friends in Austin, and I telling them about what was going on, and asked them what they thought about it. And then some other stuff happened that was even worse, way worse. And I was like, I just want to get the fuck out of here. My parents were worried for me or whatever. Because I'm not trying to play victim. I just feel like I don't have any other choice than to leak it. Otherwise people don't think that I'm serious about this.
XQCL.
It's like everybody keeps saying Kappa. Everybody keeps saying that they don't believe me. And I don't want to give the reward to the person who or the people that were doing that. But now I can't. My back is against the wall, and you know what? That's my fault because of all the giving shit. I mean, I had to fucking, you know, I had to give some sort of proof or some shit out of that. It's. The police here is very professional, and they're very smart, and they after the first big ass raid, they would give us like heads up or whatever, and they would like clear the house, whatever. And I found a way to remain on stream and not say anything at all, and nobody ever noticed anything different, and the stream always kept going. Every time it happened, they opened the doors, I gave a visual signal, and they cleared the rooms, and they cleared all the angles in the room. Make sure nobody was hidden, or nobody was hurt or harmed, so they could finish the house or whatever. And nobody ever noticed. It happened a crazy amount of times. It's I don't even know how many times it happened. Okay. Yeah, anytime that I looked to my left and I was like, yo, yeah, the food or whatever. Yeah, I mean, there was a fucking, you know, sometimes there was full fucking police squads. Well, I hate doing this because it makes me look like a victim, and I don't want people to defend me just because I'm a victim of something when it's completely fucking unrelated to gambling shit. But there you have it. XQCL. Okay, that's out of the way. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I deal with that shit, with that stuff. Guys, it happened a lot in the past, man. Like I deal with it fine. It's just that I didn't find I couldn't think of another good option on how to do things. So I would to me, going back to Canada was my only option. I just felt like it wouldn't stop, and at home it's way different. It's okay, and now it's really easy though. The place is really good, and it's all behind now. Where you go?
Bless you.
Interesting. You didn't mind picking on him when he was a small YouTube and Twitch live streamer, but once you realize how big our community was, now you want to bury the hatchet? Well, that's not even true either, because it wasn't even 10 minutes after sending that email that Caveira started making fun of GFC yet again, and went back on livestream talking about he could have gotten GFC 3 strikes on his channel if he wanted to. He also said things like, "I've never even bowled before, yet I still got a strike," continuing to make fun of GFC. I guess it makes sense that Caveira would know so much about YouTube's terms of service after losing his last channel, and now on the verge of losing this one. I mean, let's see if we can count all of the violations on one hand. Sexual harassment, cyberbullying, brigading, falsely copyright striking, ban evading, getting naked for donations,
requesting,
and maybe the CP he was sent on his phone wasn't real. We won't know because we couldn't see it, and honestly, I'm happy about that. But he still acted as if it were, and simply laughed at it. And moderators in his chat offered to send the links out if the chat donated money. And to be honest, just because he didn't say it himself, he still encouraged the behavior by laughing at it and allowing his moderators to say these things in his chat. If someone came by my live stream and saw I had an extremely racist chat, I wasn't doing anything about it, but I also wasn't participating in it, I would still be held responsible for what was taking place. And the same applies to Caveira. So I had a few goals when it came to making this video. You would have thought that exposing a speedrunner for cheating would have been reason enough, but that's not really my thing. I'd rather make videos that uplift this community, to teach more people about our culture, but I am the type of person that will stand up when I know somebody is being wrong. In this case, a member of our community was harassed and left jobless, all because someone else decided to cheat in a speedrun, and they were targeted because they happened to be the world record holder. So my main goal was to make sure that Caveira didn't get away with any of this, and that hopefully action would be taking place on his YouTube channel to make sure that he could stop monetizing his harassment. My second goal was to give support to GFC in a time where he needed the most and to help him get back on his feet. I'd really appreciate it if you guys didn't waste your time harassing Caveira after watching this video, because it isn't going to solve anything and just makes matters worse. Instead, let's just let things take their course and everything should come out alright. We still have no idea how long until GFC's copyright strike will be lifted, so to help him make up for it, I loaded this video with ads, and I'm going to give a big portion of this video's earnings to GFC to keep him on his feet. I would also encourage all of you to take that negative energy you have towards Caveira and put it into positive energy towards GFC. If any of you are interested in learning more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, or any of the other games that he runs, just hop in his chat and ask, and I'm sure he'll do more than help you out. GFC has been through a lot in this past week, and I'm sure the last thing he wants to talk about is this whole debacle. He's still able to stream on Twitch, which I believe he'll be doing until he can also stream on YouTube, which he usually does at the same time. So follow him there at GFC_, as well as GFC_ on YouTube. Direct links will be in the description. I really can't think of a better way to get back at Caveira than supporting GFC. Lastly, I want to end this video with a message to Caveira, because I know you're watching this. I just want to let you know that anything that happens to you after this video is posted is entirely your fault. And whether you accept it or not, you're going to take responsibility for your actions. You can't blame the victim you harassed over a year ago. You can't blame your ex-girlfriend. You can't blame GFC. And you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself. I hope that you can walk away with this and at least understand why people are upset and what you did was wrong. But I'm not sure if you'll ever be able to admit that you were in the wrong. So in that case, I was hoping you'd leave a little tattoo room for my face. I was actually thinking maybe a good spot could be on the right ass cheek and then GFC could be on the left one, so that anytime you get a big donation, you can just drop that ass and subliminally harass us for the rest of your life. Whatever you want to do. I mean, just to make this video, GFC and I had to look at a lot of ass. Can we just get a couple likes on this video just for doing that? Alright guys, that's it for this video. Hopefully I never have to make one of these videos again. If you guys enjoyed any of the speedrunning explanations I shared in this video, that's more in line with what this channel is actually about. And if you're interested in learning more about a plethora of different games, make sure you subscribe to my channel. It's the best way to get back at Caveira. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, also follow me on Twitch and Twitter. That will really show him. Alright guys, I'm kidding and done chilling out. More speedrunning related content will be dropping soon, and as always, I hope you have a beautiful life.
Sub 120!
Okay, that's cute. That makes up for all of it. That was adorable.
Sub 120!
Yeah, that's fucking adorable. I'm taking it. I don't want to do it this way. I just want to do it standard. Okay, cool. I just wanted smaller and easier to wield. That's all.
Hello everyone, it's Beescape, and welcome to the theoretical longest speedruns. It's been almost 4 years since EasyScape covered the top 10 longest speedruns, and today, I'll be covering even longer speedruns that would not only require hundreds, but thousands of hours of playtime. The longer speedruns in this video are based on segmented time, not real time, so you'll be in for a treat by the time we get to number 1. I don't want to spoil anything, so let's get right into the video, and I hope you all enjoy. First up is a true 100% run of Perfect Dark. On the Xbox Live Arcade version of the game, the normal 100% world record time is 2 hours and 4 minutes by Endeavor Gaming, and in this run, a player is required to complete the game on the Perfect Agent difficulty, unlock all cheats, and beat the duel. The Xbox Live Arcade version is faster than N64, but this gives us an approximation of how long this segment would take. The greatest portion of a true 100% run would be to get the perfect rank in Combat Simulator, which takes 300 hours, and this is because the game forces you to play this long as a requirement towards perfect rank. In order to achieve this rank during that time, a player would need to accumulate 18,000 kills, use 450,000 rounds of ammo, win 900 games, run a total of 9,000 kilometers, and more. It's reasonable that if you were to play at max efficiency, you could complete every single requirement before the time-gated requirement. Another large portion of the run would be spent completing all single-player challenges, and then completing them again in 2, 3, and 4-player mode, since the game keeps track of this. The current world record for all single-player challenges is 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 51 seconds by Big Boss Man. We can just assume it would take a player this amount of time at minimum for co-op challenges, so if you multiply Big Boss Man's time by 4, we get slightly above 6 hours for this section. However, this can all be done in 0 time in Combat Simulator, since these are Combat Simulator challenges. The rest of the run then requires a player to complete all device challenges and hollow training challenges, but this would only take 6 minutes, so at least this is the easy part.
Oh, this is
so if we add up everything in total, this entire run would take a minimum of 302 hours. Before we continue, I'd like to announce once again that EasyScape and I have partnered with Feeding America to help support COVID relief. For every $1,500 we raise, we will be creating speedrunning competitions over on EasyScape's second channel. The 2 new incentives that I am announcing today are the Captain Falcon SM64 ROM hack and Softlock % from the Gen 1 Pokemon games. If each and every one of you donated just $1, we would absolutely smash our goal. There will be a donation link in the description and in the pinned comment. Thank you. The second entry is going to be a quick refresher, and it's the 100% run of Baten Kaitos. This speedrun isn't quite theoretical since there is a run on the leaderboards, but it's still the longest completed speedrun of all time, so I chose to still include it. To clarify once again, the reason this speedrun is so long is because of an item called the Shampoo, which takes 2 weeks or 336 hours to evolve, meaning that it's impossible for this run to be beaten in any less time than that. The reason why this speedrun takes even longer is because items pause evolving while at menu, so you want to have quick menuing throughout the run. In addition, the game's final bosses need to be defeated, meaning a run will take a minimum of 338 hours. Boffin currently has the world record with a time of 339 hours, 17 minutes, and 19 seconds. What's more interesting about this speedrun is that Boffin's Twitch account was temporarily banned for 24 hours due to non-gaming content since he left the game idling all night as he slept. In 2016, Twitch had different policies towards being AFK, mostly because there were no IRL categories at the time. Boffin did a new run attempt in September of 2019, which died at day 5 because of a mistake, but as long as he put not playing on his dashboard while he was idling, there were no issues. Next up is the all achievements run of Europa Universalis 4, which would take at minimum 600 hours.
Oh my gosh.
What's interesting about this game is that it's limited by an in-game timer, so you cannot be sure that each achievement will be reached before the end of time. It starts on November 11th, 1444, incrementing one day at a time, and ends on January 2nd, 1821. Your game will just end here, no matter how the world looks, so there will probably be a lot of resets during some of the harder segments. The gameplay consists of taking control of one nation and commanding its army, navy, and all diplomatic actions. From there on, the future of your nation is up to you, for the most part. At first glance, this game looks incredibly complex and challenging. A runner of the game, Mikomar, shared with me that he played the game for more than 1,500 hours before he managed to do his first world conquest. Paradox Studios have ranked the achievements for this game from very easy to insane, but this is ranked purely by difficulty, not by time to complete. There's a total of 310, which means each achievement takes about 2 hours on average, but of course, some are significantly longer than others. Some of the lengthy ones include the 3 Mountains, which requires you to conquer the world by starting as the nation of Ryukyu. The achievement 1 Faith requires you to have all non-wasteland land provinces in the world be of your religion, and the Great Khan requires you to start as Mongolia or Great Horde and own the Chinese, Russian, and Persian regions. These alone can take anywhere from 15 to 20 hours each. As for the hardest achievements in a speedrun sense, it would be Eat Your Greens and True Heir of Timur, since they have very strict in-game timer-based cutoffs, so you have to find the perfect balance of optimized and fast gameplay. Also, if you were to do an all-achievement run, it has to be on Iron Man, which means that you can't use console commands to cheat, you can't use mods, and your game will overwrite your current save every 3 months. So you can't save before a war and just load your save file if it went badly. So for those up to the challenge, Mikomar wrote a 61-page route for this run, and I'll link it in the description. Even if you have zero interest in running the game, I'd still recommend just looking at it to see the sheer amount of routing and detail. Next up is a 100% run of Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town, and it's estimated to be at least 610 hours long. 50 of these hours would actually be spent by playing a different Harvest Moon game, A Wonderful Life. In this game, there are 49 tasks to do, such as befriending people, fishing, gaining a certain amount of money, and so on. For each of these 49 tasks, you have to connect A Wonderful Life to Friends of Mineral Town with the Game Boy Advance to GameCube Link cable, and throw an item to the goddess on Friends of Mineral Town. If you connect 49 times after meeting the requirements on A Wonderful Life, the goddess will give you a seaside cottage, which is a requirement for this run. Another 40 hours would be spent catching all fish, obtaining all the tools, obtaining all the recipes and power berries, unlocking the mountain cottage, and much more. The remaining 520 hours is to earn 100 million gold, which is the exact amount to purchase the townhouse. Based on calculations, the best way to earn this much gold is purely by betting on horse races, which are held on the 18th of spring and fall every year. When betting on them, you'll spend around 16k gold each year for medals, which you use to buy brooches. They sell for 2k each, and on average, this earns about a net profit of 135,869 gold per year. So to unlock the townhouse, 736 years of time will need to progress in-game. If you run the game on Wii U Virtual Console, which provides for the fastest load times, the horse races take about 18 minutes of real time to complete, and in order to get to the next year as quickly as possible, you will need to sleep in-game for about 24 minutes and 20 seconds real time. This means that about 236 hours are spent betting on horse races, and 284 hours are spent sleeping. Imagine finally retiring in a townhouse at the ripe age of over 736 years old. This list wouldn't be complete if there wasn't an Animal Crossing game on here, so up next is a 100% run of Animal Crossing New Leaf. The first hurdle in this run would be to pay off all debts, which relies on a glitch only present in version 1.0 of the Japanese release of this game. The current standing world record for this is 1 hour and 32 minutes, but the glitch setup is inconsistent and can vary wildly. The next part of the run would be to complete the museum, which requires a runner to get every single fish, bug, fossil, and crazy red painting. Like other Animal Crossing games, the fish and bugs are tied to the in-game days, seasons, and weather, so on average, it's said that this alone would take around 11 hours, which also accounts for the purely RNG fish, bugs, fossils, and paintings. The next achievement would be all shop upgrades, with the first one being the Nook upgrade. This requires a runner to pay off the first debt, spending 12,000 bells or obtaining 15 items from the shop, letting 10 days pass, spending 25,000 bells and letting another 10 days pass, spending 50,000 bells and letting 21 days pass, then finally spending 100,000 bells and letting 30 days pass. After this, you would need to pass Gracie's fashion check, where you have to put together an outfit based on a theme, a total of 4 times. In addition to this, upgrading the Able Sisters fashion shop, the fortune teller shop, and Roost Cafe would likely take around 2 to 3 hours. The next achievement would be to obtain all furniture. On the GameCube version of Animal Crossing, you're able to use the secret code system to effectively obtain all the items. This isn't an option in New Leaf, which means a runner would have to obtain the final Nook shop upgrade, giving them access to the greatest amount of items per day. A runner would then have to constantly time travel to refresh the shop and hope that new items they haven't yet obtained are available. Since most categories disallow multiplayer, the only way to complete this would be to flat out brute force it. It's thought that all furniture could take a player anywhere from 55 to 80 hours. So far, we're at about a minimum of 95 hours for the run, but the final challenge is to add on a minimum of 500 hours because of the gold badge that requires 500 hours playtime. All gold badges would be the final challenge of this run, and if we assume a runner had a blistering pace, all gold badges could be obtained before the 500-hour time-gated one. For all my Desert Bus fans out there, we have 99 playthroughs or max percent, which would take a player roughly 792 hours to complete. According to a task videos post back in 2009, the maximum number of points you can get is 99, and you get 1 point by driving a bus from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada in real time at a maximum speed of 45 miles per hour. Once this is completed, a player will get an option to make the return trip to Tucson for another point, and this decision must be made within a few seconds, or else the game ends. Each trip takes about 8 hours, and it's impossible to tape down a button to go do something else and have the game end properly. If the bus veers off the road, it will stall and be towed back to Tucson, also in real time. There is also no pausing whatsoever, so you're forced to babysit the game indefinitely, which means that it would be impossible for a single player to achieve a score of 99 because you would be required to stay up for 792 hours straight. To put this in perspective, the world record for the longest time awake without the use of drugs is 264.4 hours, held by Randy Gardner, which was set back in 1964. Imagine he played this game back then, he would have only been 1/3 into the run. Also, the online charity gaming marathon called Desert Bus for Hope, where volunteers pilot the game based on the amount of donations, is still popular more than ever. Their most recent event, held in 2019, raised a record-breaking $864,415, and the volunteers bussed for 162 hours.
Wow.
Next up is Monster
Metal.
Hunter Freedom Unite, which is an expansion of the original Monster Hunter Freedom 2, and has more missions, equipment, and of course, monsters. A 100% run of the game is completing all quests,
I kinda miss
unlocking
Monster
all
Hunter,
awards
by
and
the way.
titles,
We might
and
play
collecting
later
all
on.
max
Old
level
one.
armor and weapons.
Not the new one.
The speedrunning community for this game has agreed that all 406 quests in the game would take roughly 200 hours, but for everything else on top of that, would take an additional 700 hours, so at least 900 in total. Most quests in the game can be completed anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes each, but most of the time in the run would be spent farming for better equipment, with item drops for equipment being RNG. With the high level weapons and armor, the plate and gem drops needed to craft them can be as low as a 2% chance to acquire. There are also gathering quests that are solely RNG, so with overall luck taken into account, the 200-hour benchmark for questing seems accurate. As for weapons specifically, upgrading them can be visualized as a tree. If we take specifically bows for example, there's one called Wild Bow 1. If you upgrade it 7 times, you get the Jungle Bow 2, which would be the most powerful bow out of the Wild Bow series. This process is required for tons of other weapons such as great swords, long swords, and hammers to name a few.
We can be
the
shitty.
highest level armor in the game is G level, and this is subdivided between Blade Master and Gunner, which basically means melee and ranged armor respectively. The highest rarity is tier 10, and just like weapons, there are a lot of them. Awards take a fair bit of time, and on paper, the gold medal achievement is one of the longest to grind since it requires you to complete all of the 6 to 8 star rated quests. Collecting monster crowns, which are given for defeating the smallest size and largest size of a specific monster, would theoretically take longer because the sizes that a monster spawns at is RNG. You can collect these throughout the speedrun, but if the RNG is bad, there might be a long grind ahead of you. As for titles, there are over 400 to unlock, which range from slaying a certain amount of specific creatures to earning 1 million guild points.
Not even a
to
panic
put everything
roll.
into perspective, there is a video that was posted back in 2011 of a player showing off their 100% guild card. In the first few seconds of the video, we can see their playtime, which was almost 1200 hours. So in a segmented speedrun, this run could totally be completed in as little as 900. Next up is an all messages run from Super Smash Bros. Melee. There are 60 messages in the game which range from unlocking stages, characters, and game modes. But by far, the absolute Chad message to unlock is 1 million versus mode matches. I'm not kidding, this is hard-coded in the game. The quickest way to complete a single versus mode match is by playing on stamina mode as Falco and side Bing into the death plane on the stage flat zone. The way to make this process even faster is by unlocking the random stage additional rule, which is done by unlocking all stages in the game. If you choose just flat zone to be played upon hitting start on the character screen, you'll skip the stage selection screen and therefore save a little bit of time between matches.
I rolled early.
At best, a single versus mode match takes
Am I
roughly
not nervous?
6.12 seconds, and 1 million of these would take roughly 1700 hours. As for the other 59 messages
not
in the
hit
game,
poison,
the
but I've hit
250
rotten
trophies
frost.
message would take the longest, but nowhere near the versus mode one. NCB 1221 was the first person to complete an all trophies run in 61 hours, but he has since rerouted the category and the new estimation is about 24 hours. You'll essentially unlock every other message in the game by additionally completing a
didn't put
near
poison-
all trophies
poison on
run
this.
simultaneously, therefore bringing the total amount of hours to a minimum of 1,724.
It's a silly thing I
Now
do
this is where
sometimes.
time estimated can start taking massive leaps. This is a game called Anti-Idol, and the run in question is to get level 9001, complete all 666 achievements, and get S rank in every quest. The core gameplay is a hub game with 3 currencies of varying difficulty to obtain, and sub-games based around popular game tropes that reward you currency back in the hub game. Here we have the button machine, and all you do is click it. It rewards regular coins, which can be used to purchase features such as the arcade or the fishing minigame. Or there's the stadium, where you compete in races which additionally reward green and blue coins, which are used to purchase upgrades and items in the mystery shop respectively. You can ascend when you hit over level 9000 in the hub game, and there are varying difficulties unlocked when you start prestiging with the ascensions. The real difficulty in the run would undoubtedly be the S ranks in every quest. Some S ranks require physical challenge and the ability to master arcade games like a Minesweeper clone and Pong. Others require immense amounts of time and active gameplay to complete the fastest way, for example, defeating each of the 500 monsters in the battle arena 10,000 times for a level 2000 bestiary and taming each of those monsters as allies. A full completion would also ascend 1000 times. TI Kevin 83 worked with some core Anti-Idol players to estimate that these battle arena tasks would take a minimum 1100 hours, and he's played the rest of the game to know that the various other requirements could easily take another 1000 hours, bringing the total time of this speedrun to at least 2100 hours. For an even harder challenge, the bestiary can go an additional 1000 levels to 3000, with closer to 10,000 hours of play, and a player named Phantom Wolf 13 is known to have actually played for more than a year to grind out this potential category. For this next entry, I'm nowhere near qualified to talk about this, so settled, take it away.
The next speedrun on this list is obtaining a max cape on the Ultimate Iron Man game mode in old school RuneScape. In late 2018, I completed my 7,000 hour journey to achieve just that. For those unfamiliar, a max cape is earned by reaching level 99 in all 23 skills. To put this in perspective, a player could do this efficiently in less than 2,200 hours on a normal, unrestricted account. There's a few ways to restrict and challenge yourself in the game, and that's by choosing to play as an Iron Man. A regular Iron Man is not allowed to trade other players, but Ultimate Iron Man, additionally, can't use the banks in the game. The challenge of this game mode is to progress your account while only using the 28 spaces provided in your inventory, whereas a bank has over 800. However, there are some ways around this, such as using a looting bag or death abusing certain bosses for additional storage. With this disadvantage, a majority of the 23 skills are suddenly completely changed from how they're usually trained. Just to put one skill in perspective, let's take Herblore, which is by far the most challenging to achieve level 99 in. A normal account could achieve level 99 Herblore in under 40 hours, given that the player has enough gold to fund the skill beforehand. But in this game mode, you're basically training Herblore from your first breath to your funeral bed. Since you're not able to buy necessary herbs and secondary ingredients, you have to collect them all
Where?
yourself, with limited space.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost impossible to calculate
Second
how
to
long
bottom.
this skill truly takes. Even though most of it can be passively trained through farming, a majority of Ultimate Iron Men don't finish the skill until they're very close to maxing. Earlier this year, one of the Jagex moderators tweeted an image that shows the fastest times to achieve max total in every game mode on RuneScape, and they can be thought of as the current records. The fastest ever unrestricted account to max all 23 skills took 89 days and 20 hours of playtime, while the fastest ever Ultimate Iron Man took 206 days and 10 hours, just barely under the 5,000 hour mark, which is a record currently held by Hockey. Even though this challenge has been completed, it's still theoretical, since there hasn't been a person who has obtained a max cape while trying to do it in the most efficient way possible. Since the game is constantly evolving, the time it takes to max only decreases, and for a while it was thought that the absolute minimum playtime to max an ultimate is probably around 4,100 hours. But thanks to a few new in-game updates and method optimizations over time, the total might be less than 4,000 hours now. Just to put everything in perspective once again, this game mode came out on October 13th of 2014, nearly 6 years ago, and there are only 36 players in the world with a maxed account.
Thank you, Settled. And before we talk about the number 1 entry on this list, I'd like to give out an honorable mention. The honorable mention for today's video is the 100% no B-spec speedrun of Gran Turismo 4. A run such as this had never been attempted, but a group of 4 friends successfully completed it on April 7th of this year. The speedrun involves completing every license test, race, and driving mission without using B-spec, a mode where the player coaches an AI-controlled driver while it races on their behalf. If you want to 100% the game without having to drive for hours at a time, you can put your B-spec driver in an overpowered car and just leave your console on. This is useful since there are 3 24-hour races in the game, so you can either do it on your own and pause to take breaks, or use B-spec, which is what I would see most players doing. So with a group of 4 people to tag in and out, it wasn't uncommon to see one person at the wheel for many hours at a time. And when I say at the wheel, I literally mean at the wheel. There's actually a Pastebin FAQ that the runners made which describes the reason for doing this, which states, "We're dumb, we're quarantined for 3 weeks, nobody has ever completed this category before, let alone routed it, and we figured we might as well be the first, and we're all racing game fans, and they say run the games you love, right?" This game was all over the speedrun subreddit, and for good reason. It's one of the most interesting speedruns. This speedrun clocked in at a time of 230 hours, 35 minutes, and 51 seconds. I'd like to congratulate the runners, Tyler, Sean, Jonah, and Paul. You guys are legends.
Like, actually, though?
The final entry for today is a true 100% run of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. In a standard 100% run, a runner must obtain 689 out of the 722 cards in the game. There was actually a new 100% world record that was set on May 23rd with a time of 72 hours and 34 minutes. So the question is, how come the other 33 cards aren't obtained in the run? To start off, there are 2 cards that are impossible to obtain on the non-Japanese version of the game, Dark Magic Ritual and Magician of Black Chaos. However, if you play in the Japanese version of Forbidden Memories with a Pocket Station, you can obtain these 2 cards. Yet again, another weird version difference between NTSC and JP. Now as for the other 31 cards, it would be absolutely insane to obtain these without cheating. Most of these cards require 999,999 star chips to purchase, but 3 of those 31 cards have special exceptions. A good example would be the card Chakra. This card itself is unobtainable, but you can buy the cards you need in order to ritual summon it, so therefore Chakra technically does become obtainable if you have max star chips, just not directly purchasable. The other 2 cards are Javelin Beetle and Harpy Lady Sisters. Javelin Beetle can be ritual summoned, and Harpy Lady Sisters can be obtained through fusing Harpy Lady, another max star chip card. Technically you can buy Harpy Lady Sisters for max star chips, but since the game will keep track of this card if it's fusion summoned, there's no need to purchase it. Therefore, a total of 28 cards would need to be purchased from the shop for max star chips in a true 100% run. The fastest way to obtain this many star chips would be to achieve S rank on duels, with each duel awarding 5 star chips. If we do some quick math, this means that 200,000 duels would need to be completed to purchase 1 card. On average, 1 duel takes around 1 minute to complete, so to purchase 1 card, it would take around 3,333 hours. But let's say we break the rules of the standard 100% run and allow for memory card duplication and trading. You would be able to effectively purchase all 28 cards with 1 set of max star chips. If this is
Why?
done, a true 100%
shit.
run with trading would take at
This.
minimum 3,400 hours. But let's say we go balls to the wall and don't allow for duplication or trading. Let's take 3,333 hours and multiply that by 28 cards. Also, let's add in the time of 72 hours for standard 100%, and we get a whopping total of 93,396 hours. This would take a player 3,891.5 days, segmented time of course. Let's say you want to spend the rest of your life trying to do this legitimately, and you dedicate 8 hours of your life every day to grinding duels. Since there are 24 hours in a day, the RTA time would be triple the segmented time. If a person did this, it would take them a total of 31.98 years real time. I'll see you guys when I'm 55 years old. Alright, this marks the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, leave a like on it, it helps us reach recommended. With an ambitious project like this, I want to give a big thank you to everyone that provided me with information for each of these games. They're all listed in the description. I imagine that there are even more theoretical speedruns that I might have missed, and if you know of any, leave them down in the comment section. This list wasn't limited to the ones featured, and I would totally be down to make a part 2 if you guys would like to see it.
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
fine.
enjoying the content EasyScape and I
This
put
is-
out,
this is
subscribe to the
reasonable.
channel for more speedrunning related content. That's it from me today. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
My only gripe is it's medium load and not light, but we can manage.
Hello ladies and gents, it's EasyScape, and welcome to the top 10 largest bounties in speedrunning. But before we get into it, I want to tell you all about a $1,000 speedrunning competition hosted by Chop Chop Games for their newly released Steam game, Minecraft. Minecraft is an indie 2D platformer which describes itself
It's
as a
good in
crossover
PvE.
between Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Meat Boy, and has a
Speaking
control
of.
scheme of Angry Birds. You move Minecraft around by clicking behind him with different angles, and you'll be surprised by how much control you have, how well the game carries momentum, and just how difficult this game is. All rules for the competition will be listed in the description, and they are also this video's sponsor, so any purchases made with the affiliate link in the description will not only be at a discounted price, but will be going to support this channel, and used to help afford videos like donating to casual streamers. Also, top 10s on this channel are done by Bscape now, so I'll let him take it away.
Hello everybody, it's Bscape, and welcome to the top 10 largest bounties in speedrunning. Over the last few years, bounties have grown in popularity in the speedrunning community. People are willing to spend money just to see games be pushed to their limit. Bounties generally include breaking a world record in a specific game, or discovering a glitch and or skip that might save time in a speedrun.
Oh, it's gotta
The
be
price
this
tag on
one.
these bounties can range
Oops.
anywhere from a
Okay.
couple hundred to thousands of
forgot it
dollars.
is.
In today's video,
Bro,
we're
I
going to
forget where
explore these
everything
bounties
is.
and what it takes to beat them. At the time of this video's recording, these are all active bounties,
Hi.
not completed ones. I hope you enjoy.
Hi y'all. Hope y'all
At
are
number
having a
10,
good
we
day.
have Borderlands 2. There are 4 playable characters in this game: Zero, Maya, Axton, and Salvador. In
Why
the
am I
DLC
wielding
for this
this?
game, you can
Oh, 'cause
unlock
I
2
want
additional
to.
characters, Gage and Craig. Each character has its own pros and cons, but when ranking them and how optimal they are for speedrunning, Gage takes the lead. Therefore, the main category for this game is any percent with DLC playing as
Curved
Gage.
is so
The
good.
best time for this game currently sits just below 2 hours at 1 hour,
Why is that
59
one not
minutes,
lit?
and 20 seconds. Over halfway into the game, you encounter something known as the Control Core Angel. It's essentially a 5 to 6
to go
minute
back
auto-scroller and can only be sped up by killing enemies as they spawn or by skipping dialogue with other dialogue.
Skibbity.
Over half the time in this area is standing around waiting for characters to move or injectors to spawn. So if there was a way to spawn the injectors faster, a large portion of this encounter would be cut out due to waiting. The Borderlands 2 community has theorized ways to skip this encounter for years,
Oh,
but
no.
to no avail. One of their main theories involves a cutscene that plays after Control Core Angel that brings your character back to Sanctuary, the main hub. The cutscene actually takes place inside the CCA map on a platform within it, high above in the air. The theory is to get to that platform in some way to trigger the cutscene early, which would skip the entire encounter. A geared Salvador can barely make it, but the cutscene won't trigger. There could still be another way to make it to this platform. They also thought they could try to find the injectors out of bounds, but with some cheat engine checking, it turns out they don't spawn until the moment they appear on the map. The last theory is if something can be done with dialogue skipping, which as mentioned before, does speed up the area slightly, but there hasn't been any dialogue found that could do something beyond what's already expected to happen. As a bonus theory, someone found a way to spawn the hitboxes of the electric pillars early, which was somewhat odd and could potentially lead to something eventually. A bounty was placed on Borderlands 2 for up to $150 for figuring out a way to skip the injectors in CCA. There's 3 injectors, so $50 a piece. In the description, you will find the Reddit thread for this bounty, which will also include save files already at the Angel fight. To claim this bounty, there must be full video evidence and a very detailed list of exactly what was being done, including what dialogue was occurring. Basically, it needs to be reproduced without much hassle. There's also some tips in the Reddit thread for people who don't speedrun or maybe have never played the game. Skip the injectors, earn some cash. At number 9 we have Thousand Arms. This game mixes elements of Japanese role-playing and dating simulator video games. The antagonists, known as the Dark Acolytes, are on a mission to find the 5 legendary sacred flames. The game's main protagonist, Mize, has been chosen to find the flames before the Dark Acolytes do. However, to increase the power of his weapons, Mize must have the help of a woman and increases his intimacy level with her by going out on dates. Along his journey, he meets a colorful cast of characters, including girls to date and allies to join his party. Yes, you heard all of that correctly. The speedrun for this game is on the longer side and is about 11.5 hours long. Professor Palmer is the only runner, router, and tester of the game, and he would like some help to optimize the game further. He's offering a $200 bounty to anyone who discovers a glitch, bug, or sequence break that can make the speedrun faster. And this is not a one-time $200 bounty either, it's $200 for each finding in the game. He's compiled a list of things that would make the game faster. They range anywhere from leveling quickly, obtaining items early, or damage and skill manipulation. There's other possibilities for skips or glitches, and the Reddit thread linked for this game will be in the description. Both emulator and hardware are allowed to be used in the discoveries as long as the setup is consistent in RTA, or in other words, a live speedrun. He stated this is a bounty that will stay open and can be claimed by multiple people if multiple glitches and setups are found for different things. At number 8 we have Quest for Glory Shadows of Darkness. It's an adventure / role-playing video game hybrid with the point-and-click interface for most computer games in the early 90s. Despite the game's reputation for having bugs, and the fact that the player begins the game 2 rooms away from the final battle, it ironically remains the only game in its series without a major sequence breaking glitch for speedrunners to use. With this being said, there are a few possibilities for skips. First, let's look at what the normal any % speedrun is. You start the game, on day 3 Dr. Cranium's plot finishes, on day 5 the Gypsy plot starts and finishes,
Morning.
On day 6 the Vampire Girl is saved, and on day 7 and 8 the game is completed. Key items
How are
absolutely
you?
necessary to complete the game include 5 rituals and 1 Staff of Arana. The first possible skip would involve warping into the final room, however it's not that simple. Because if it were possible to get into the final room, the Staff of Arana would be needed, but it's only received right before the endgame begins. Because of this, there would need to be a way to glitch the item into your inventory to then proceed with a room warp. This would cut the entire game from roughly
How was
26
it?
minutes
You okay?
to about 3 or 4 minutes. Obtaining the staff is non-negotiable in the final room as far as the community can tell, because the last thing you do to complete the game is use the staff on the final item. The second possibility of triggering the endgame early is by saving the little vampire girl Tanya, which gives your character access to the staff and also triggers the events of the endgame. However, this is normally done on night 6. And to trigger the dialogue options that allow her to be saved, you need a doll in your inventory as well as knowledge of the Destiny spell learnt from the Gypsy camp. If there was a glitch that could be used to trick the game into thinking you know the Destiny spell early, about 10 minutes could be shaved off the run. The final theorized skip,
Why
and the
not
one
have
that's most
poison
likely
one?
to exist,
Wow.
is to glitch into the Gypsy camp
That's
early.
bananas.
However, it cannot be accessed until day 5 at the
I mean,
earliest. In addition,
could.
there is an invisible wall that blocks your character's pathing. But beyond that
Kinda.
invisible wall, a door to the inside of a wagon exists. This was confirmed with debug scripts, and if you activate them, you can warp your character into the loading area, which allows you to trigger later dialogue as if you already had completed that section. This would also trigger the ending on night 4 or 5, but compared to saving the vampire girl early, would add the Gypsy camp events. The only problem is getting past that invisible wall. If this was possible, about 5 minutes would be saved in the any % run, and possibly more in 100%. There are other possibilities of potential skips for this game, and there will be a paste bin linked in the description. There is a $250 bounty if some sort of sequence break to the endgame is found, and Mr. PR Miller from the Quest for Glory community is very likely to give a bonus. He also stated that if multiple people find multiple ways of skipping the early game, he will pay out multiple times. He runs all the games in the Quest for Glory series, and would love to see Shadows of Darkness pushed further. At number 7 we have Fallout 4. The main category for this game is any % full game, and the world record is currently held by Tomato Anus with a time of 39 minutes and 45 seconds.
Such a good
Tomato Anus
username.
posted a video back in July of
So fucking
2018
based.
announcing bounties
Let's
for
go.
Fallout 4. The first bounty is referred to as the terminal no-clip glitch. It's
love
caused
it.
by exiting
Best
a terminal
name.
a certain way, and the result is being able to
Where's
fly
its stock
around,
one?
clipping through any
Where the fuck is
boundaries.
this?
There is a video of this glitch being performed, however no one in the Fallout
Just take it
community
off?
knows how to replicate it. The guy behind the video, Mercenary Snake,
there we
stated that
go.
he exited a terminal and then he was able to fly around.
Yo, so I found out Piercing Blade has a similar move with its backstep to Thrusting Sword. Sorry, not a similar. Let me just show you, okay?
How to recreate
Here.
this. There was also another member in the community who somewhat recreated this glitch, but instead of interacting with the
Little
terminal,
taps?
they stood
No.
up from a bench inside
Hold.
of the Institute. However, there was
Edward,
no video
do a
footage of
thing.
this being performed,
Right?
so there was
This
no way
exists
to
here.
analyze exactly what happened. So there's another $50 up for grabs for figuring out a way to
The
execute
backstep
the
attack
no-clip
on
glitch
certain
using a
weapons
bench
is
or
present.
chair
It's not
rather
here
than a
here.
terminal. If these
Nope,
bounties aren't
don't have
enough,
it,
well,
right?
get ready, there's 3 more.
But hold up,
Tomato Anus
wait a
is
minute.
offering an additional $50 for someone to figure out a way to negate fall damage from any heights without power armor or free fall legs. The route for this game used to have a glitch early on that would sometimes cause you to take massive
Unlimited
fall damage
dagger
and
throw.
die, and it was mostly unpreventable. At the time, a no
Unlimited
damage fall glitch
daggers.
would have been huge for this game as a speedrun.
See, if
and would have made
anything,
everything a lot smoother.
I'm
Within the
prone
last
to
few
like
months, there was a reroute that removed this
swap
glitch from the
this
run.
out with
A no
the
damage fall
extra
glitch would still be
ints.
useful today, since it would cause another reroute to the game, since the glitch would save
But
time.
this
On top
isn't
of
enough
this
for
bounty,
everything.
Gingenia from the Fallout community is offering
Oh, that's
$50 more
Radiguns.
dollars if the
Sorry.
glitch is A, found, and B, 100%
It's not enough for
useful to the
Flame grant
speedrun.
me strength.
On Tomato Anus's side,
But then
the
this
glitch only
is.
has to be found, regardless
But
if
that's
it's
the
useful or
difference
not.
between
That's $200 in
15%,
bounties thus far, and the last bounty is set at
Six,
$250.
and
This is for someone to find a way to
for
skip entering
Fizz.
the memory
It's
sequence
like
in the
we're
game
not
in a
very
fashion
far into
that
the
is both
negative,
applicable to the
so it's
90%
like
run,
kind
as
of
well as faster
whatever.
than going through it normally.
We're a little
The
in
sequence
it.
the memory
We're
den
not
basically serves as
severely
a
in
5 to
it.
6 minute autoscroller due to long dialogue. When
We're
you enter
also
the memory
not
den,
a
you
light
cannot do
load.
anything
Now we
except
are.
walk and jump. The sequence ends
Shit.
when you interact with the
Shit,
TV,
man.
which
Shit.
can only be interacted with by finishing the walking segment and
See, the
waiting
only
for long
reason
dialogue
that I
to
swap to
finish.
the other
There's been a
seal
lot of theory
and just
crafting on
take
this
the
potential
loss of
skip,
fucking
and the community
protection
compares it to Barrier Skip from The Legend of
is
Zelda
this
Wind Waker.
amount
If
of
this sequence skip
vigor.
were to be found,
It's
it would save 5 to
kind of
6
still
minutes
useful
because
for
of the
every
long
other stat.
dialogue, but possibly upwards of
I've
20 minutes
leveled
depending
nothing
on the
but
method.
vigor, so
Tomato
it's kind of
Anus has created
pathetic.
a 34-minute video detailing the progress that has
But
been made
wait,
thus far
there's
to try
more.
and execute the sequence skip, and the link will be in the description.
My
if you're
eyes are red
interested.
through this
In
hat.
total, there are 5 bounties up for grabs in Fallout 4,
Ain't that
equaling up
fucking
to
sick as fuck?
$450.
It is.
At
Don't you
number 6,
question
we
it.
have
It
Fable:
is
The
so
Lost
sick.
Chapters. Released in 2005, this game is an extended version of the original
But
Fable
not through
released on
these.
Xbox in 2004, featuring
None
more
of these.
quests as well as minor changes. The speedrunning leaderboard
Of course
for
it
this
would
game
work
is
in
solid
that.
for the most part,
But it
there are two
works in
theoretical
this.
skips that can make the game faster.
You can see those
First, we'll talk
eyeballs.
about Graveyard Skip. There's a section of the game where
Why
you
are
have
you
to
not
get
a
4
huge
pieces
fan of
gear
it?
around a graveyard to be allowed into the demon door to progress. The graveyard itself is pretty annoying to
This does
navigate,
not sit
with
on the
undead enemies
face.
constantly
It sits
spawning
in front of the
you and blocking
face.
your movement. The
This is
primary issue with
bananas.
Graveyard is a huge RNG
This
section
kind
where
of
you have to
works,
fish
but
up
you
one of
can't
the
really
pieces
tell
of
that it's
gear.
there.
Fishing in Fable
But
is
it's
essentially
there.
an evil version of the game Red Light, Green Light. The fish pulls on the line, and once it
Hides
stops
them.
pulling, you reel
Hides
it
them
in.
nicely.
You can lose upwards of 25 seconds on average for each try
Badoosh.
because of the RNG that revolves around the fish pulling
But
on the line.
this
too
is my
long.
favorite headband.
Fishing is a notorious
I got
run
it pretty
killer,
quickly
since
this
it takes
time.
place
I'm
in
very
the second
happy.
half of the run, and even if you catch the fish on your first try, it can still take anywhere from 5 seconds to 1 minute. If that's
do
not
like the
enough,
curved
there's more
swords
luck
a
involved
lot.
at the end of the map. Once you
you
successfully
can do
move through
this
the
for your
undead spawns,
retaliate.
you must kill 8 undead as they slowly walk into a circle. The problem is that they move very slowly into the circle itself and are invincible until then. In most cases, you're stuck waiting for them. With all this being said, there have been theories on how to skip everything. You can use a spell called Summon and a trick called Summon Clip to go through the demon door early,
Oh,
which
oops.
is possible, and this would skip the entire fishing section. However, the only slight problem is the final area with undead spawns. The issue is that the quest doesn't properly complete if done this way, and stays in your log. If you try and enter the next map, the game won't allow you to do so. A lot of attempts have been made to execute Graveyard Skip, but nothing has been definitive. For Graveyard, there is a $250 bounty for someone to find a way to skip it completely. Like I mentioned earlier, there are 2 theoretical skips for this game, and the next one is Prison Skip. Prison is a lot more straightforward. You go into the prison immediately after the graveyard to rescue your mother. You go through a few maps, pick her up, then try to go back the way you came only to find out that it
I
was
really
a
like
trap
the curved
and you're sent
swords,
to
by the
prison.
way.
From there, you have to
The
wait for
rapiers,
about
I
3
like it
minutes
a
of
bit. I
dialogue
just
to
don't
do a
really
race
put
around
it
the
to as
map,
much use as
then
I
a
do the
stealth minigame.
curved.
You then have to complete the minigame
Which is
one more
my
time,
that's a
and
skill
only
issue
then
for
you are
me.
able to
That's something I
escape
can
using
work
a
on.
key you earn as a reward.
This does
From there,
not.
you can pick up your belongings
You might
and
think
your
it does
mother,
because it's all
backtrack the
curvity
way you
worvity.
originally came,
But
and
no.
fight a boss at the end.
It does do
the whole
that, though.
process is about 12 minutes long and has a lot of waiting around.
I mean, it does
so it would
this.
be ideal if the entire prison could be skipped. The closest the Fable community came to completing this was to use Summon Clip to bypass the cutscene trigger for being caught in the trap and going to prison.
Which
but the
actually
same instance
augments
occurs at
your,
the end, similar to Graveyard. You're
your
technically
turn
on a different quest, so
quite
therefore you
nicely.
cannot
Like,
leave the
yeah, you
area.
decelerate.
There's a $250 bounty for someone
Oops.
to find a way to execute Prison Skip, and one of the runners for Fable is also throwing in another $50 for each bounty, bringing the total bounty pool to $600.
But if somebody's losing speed,
At number 5, we have 1080 snowboarding. As the name suggests, it's a snowboarding
For any old
racing video
reason.
game where the player controls one of 8 snowboarders.
you can
from
just get a
first or
couple in and
third-person
not stop your
perspective.
fucking
On
advance.
July 10th, 2019, a $500 bounty was posted to Reddit challenging anyone to break the time attack individual level world record on the course Dragon Cave. 3 days later, Bert86 broke his own record by 16 centiseconds, a new personal best. Bert is the renowned champion of 1080 snowboarding, holding 5 of the 6 time attack individual level world records. A few days
Backhand
after
blades.
Bert's achievement, a
They're
new
the
bounty
most
was
worth
made.
running to the
Simply
DLC
break
to
any of
grab
the
a
current world
thing
records on the leaderboard
that you
and
can
hold
get
them
out of
until the
me.
end of the year. The tracks in the game range from 1 to 1.5 minutes long. The only valid character/board combination for a world record
I'm, like,
run
such a
is the gold
fan.
snowboarder with the penguin board because they have the best speed and balance combination. Both NTSC and PAL versions of the game
Okay,
are
this-
valid
the
to
club,
compete
though,
in,
is,
even
like,
though
actually
NTSC
God.
runs faster. The timer in the game works the same, but it is fair to say that the PAL version has an advantage because it runs slower.
Like,
giving
it
the
is
player more
actually
time to
just a
react to
god.
certain situations.
Anywho's,
However,
I'm gonna go
difference only becomes significant when trying to
Benedict
get very optimized runs.
some stuff. I'm
going
gonna
to
go
briefly over the
Benedict some
tracks in this
things.
game, and in the description of this
One
video, you
time
can
I
find
heard the
Pastebin
word
with
Benedict,
information that Bert shared with me for each
and
track. The first level
my
of Crystal
brain
Lake
went
is
to
easily
like
the most
bent
optimized
dick.
in the game.
And
The
this
world
is
record
when
for
I
this
was
level
but an
stood from
immature
2001
child, mind
until
you. So I was
2018,
like
until Bert beat it by 30
rambling about
centiseconds.
bent
It was
dicks
eventually lowered by
as a
6
youth,
additional
just like
centiseconds,
because I thought
and
it was
the community
hilarious,
envisions
man.
that a time of
Like I didn't know no
1:02:30
better.
is possible. It would be an insane
It
run if
wasn't
no
for
new
like
strategy
at that
optimizations
point
were
in my
found.
life I had
The second
many
level,
many
Crystal Peak,
years
is one of the simpler
until
stages. The
I was
current world
taking
record is a
classes
1:26:29,
about how human
and it's
bodies
possible that
work,
a sub 1:26:20
and I
is
had to
achievable with
learn
known
what kind of
strategies.
physical
The
malady
third level,
you
Golden
bequeath
Forest,
upon
is
someone
much more
if you
difficult than the
actually
first
bend
two
their
stages.
member.
The world record stands at a
Mind you, it's
1:17:88, and Bert
hilarious.
is the only player to break into the 1:17s.
You're just like
Golden Forest is the second most difficult
breaking
of
the
the courses to run,
rigidity
and arguably
of
the least well optimized alongside the fourth
tits,
level,
bro,
Mountain
of spongy
Village.
tissue.
It's reasonable to think
Not
that
by
time
like
on
breaking the spongy
1:17:60 is
tissue.
possible for Golden
You do it
Forest.
by
Mountain
oh
Village's
titties.
time currently stands at
You do it
1:28:47,
by
which is actually the newest world
yikes, my
record at
guy.
the time of recording. Russell,
Who's gonna
a
come
member
up
of
for
the
me?
1080
Who's gonna come get
community,
me?
beat Bert's time by 6 centiseconds.
Oh.
A low 1:28:20
Okay,
is
bless.
very possible for Mountain Village. The 5th level Dragon Cave is by far the hardest level in the game. Bert shared with me that he's lucky to get about
Four
1 clean
kings?
run on average per hour. This is most likely the reason that Russell decided to put the $500 bounty on the stage originally.
I thought it was
The
a
level is
wind up.
difficult because there is a part where you go off a big drop and have to
I
navigate
thought I
between
strafed
two
it.
rocks. Once you go off the cliff into the air, you have no control over your direction of movement.
I love this
Before going
arena.
over the cliff, you need to approach it at a very precise angle to land between the two rocks. There's also tight angling needed when approaching a bridge later in the level. and
It's
the
not
goal is
really
to
a
not
fracture,
bonk. All
right?
this aside, a 1:23:30 or 20
a fracture
is very
implies that
possible,
it's
but we'll take serious.
like fractured as to what the goal here is. You're damaging the venature and the vas deferens. And like kid me thought that the word bent dick was funny. Then I like doubled my age, pretty sure. You know, went from like 12 to 20s. And then I learned about like why it's not as funny, which made it hilarious. I don't want to lure them at this moment. What if I go right in and then they try to load while I am already loading, and that would be really rude. Anywho's, I just didn't know any better, so I was like, bent dick, haha, hilarious. That's the funniest thing. Yeah, no, it took me like doubling my fucking age to learn that that was like, you know, like basically threatening to like destroy someone's like venous structure around their penis. And to also risk damaging the vas deferens. Which, again, really not safe for anybody. but still sounds hilarious. Where's Douche dead? Three, four, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Deleteth the meanness out of my heart. Missed. Panic roll. I think we have distance for that. Okay, cool. Is this like 4 Kings? Where it's like a DPS race to the bottom? Yikes, bro. Oh, the other one's right there. That's not great. Let's keep them in the dark. About their twin getting, like, you know, tantrum tagged. Oh shit. Okay, it's like what? I guess bleeding got them. Is a weapon change? I don't remember anymore. Still a light load, still a light load. Thinking. Buffering. Buffering. Fuck it, we'll take medium for this. If it's gonna be medium anyway, we'll do this. One, 2, 1. Oops. Played it a little close. I guess Bestial Vitality's still kicking. Can I bait a third out? Can you do 3? I thought you could do 3 of those. One. Guess not. 2. One. Then this is just a whenever. Okay. 1. You're gonna do more than that when I come closer. Kick. 1, 2. Okay. Oh, that's that. I did not notice those balls. Oof. They get very moldy very quickly. They got hella moldy, like hella quickly. I'm just gonna drink that. Let's just do that. I thought that was AoE. But we are going to retaliate at the end of that. You should be at it. There we go. Almost. Perfect. I don't understand why that's so strafable. Whoosh, I'm my own cinematic camera. Master Roshi would be proud. Wearing a turtle shell and everything. God damn it. Save the turtles, bitch. Let's go. Sorry, that was like a while. I just wanted to like, I don't know. They were fun to fuck with. I love their arena. Like, that is my favorite arena. Like, goddamn. This is a joke, FromSoft. Don't come after me. If I ever got popped for, like, respawning bosses, it would be those fuckers. For real, though. Like, don't come after me, FromSoft. That's a joke. Y'all goobers. We're like one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Except ancient. And not a mutant ninja turtle. But I do like pizza. I like a good buffalo pizza, honestly. Like, I know a lot of folks bitch about the presence of pineapple and shit on pizza. Bitch, I like buffalo pizza. Honestly, I could imagine pineapple going hard as fuck on buffalo pizza. Like, honestly. Make it in a pan, do it 'cause you can. I want buffalo pizza. But not like right now. But I do want to make it. They're brothers, so their runes are close together. They're brothers, so their runes are close together. They're brothers, so their runes are close together. Come on, my dude. Let's go. Whoa, whoa. They're brothers, so their runes are close together. I'll shut the fuck up. Thank you. Discarded flesh. There's no response. She's pretty cool for a fucking asshole. Ooh, we have 4 more of these. Ooh. I need to give this to Zarya. She needed her father. Her father did not help at all. At all. Did I miss one? Black Gwyn Sanctified, Red Hot, Gwynstone, Iron. Am I forgetting one? I feel like I'm forgetting one. Poison, Blood, Sacred Lightning, Fire, Flame, Magic, Frost. What the fuck? Heavy, Keen, no, there's that. I have, like, no idea. It feels like I'm forgetting something. I don't care a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no more introduced in the DLC. There's just different weapon types. Bro, you keep whinging about the DLC. You should just get it. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. I'm not doing this right now. I tried to do a Falling Star Beast on the Steam Deck. It's really hard to do it there. The frame rate keeps fucking about. I was checking to make sure I got this. I do want to get back to that. Yes, but you did say that certain items were bullshit because you don't have the DLC. That's what I'm calling whinging, so yes, you did. But okay, bud. Albinuric. I thought I was far enough back. Oh, is that a Shenchu? No, that's not. Is it? No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Dope. I fucked it up again. It is a nice way to fuck with people. NPCs included on this one. I like it. It's a 2 out of 10. A solid 2 out of 10. Did I leave it down there? Oh, there's crossing on that side, so there's probably crossing on this side. Yep. I do believe I collected Hoarfrost from here. Must have. I suppose there's a better way to check, isn't there? Oh, we did? Okay, cool. Let's look at Poison one, because I keep forgetting that exists. Where the fuck is Poison one again? Poison Moth is... any of them, really. Isn't one of them close to Smoldering? No. Hold on. I will answer this question. Poisonous Mist and Poison Moth's Flight. I don't really like Poison Moth Flight as much, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it, I'll take it. We'll go for Poison Mist. It's like the reasonable one. And we'll see if our Arcane drags us up enough. Probably not. It is in Caelid though. It's a teardrop. I can't believe I've forgotten how to get to it. It's at the bottom of the swamp. It's literally here-ish. Notice my misclick city. More loot that I didn't grab. Sweet! I will take those smithing stones. I will need them eventually, when I decide that it's okay to level up some more. Here, let's see if there's anyone down for some jolly PvP. Let's keep on being the fucking fist claw person. Where is it? Hello, beautiful. They can just stay like that. They are mighty fine like that. I think I just wanted that again. Again. Just fight me. Okay, it'll be more consistent with what the myriad of shit we do, as opposed to just like the one way I'm equipped right now. Let's go spend our souls. We might do... I can't go room to room if I touch the arena, so let's do that first. But let's do that too. I need to sell them first at Man Dude, where it's fastest. It's fastest if you don't incorporate the long running that I've done, because I get lost in a fucking room. In a small room, I can get turned around.
I've upset the girl. She says that now my chains are broken, I'm free. That if I stay here, I will be ruined with the Round Table. What use have I for freedom now? I smith weapons to slay a god. I have lived and will die doing so upon this spot. Is there any other way?
I don't know. Is there? Is there, my brother? Is there? Is there? Fucking is there, man? I don't fucking know. I don't know stuff. But is there? Brother, man, I have no clue. Is there? My guy, is there though? Like, I don't know. What do you know? What do you think? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I'm not your mother. I'm not your grandma. I'm not your uncle. I'm not your best friend Betty. I don't know. Is there? Is there? Let me buy stuff first. I didn't even sell to him because I had no fucking need to. I should, so I can load up on fucking smithing stones. You can't take your souls with you to a new game, but you can damn sure take your smithing stones. Do I have everything? I'm pretty sure I check this at least like twice a day. That seems most reasonable. I still forgot to. Wow. See, this is why I keep saying I don't have the memory to do a speed run. I barely have the memory to go from one side of a room to another. It's just bad news bears, my dudes. That's why I'm like, am so protective over our protective and yammery about not fucking with our challenge run homies. Like, holy shit, just leave them be. They're doing their best life. Golly gee. What the fuck? I want to kind of get him. I want Blackguard to die, so I have the bell bearing here. And so I get those dope circle fists. I didn't kill him yet, did I? I don't remember. We got at least in the 50s of the ones I care about. I haven't even sombered a fucking weapon. I did like 2. I have to go to Somber 4, at most. Right now, so I really don't give a fuck. I just can't, I really don't give a fuck. When I find a somber weapon that I care about, which there are, just not right now, then I'll do it. I keep telling myself when we level next time that I will, like, you know, back up this save, because I like how busy it is for getting sucked into other people's worlds. It's not very busy, but it's kind of whatever. Maybe there's, I don't think there's any dual stuff right now. Let's check. But it usually takes a while to find it, and I just give up. But people are probably in it for the ordeals anyway. kind of want to go to DS3 and do arenas there. I've been feeling it off and on. I don't know, man. See, it closes off. Wait, does it not close this? It only closes this one? Oh shit. I thought it closed the side ones. Well, that's dope. That's fucking wild. Oh, it's only there because it's... I don't know if you can get invaded in there or not. I've questioned this. Because I've considered trying to lure invaders while I stand in there. And just wait for their asses, but I've never gone through with it. I think this one was locked. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why do I even breathe air like this? What? That is so wild. I'm such a wrong person. Okay, sick. This'll be fun for invasions. I don't know what it does anymore. I should max out fan daggers. I need to do that again. I'm waiting for the DLC versions of the others. I really do want to get the two-headed turtle talisman from DLC Landia. I might go and do that, like with y'all. I'm gonna put the +3s away again, even though I waver on that like every day. We might also get the Great Jars arsenal. Chorm. Cause we can, cause I can do it, cause fight me. But I keep forgetting focus is a thing in this game. Like, I swear to fuck, I just forget that. I'm taking it. It reminds me of the Farron fucking ring, so I'm taking it. Just cause memories. Just cause good memories. I oftentimes have to bounce between these. I have a preference here. Use it sometimes. Prefer to stick to these over these. It's really just a specific thing of what we're doing. It does impact our scaling on our focus, since it scales with like Stir, Int, Dex, and Faith. Faith being the only C one. So it's kind of handy. It's alright. Alright, what does our shit look like? Is it garbage and messy? It's kind of garbage messy. It's kind of big garbo messy. See, this one not being this is kind of a loss. Like, for stamina, etc. We can get away with so much shit with our bullshit health pool. I say bullshit, but I'm being a goofball. See, if we go in with a group, I'll feel bad about this. But if it's just me wandering, I don't care. I was only setting it for Royal. I'll set for any. I doubt it'll work. It triggers so often and early. That's the problem, is it's hard to get me to not take it, because it triggers so often and early with the hook clause. I wanted to make sure I said the right name. I did. Anywho's. I want the volcano ones. I need to get more roped pot recipes. I don't have much string. I need to fix that. I'm giving up on duels.
I see.
Yeah, no. This level, great for invasions. I'm doubting it's much for anything else. Not a single password in sight either, so I'm not like, you know, losing my poop. Wow, what bad jumping. Our eyes are so ominous. Win for eyes. W eyes. W chaos. Also, do y'all know you can just take off the burn scars in the fucking character editor? It's fucking bananas. No, I didn't know that before. It blew my fucking mind. Yes, I'm just altering most of the things. Don't be mad at me. Fight me. The cape on that's huge, and kind of hides what my body does. Cape. This one gets a cape, but I like it too much without the cape. It's so nice. That way in GP, we're just collecting the other ones. This doesn't carry as soon as I move, and I can't imagine there's a single place they can invade here, unless it's like down here. I just can't imagine it. I don't know. And I can't do this here, so I doubt it. And there's no summony thingy, so I doubt it. I don't want to start leveling up yet. I kind of am having fun. I might get that double turtle talisman. I might. We're not that very far from it. I just kept getting lost because I'm easily distracted. I'm pretty sure down is over here. I think. I could be wrong. I think down is over here. Or it's... We'll start here. We're not starting the DLC yet. We're just getting shit. Vess, you're still missing out on a lot of the game. Just come and do invasions with me, it's fun. It's not about the people, it's about the killing. Clearly. It's just about the killing, brother. Just the killing. Mwahaha. You play fucking Tarkov. Unless you're only doing that to fight NPCs. Also, you don't know if you are or not. You haven't done it. You just kept poo-pooing it. Oh, it was here. Oh, holy shit, it was here. It's been here the whole time. Does it do anything? I'm sorry, what? Okay, cool. Jolly PvP. Aim for the rocks next time. I don't know how many I had to know if I'd like diminished. There's nature watching here. Jolly PvP. The amount of times that I have cracked that fucking Assassin's Gambit dagger and I just run around looking at nature is wild. Don't even. You can just run around a zone, have your fucking, like, come invade me shit cracked if you're alone, or just wait for people, or crack the Taunter's tongue while you have a person, which I think should work to increase the hopefully chance of invasions. And then you've got nature and motherfuckers. Let's see if the game saves that they're dead. I highly doubt it. And let's check our amulets right away. Talismans right the fuck away. Yeah, fuck it, who cares? Sent home by host of fingers. GG. Bring friends. I did this on my level 1, so it can't be that hard to roll it safely. Clearly it's gotta be okay. Oh. It might have been that. Yeah, probably. Oops. Turtles. Turtle Talisman number 2. I will finish the PvE in base game first, before we come fuck around here, fella. This is just because I want stuff. Thank you. You didn't do the jump, but thank you for the idea. I wouldn't have seen that way to skip it if you weren't there. So thank you. There it is. I was scared to walk to this on our level 1 play. I was actually petrified. I was refusing, just outright refusing. I did it, but I had to come to the bonfire first. Grace. Fire. Statue of Buddha. Remembrance. Round rock. I remember that jumping shithead. We want to march north now? This time with a horse under us. For ease. Bad timing. Fly, guys. They can, like the DS3 ones, inject shit into your face with their buttholes, which makes you bleed and writhe. It's a bit scary. Turtle. Nature watching. Look at this hairy little guy. Look at this hairy little guy. I'm gonna crush him for his insides. Which looks like a very tiny window. I think we're good here. Now if I quit out, does he respawn? But does he come back, though? But does he come back? Damn it. I had hopes. Look at that stamina. Oops. Okay, don't look at the health, look at the stamina. But anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 1, 2, 3. A little less, but 1, 2, 3. 3 and a quarter-ish instead of a whole 4-second count. Now imagine one, 2, 3, about 3 and a 16th-ish, right? One, 2, 3. Little less than 3-ish. Right? Double turtle alone is kinda good enough to spare the extra weight. And not have to, like, take more steps for mitigation. Also, speaking of things that buff our stamina, Flame grant me strength. 1, 2, 3. Those are not even counts, so it's not bad. $69 thingamadoos. Hi, buddy. Crabby eggs. Turtle? No, crab. We still need to collect cookbooks. Like, that's still a thing we've gotta do. This is still me just, like, getting a feel for the area bonus. When you see how much it takes to clobber them. Versus, like, oh, I don't know. The same type of mob, but here is like wicked. Here, we'll go get out the rest of the area we haven't done anyway. I kind of just rushed. Kinda. I know I did just fucking rush. That way we get some based nature watching in for Vess. Jolly PvP. I think we had blood on when I still was like attacking the cute fauna of the area. I'm like pretty sure. I don't know offhand. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. What the fuck? What deterioration of graphics, 2 fucking dots in the fucking distance shit just happened? Behold, love. No, fuck you. Area bonus. Not bananas. There is no random... Yeah, there is. It's at the roots, isn't it? I was about to say there's no random fauna. I think there is at the roots. This is not the roots I was thinking about. I don't know. Isn't there another door that leads to like the other side of the downstairs? I thought the butterflies respawned. Wild. Oh, there is. Eyes. This doesn't count. Don't spam range. It makes you a dickhead. Vesta, I have no idea when you typed that, but I wasn't like actually asking where did it go. Like, I can answer this question myself with where I come out at. There's no way in fuck's hell I'm reading chat between a recollection like, this goes somewhere, and that likely. I might, but I don't know, man. I was just having fun. So I'm not really here asking for shit. Late as fuck jump, my dude. Invasions are kinda dead. We might go check DS3 and DS2. This is not the right one. dropped it. Under desk vacuum. Best choice ever. Best W. They probably should have moved by now, right? Slow. Piss slow. So piss slow. How is that so fucking slow? Well, I mean, clearly because I suck, but like, yikes. I have cookbooks to get. Like, I didn't remember much of the game, and I wanted to play New Game Plus. And I also want to faff about in DLC land. I didn't notice I was still in it. There's a closer one. It's for timing. Why is this one so deceptive with its jump? It clearly isn't, but why am I a fucking goober? Then we're focusing, and we're going to go grab some motherfucking cookbooks. Like Coach Greg would not want, because they're not his cookbook. But they're still cookbooks, so he can chill and be happy on it. Oh no. Oh, okay. We did come to a stop, so it makes sense, even though it doesn't make sense. Huh? Nope. We have to go back up for it. Here it is. Does this one just not have a window like that? I'm beginning to doubt it. I think not that the rotted ones just don't have that same window. That's bananas. Oops, I thought I was strafing too hard. Early as fuck. I think my screen hung up a little bit. I just freaked out. Fuck. I lost our dope and sick-ass music. Maybe I'm okay with losing it again. What did you give us? Okay, cool, cute. Oops. Oh my fucking gosh. God damn it! Oh my shit, dude. So terrible. God damn it. Eh? Well, never mind then. I thought I rolled. God damn it. God damn it! Mother of fuck, mother of fuck, mother of fuck, my dude, shit, bro, shit, fucking hell. Can we just stop? I held it too long. Just cast your ranged, I don't care. Spam ranged on main, I don't give a fuck. That was a waste. Another waste would be swapping just to get Assassin's Gambit again. There's not enough space to wiggle. Yeah, there's no way buffering inputs was gonna save that. But who cares? They're so tedious. They're not even hard, they're just tedious. And somewhat dependent on what RNG dictates for what move they use. Because it only takes longer if they continue to do shit. like that. Cookbooks in jar. That's what I want today, is cookbooks in jar. I want to see if we can take jar with just a dagger with parry, because then whoever gets stuck with our save has a bitch that's just gonna parry them with a dagger. And that is gonna be hilarious. God damn it. We're gonna go get cookbooks. That is more demoralizing than any boss. Because the boss waits for you to get through the gate and might do a predictable thing. That little bro, I jumped at his face, and all he had for me was that. I need to know where to go for the cookbooks, so I'll go grab that.
Effort. The last level, Deadly Fall, is highly optimized. This is because of the intense competition that the community has had on this track. Bird's time on this track is a 106.89, and he thinks that a perfect run would be a 106.82 or 79 at most. It's not impossible to beat any of these track records, it will just take some serious dedication. The new bounty for this game is another $500, and there's some twists to make it interesting. If only one track has a new world record at the end of the year, the player will win the entire prize pool. If 2 players each have a new world record, those players will split the $500 bounty 2 ways, and so on. Also, if one player has 2 or more records, the benefactor will add $50 for each record. The total possible bounty in this instance is $800, one player who holds all 6 records. Bird has also recused himself from the competition, so he may still set new records, but will not win any of the prizes. More information from the Reddit thread detailing this competition will be linked in the description. $800 is up for grabs to smash this game even further. At number 4, we have Super Smash Bros. Melee. Earlier this year, a bounty was made public in the hopes of achieving a community sum of best sub 3 minutes in the single-player stadium event, Break the Targets. For those unfamiliar with the event, it consists of 10 targets, with each character in the game having very different stages. The overall goal is to successfully break all 10 targets without dying, but then a challenge comes into play of doing it as fast as possible. Break the Targets has had quite the history with overall optimization, with every individual character's world record having near frame perfect movement. Since the announcement of the bounty, a total of 15 frames have been saved, 1 with Roy, Luigi, and Young Link, 2 with Donkey Kong, 3 with Bowser, and 7 with Fox. At the time of recording, the community sum of best currently sits at 3 minutes, 0 seconds, and 62 centiseconds. To achieve the sub 3 minute goal, 38 more frames need to be saved, and since Super Smash Bros. Melee runs at 60 frames per second on the NTSC version, 1 frame is 1/60th of a second. Save State from the Smash Stadium Discord shared with me that out of the entire cast, Jigglypuff and Pikachu have the most time save potential. The strategies to execute these saves are difficult, however. Jigglypuff needs a near frame perfect clip into the floor to skip a small section, and Pikachu needs a very precise up B edge cancel. He also shared that Ganondorf specifically has no time save at all, because there's a cycle where you end up having to wait for a target in the end. However, if someone were to discover an absurd strategy that saved time, there would still be a payout. All in all, most of the cast have at least 1 frame that can be saved. The Smash Stadium community is offering a $31.30 bounty for each frame that is saved across any character. They have already paid out $469.50 from the original stated bounty of $1,658.90, bringing the current total bounty pool to $1,189.40. Let's save the frames. At number 3 we have Nier Automata. This game has a total of 26 endings and epilogues, and the majority of them are silly joke endings that are not canon to the main story, while others offer a different
Thanks for being my
perspective of the
clipboard.
main story. The most popular category for the speedrun is the A ending, which simply involves completing the game for the first time. You can think of the A ending as the true any percent for this game. About 50 minutes into the run, you encounter a boss known as Grun. It's 12 minutes of mostly auto-scrolling with a few short parts that matter. The current world record for this game is 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 51 seconds, and a 12-minute auto-scroller skip would definitely be beneficial to the game. Canaris from the Nier Automata community shared with me that a guy named Marky, one of the game's main glitch hunters, worked very hard to find some way to skip the entire sequence, including things like dying while entering a flight unit, wrong warping with a transporter, and breaking out of the set path the flight unit follows during the flight, using specific positioning. However, nothing has been successful, and it is widely believed that it's impossible a skip could be found. There is currently only one actual sequence break in the game, and it's in a longer category known as the E ending. It utilizes a developer oversight of adding a non-unique key item into your inventory every time you enter the area in which it's supposed to be used. Doing such allows you to skip a few areas and boss fights. However, the progression surrounding Grun is not based on item acquisition. Defeating Grun changes the world state and furthers the story, and unlocks the door to the next main area, which then spawns dialogue triggers and a boss fight trigger. Therefore, a Grun skip would have to involve activating these events in some manner, probably by skipping the section of Grun where you fly around and kill waves of enemies, and proceed directly to destroying the third of the 3 EMP generators, which is what ends the fight. Unfortunately, Marky gave up long ago, and there wasn't too much interest outside the community. There is a bounty of at least $1,500, with Canaris offering to pay $1,000 of that himself for someone to find a skip usable in A ending, abiding by the current rule set, and it must be replicable. Techtheist from the community also said that he would buy a pizza for whoever finds Grun skip. Also, upon joining the Discord for this community to gain insight, I was hit with a poggers by one of the members, so there is still an interest for the skip to be found.
Poggers!
At number 2 we have Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal. For the last 4 years, Zem92 has held the world record in the New Game Plus No Quit Exploit category. After finishing the game for the first time, a player can replay the game while retaining all weapons with their upgrades, nanotech level, bolts, armor, and collectible items. To compensate, enemies are more powerful and can withstand more damage, so New Game Plus is essentially a challenge mode. There's a bug in the game called Quit Exploit. The short answer of what this includes is bolt count, number of challenge modes completed, number of frames played, and planet ID. By exiting the game, you induce something called pointer manipulation, which rewrites in-game memory and causes in-game items you normally get at the ends of planets to be placed in the vendor for purchase, saving 15 minutes compared to the normal NG Plus speedrun. Because of this, the main category of this game is NG Plus No Quit Exploit, since it's the fastest category that doesn't include a major bug. Zem is offering a $1,000 bounty to someone who can break the world record in this category, which sits at a time of 28 minutes and 16 seconds at the time of recording this video. The main guidelines for this bounty is it will last until May 5th, 2020, and whoever breaks the record must hold on to it for 10 consecutive days. There are other guidelines he has set in place, and I will link his video of him talking about this contest in the description, so if you're interested, be sure to watch it. In addition to the $1,000 prize pool, he did a fundraiser to raise additional funds, which totaled at $587. This means that $1,587 is up for grabs to break this world record. Before I announce the number 1 entry on this list, I want to share some honorable mentions. Originally, the number 10 entry on this list was going to be a $200 bounty on Kirby Planet Robobot for finding a glitch in Meta Nightmare Returns mode. However, I wasn't able to get into contact with the person running the bounty, and in case for some reason it's not active, I didn't want to include it. Also, in the description of this video, I have listed additional bounties that are yet to be claimed, and there are a lot of them. I included links for each one, and if you'd like to get into contact with the person or community offering the bounty, feel free to do so. The bounties are in a Google Sheets document, and I will try to update these as much as I can. If there are bounties that I have missed, feel free to DM them to me on Twitter, and I will add them to the document. Anyways, let's move on to the number 1 entry on this list, Super Mario 64. One of the most popular 3D platformers of all time, Super Mario 64 has a rich history in speedrunning. In modern times, the 120-star world record for this game has been held by Cheese on and off for a few years, and has consecutively been held by him since June of 2017. He's improved his personal best since June 2017 by a total of 37 seconds, with his current time sitting at 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 51 seconds. Back in March earlier this year, a Redditor known as FBomb2F posted a thread offering a $4,000 bounty on the 120-star world record. The goal is to beat Cheese's current world record and hold it by the end of the year, December 31st, 2019. The run must be done on the Nintendo 64 console and have video proof. In addition, attempts at this bounty must also be done live on stream, such as Twitch for example. He stated in his thread that if no one is able to beat the current world record held by Cheese by the time the bounty expires, then he'll figure something out. You might be thinking to yourself, $4,000 for a bounty, why so much? Well, F-Bomb simply states that he loves the 120 star category, and he is an avid fan of competition. The post currently sits at over 1,000 upvotes on Reddit, and is legitimate as far as anyone can tell. I know I mentioned the description a lot in this video, but be sure to check it out to view the information that has been covered.
Alright everybody, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, be sure to leave a like, as it's the best way to show support. Bscape worked really hard on this video, so be sure to let him know how he did in the comments. Also, I've recently reopened the Discord server, and the channel has grown a lot since I last had it open, so I know a lot of you guys aren't in it. Link for that will be in the description. Anyways guys, that's all I have to say. Subscribe for more speedrunning related content, and as always, I hope you have a beautiful life.
Lyrical style ain't what it used to. Microphone check 1, 2. I hit the atmosphere, give MCs visions of comets. Technique hit while force the earth, I hit and bomb it. Immaculate conception with the weapon, emitting mind-boggling forms to mental sections. Beats is cooked, bass burning like it's lava. Throwing shit together more.
Hello everyone, it's Bscape, and welcome to the top 10 comebacks in speedrunning. If I had to use one word to describe these speedruns, it would be clutch. Having a sick late game to make up for any lost time in the early to mid game, and then pulling a PB or world record out of nowhere is insane. This just goes to show that no matter how a speedrun might start out, there's always the possibility of having a sick comeback. So today, we're going to be looking at prime examples of this exact thing. Some of these comebacks also include some wild YOLO strats being implemented, so watch until the end, you won't want to miss them. Of course, this video isn't limited to the entries featured, so if you know of any other great comebacks in speedrunning, let us know in the comments section. First up we have Torge's speedrun of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time in the old any% route that doesn't use stale reference manipulation. So Torge is a longtime runner of the game, and this specific run was back in May of 2016, when the world record was 17 minutes and 45.8 seconds by Skater. This run only had one notable time loss, and it was during his third split where he was supposed to run up to the chest, side hop off into the hole that leads to floor B1 of Deku Tree, and jump slash the wall in a 2-frame window to recoil himself off of the wall and land on the upper level of the basement. When Torge went for the jump slash to skip B1, Link's sword went through the wall completely without recoil, which meant that he had to go for a backup strat of lining himself up with the setup from the wall to jump up to where he was supposed to land after the jump slash. This cost about 10 seconds, which was brutal considering he was supposed to save 7.5 seconds here compared to his PB. With a super optimized game such as Ocarina of Time, it would normally be really difficult to PB in this scenario, but for the rest of the run, Torge basically made no mistakes. After finishing the collapse section, he saved about 4 seconds, which brought his best possible time to just 1 second under his PB. His last split would be extremely hard to keep up with. Since his PB was his fastest Ganon time ever, he would have to either match that or have a faster time completely. So he ends up doing this.
Oh, it's so cute when they sync. I got way distracted.
What?
That was too adorable.
Okay. I'm half a second away from record right now. Half a second with a missed B1 skip.
He golds the last section again and achieves a new personal best. He was only half a second away from the world record at the time with a missed B1 skip. So just imagine had he hit it, he would have smashed the world record by over 10 seconds, which at the time would have been insane. Before we continue, I would like to give a shout out to today's sponsor who made this video possible, and it's AFK Arena. Don't worry, it's way better than Raid Shadow Legends. AFK Arena, developed by Lilith Games, is a strategic mobile online RPG, and players can build up a personalized team and level up with the unique AFK Awards auto farming system. Unlike traditional RPG mobile games, AFK Arena is a rewarding, non-grindy RPG that doesn't require an enormous time investment. The game is the best RPG for busy you, and it's also the perfect side game to play while playing other PC or console games. There are more than 40 million players worldwide, and the game has appeared on the best-selling list in the App Store and Google Play. There are tons of heroes to collect and level, with the two most recent additions being the new Celestial and Hypogean Elite heroes, Zafriel and Lucretia, who are free and available for alternative choice. The game is free, and you too can prevent an ancient evil from destroying the realm of Vesperia.
I got so distracted.
If you're looking for a new casual mobile game to play, there will be a link in the description and in the pinned comment, and also a couple of bonus codes to get awesome rewards, which will totally kickstart your journey in the game. Anyways, let's get back to the video, and I hope you all enjoy. Next up, we have the Blacktastic speedrun of Mega Man 9, the any % Proto Man category. Proto Man mode is a tougher run compared to any %. Since Proto Man takes double damage and double knockback on everything, you need to save every pellet of life that you possibly can. One of the first crucial points of the run is during the Galaxy Man boss fight. There are two patterns where Galaxy Man is low enough to the ground, making it possible to kill him in one attack phase. For the first couple seconds, it looks like Bobby got decent RNG, but then Galaxy flat out says no and flies back into the air, costing a few seconds. Now with this pattern in particular, there was a bit of time save since he was able to get in a good amount of damage, but he's still in the red behind by a couple of seconds, when he could have been ahead in the run at this point. The next obstacle is traversing through the Plugman stage almost perfectly with a specific route. It can cost about 7 seconds or sometimes more if the tight platforming needed for this level is not precise. He pulls off a perfect plug run, so now he has time to breathe until the Wily stages, which is the most crucial part of the entire run. He saves 4 seconds after the first level of Wily's castle, and he's finally in the green, making up for all lost time. The Shark submarine level is pretty standard, and he saves another 2.5 seconds here. Now it's time for the late game, first of which is Twin Devil, and it's a complete gauntlet. If you don't kill Wily 3's boss on the first attack cycle, you can lose up to 25 seconds. So yeah, it's a run killer. Pause buffering is used to aid in this process, since pausing in Mega Man 9 cancels weapon shots. Switching to the Black Hole Bomb immediately after hitting a boss with another weapon allows the boss to be hit during the boss's invulnerability window. After some pause buffering, Bobby saves an enormous 10 seconds on this fight. The world record at the time was 30 minutes and 20 seconds, and since Bobby's PB was a 30:29, coupled with the fact that he was ahead by 12.7 seconds, he would have to play almost perfectly for the last 4 minutes for hopes of a world record. Everything from this point was pretty good, not really any notable time losses. The only thing standing between Bobby and a new world record was the Wily capsule fight.
We got the world record! We got the world record!
I know, right? We're so squishy. I pushed B to get out. I got nervous and my weakness came out to play.
Retime that for Legacy Collection 2, and that is a 3018. 2 seconds below. 2 seconds below the world record. 2 seconds below.
Here we have Paper Mario's speedrun of Super Mario Sunshine, the 120 Shines category. This run is quite legendary since it was the first sub 2 hour and 58 minute run, and he's been grinding down the category even further, with his current PB/world record clocking it at 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 42 seconds. This run had a really good early game, and he was ahead of a mid 257 pace by nearly a minute. The record at the time was a mid 258, so if he played consistently for the rest of the run, a 256 would have been achievable, skipping 257 entirely. Upon entering the second part of Gelato Beach, an unfortunate mishap occurred during the 100 coin shine. He activates the yellow switch near the top of the level, which spawns 20 coins on a hill. The strat is to slide down the hill to collect the entire middle row of them, and then to time a ground pound back onto the hill to avoid falling off. Then you just walk back up the hill to collect them before the timer runs out. Given the coin route speedrunners follow, if you don't collect at least 19 out of the 20 coins when the timer runs out, the remaining ones disappear, and you basically have to go around collecting backup coins, which is a significant time sink. After grabbing the first set of coins, Paper Mario did the ground pound and tried to go back up the slope to get the remaining coins, but he got a side flip animation. This caused him to slide down the slope instead of running up it. After a couple more slides down the hill, it was impossible for Paper to get all the coins. A total of 12 coins despawned, and now he would have to go around collecting coins that aren't in the speedrunning route, such as killing Cataquacks and spraying birds on the tightropes for 1 coin apiece.
Maybe DS2 as
He loses
well.
over a
We'll
minute
check
and a
those.
half on this section alone, and then unfortunately loses 40 more seconds on Delfino Shines, a lot of which was movement error in trying to get to the beach pipe. At this point in the run, his best possible time is a
We do have DLC to finish in
257.35, so he would have
DS3.
to play almost perfectly for the last hour of the
Or
run to
DS2
get a
and
PB,
DS3.
let alone a 257.
And Elden,
Coming out of the second
honestly.
part of Delfino, he makes up for the majority of his lost
I'm
time
a
and is ahead by 7 seconds. He then plays a solid second part of Rico, saving 45 seconds, and his best possible time is just 6 seconds below a 2:58.
I was supposed to go here.
All that's left is getting to Bowser
I was
and
looking
clutching
for a
out the
cave.
ground pounds.
I never remember where the entrance is. Ever.
Wow, that was still 257. God, I've never been so unsatisfied by a PB in my life. Dude, really? That's the first 257?
Wow.
Unbelievable. Okay, so I'm bitter on the inside. I'm still obviously super happy I got 257. And in like half an hour, I'll probably be like, yeah, I got 257. That was fucking poggers. Let's go. I'll be back tomorrow to get 256. Until then, peace out, buds.
1 week later?
This
That's
is going to
fucking
be the
bomb.
first example of the video where a yellow strat is used at the end of a run. This was the old any % speedrun of SpongeBob SquarePants Battle
Oh
for
my
Bikini
gosh.
Bottom by
Okay,
Shift,
cool.
which doesn't utilize ski ball abuse to farm shiny objects. This run was before the trick was discovered, and was the first time Battle for Bikini Bottom was beaten in under 58 minutes. Shift was in the red for most of the early game, but then he saved a bit of time coming out of SpongeBob's dream. He's up and down for most of the mid game, and towards the end of the run, he's about 5 seconds ahead of his PB coming out of the second part of downtown Bikini Bottom. Unfortunately, he loses that time plus 7 seconds coming out of the second part of Jellyfish Fields. Upon entering Sandy's dream, Shift is about 8 seconds behind his 58.09 pace, and according to his splits, his best possible time is just barely over 58 minutes. So how on earth did he barely get under 58 minutes? So this run is a trick at the end that can either save a lot of time or completely kill it. The community dubbed this trick Fast Nut, which at the time was considered to be TAS only. It's a 1-frame bash boost off of the slide which allows you to get the golden spatula on top of the acorn very quickly. It was also considered to additionally be position perfect in precision, with no useful setup or knowledge regarding frames or angles. The only way Shift could achieve a new PB is to hit it flawlessly, so there was no harm in going for it, since a PB was basically out of the question by this point.
That I have to do this every time is so fucking tedious.
Oh, I'm quick.
What?
So that.
Holy shit.
And he nailed it, saving about 15 seconds, which also knocked down his best possible time to 57 minutes and 48 seconds, so the sub 58 dream was very possible. He completes Flying Dutchman's Graveyard in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, which was a pretty sick segment time considering everything that can go wrong in the level. An additional 3 seconds
sure
is
I didn't
saved,
see it?
and all that's left is Chum Bucket Lab.
Ready for runs, guys.
Okay, cool.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Oh my. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus! I can't fucking believe it worked! This fucking worked!
All world records from this point included Fast Nut as a staple trick, until Skee Ball abuse was implemented into the any % route, making the trick obsolete. Next is a 100% speedrun of Jak 1 by Outrageous Josh. Over the last few years, Josh has solidified himself as the best Jak 1 speedrunner, currently holding all world records in all of the major categories. Earlier this year, he broke the 1 hour and 35 minute barrier in 100%, and it all came down to the latter part of the run. He was up and down throughout, but going into Mountain Pass, he was 24 seconds behind world record. Given the nature of the endgame, he would need a huge time save during this section if he wanted to achieve a 134. There's a trick that Jak runners do in the any % no lava tube skip category called tree hopping, and it goes something like this. You get full blue eco while driving a zoomer, and you jump off of a tiny slope on the ground and bounce off the top of a tree. If the bounce off the tree is good, you need to balance your zoomer mid-air and then hit a second tree at just the right
Balance
angle.
your zoomer?
Then you land over a rock where there's a power cell waiting to be collected. Collecting the power cell by tree hopping versus intended mechanics saves about 25 seconds. This trick isn't completely routed in the 100% run since it's super inconsistent, and also due to the fact you have to do it over an hour into the run. If you miss it, the run is essentially dead. So just like Shift's Battle for Bikini Bottom run, Josh had nothing to lose, so he goes for it.
Oh, let's go, dude. What the frick? Yo.
I love happiness.
And he
Holy
smashed
shit.
it, saving about 22 seconds after the split, also knocking down his best possible time by 20 seconds, so he has a bit of breathing room for the next 30 minutes. Coming out of Snowy Mountain, he was ahead by 20 seconds, and he even had new PBs for a couple of his splits during that section.
That is so
Lava
sick.
Tube is pretty standard for him. There's not a whole lot of time that he could have lost during that section. After Golem Maya's Citadel, he was up by 26 seconds, and all he had to do was finish the final boss.
I have not been breathing. I have not been breathing.
It's so good seeing them so happy.
Oh! Woo! Oh my god, dude! This category is so hard. My legs. I can barely feel my leg.
Next we have another Ocarina of Time speed.
What area bonus?
This is a 100% run by ZFG that also uses the old route without SRM. This was also the second world record run that incorporated a big route change at the time. For the first hour and 45 minutes, he's on a very good pace, ahead by almost a minute up until he approaches Dompe. As we know, Dompe can either make a good run bad, or a bad run good. By giving him 10 rupees, he'll dig up a patch of dirt, but there is only a 10% chance that he'll dig up a piece of heart, which
Oh
is
my
necessary
fuck, it's
for
right
100%. There are 8 mounds to dig from in the graveyard, and the game keeps track of how many attempts you've made.
Well,
On your
how the
15th
fuck do I
attempt,
get
it
there?
guarantees a success, but on
Aside
average,
from
it's
going up
actually
the wall
faster to exit
and
and
falling.
reload the area, so the
What?
counter will always be reset to 0. ZFG's
Wicked.
world record was 4 hours 10 minutes and 17 seconds at the time, and had a second try Dompe. This run, however, had a 12th try Dompe, costing him 3.5 minutes.
Alright, well the run's dead, but I'll continue digging until Dampe gives it to me, just to see what number I get up to. Any predictions?
During the next
I
half
will
hour,
never
he
remember
would manage
this,
to save roughly
ever.
a minute back. Although still behind, things were looking doable up until this specific room in Shadow Temple. So you need to use Link's hookshot to launch yourself in the air to collect silver rupees. For the last silver rupee of the room, which also unlocks the door, ZFG was too many pixels to the left and missed it. He lands near the Redead in the room, which was a big problem. If the Redead spooks Link, it will lock him in place for a few seconds, and if you don't hit it or get away fast enough, it'll spook him again. Since ZFG missed the shot and landed near the Redead, it would go on to spook Link for about 40 seconds. In normal gameplay, you
Oh,
would
I
just
needed
spend a
that.
second
No,
or
I
two
need
killing the
budding cave moss.
Redead,
Never
but because
mind.
of the glitches that are used, Link doesn't have a sword equipped, so there's no easy way of killing the enemy. He did have Deku sticks, but they're a limited resource, so he wasn't able to use them.
Oh my god, I've never missed that rupee falling. I'm so mad. I'm so mad, dude.
We can make that.
I
needed
can't
10
go
minutes.
in the door. That's never happened before.
After finally getting out of the room, he's almost 2 minutes behind, so he's going to need a lot of time save to be able to PB. At over 2.5 hours into the run, the spot where he could finally catch a break was Spirit Temple. He messed up the cutscene skip in his PB, but nails it in this run. The other big time save was whether or not Twinrova would cooperate, and she did. He saves over 1.5 minutes on this section. Fast forwarding to almost 3.5 hours in, he saves time during the section when Link gets the bullet bag, holding the segment. This is also the first time since before Dompe that he was ahead of his PB. Right after this, he did the Ocarina memory game, which he had messed up in his PB.
The Bloodstain,
This
I
small
thought was
error
an
was
invader
worth a
for
whole minute of
second.
time save, and he did it this time with ease, also achieving another gold split. For the next half hour, the run was very good with no notable time loss, and all he had to do was defeat Ganon.
That might have cost me 408. I think I'm still good. I think it'll be 408.59. Alright, never mind. So, this run had a 12th try Dampe. This means that I lost... Let me check how much time
Until
I
we
lost
can
to
teleport,
Dampe.
we gotta keep clearing.
Over 3.5 minutes, like 3:45. I lost 3:45 at Dampe. And I got a 408, so that's cool.
It's worth noting that he completely skipped the 4-hour 9-minute threshold. He's never seen a 409, and he never will. Here we have English Ben's speedrun of Grand Theft Auto Vice City in the any % no script stack underflow category. About 4 years ago, there was a skip found in the game which saved 40 minutes off of standard any %. It's pretty technical, but all you need to know is it saves a ton of time, and due to the nature of the skip, it prompted the leaderboards to be split. Ben had just achieved the new best segment time for the Copland mission and was 11 seconds ahead of his PB, which was 54 minutes and 23 seconds. His best possible time was 54 minutes flat, but if he were to play perfectly to his best segment times for the remaining missions and get at least 4 out of 5 Fate skips, he could hypothetically get a 53-minute time. Fate skips are minor optimizations during something called insta-passing, which basically allows you to complete missions as soon as you start them. You can insta-pass entire assets in Vice City and skip the entire second half of the game by doing this glitch. He says this during his run.
What's funny now is if I play perfectly and get 4 out of 5 Fade skips, I'll 53 this. Which is really funny.
It's worth noting that if you fail Fate skips at any point, the run is basically dead, making them extremely risky to go for. Now it's time for the late game, starting with the Spilling the Beans mission. It's usually pretty easy, but the only scary part is when you have to buy a property and start the rampage at the same time. This part is also cycle based, so if you get a really bad cycle which is totally out of your control, and you pick up the rampage without buying the property, the run is dead. Doing this strat also means you cannot save before attempting the trick, so you only get one shot. He successfully gets through the trick and golds the mission by 3 seconds, so now his best possible time had just hit below 54 minutes. Keep in mind he still has to play perfect for the next 8 minutes,
unlocked.
and to hit the courier mission is when he needs to do 4 out of 5 Fade skips. The reason most Vice City runners don't do all 5 Fade skips is because the first one is too difficult and risky to do. A Fade skip creates a crossover between the Fade in for starting the mission and the Fade out from completing the asset glitch, so you get them both at the same time. This process is very technical, so I'll have a link in the description if you'd like to learn more about how the asset glitch and Fade skips work. The window to execute them is pretty tight, which is why it's difficult to even hit 4 out of 5 in a run. He manages to clutch 4 out of 5 and saves 4 seconds, which was also his best segment ever for this mission. Up next is Cap the Collector, which is easily the hardest mission in the game to do in a speedrun. There are 3 sets of collectors that come to steal your assets, and you must kill them in sequence. The next set only spawns when the previous set is killed, so it's vital to kill them as soon as possible. Ben starts out by lining up an almost pixel perfect shot to snipe the first collectors, and he hits it. Then he snipes the second and third set of collectors that drive on fast motorbikes successfully. Now the shots themselves aren't difficult, but nerves can play a big role in this section. He saves an additional 6 seconds here, and now it's time for the Keep Your Friends Close mission. Just before starting it, you use a teleport glitch that you set up way before the start of Copland. It only works if you have collected less than 20 pickups from that point, such as guns, money, and save icons to name a few. After the teleport, the mission is on a timer until the final boss spawns. The gun that you use is efficient to kill him, but sometimes when he takes damage, he'll dive out of the way. Luckily, it didn't happen during this run, and Ben achieved a new personal best of 53 minutes and 59 seconds. Had it happened, it would have killed the 53-minute dream.
Yes! Yes!
I love joy.
Oh my god!
Not nurse joy. I love actual happiness, palpitate.
Oh my god!
I love palpable
God,
happiness.
I feel my fucking body.
That sentence almost got butchered by my lush mouth.
I cannot believe I 53'd that. Holy fucking shit, dude. I cannot fucking believe I pulled that off. I literally said at the end of Copland, like, what's funny is if I get 4 out of 5 Fade skips, I can 53 this. And I got them and I fucking did it. Holy fuck.
Back in May of this year, Simply would achieve his first world record in the 120-star category of Super Mario 64 with a time of 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 28 seconds. Simply has been running the game for 8 years now, and all the hard work he had put in finally paid off. Not even 19 minutes into the run, we already have people in chat saying, "This is the run." The early game is pretty standard. He enters the basement slightly over 23 minutes into the run, and he's up a few seconds coming out of Bomb on Battlefield. He saves an additional 11 seconds in Shifting Sandland, which is arguably one of the toughest levels in early game because of all the slight optimizations, such as the 8 red coin star. Simply also made a great video on that specific star, and I'd recommend watching it. Coming out of Vanish Cap, he's ahead by 22 seconds, but then unfortunately loses a good amount of time in Big Boo's Haunt. The next major obstacle is the 100 coin star in Dire
Why did I
Docks,
not get
specifically
this?
the submarine section. A combination of precise wall kicks and tight
it's like
platforming
here-ish.
makes this
Why did I
one of
not
the
do
hardest
this?
stars in the game. It's also
I
considered
want
to be a
hefty
major
lightning
reset
pots.
point in late game. Due to the nature of the level, he unfortunately loses all of his time save, plus an additional 13 seconds. The run is far from dead though, he still has all of upstairs to do, and there's definitely time save in a lot of the later levels. So going into Wet Dry World, he's 16 seconds behind his PB, and it wasn't until the end of Tall Tall Mountain he was finally in the green.
We had to come
Snowman's
right
Land was
here.
one of the biggest highlights of the run, saving a whopping 27 seconds, also knocking down his best possible time by 2 seconds. During the cloud level, Simply unfortunately misses one of the red coins and it costs him 5 seconds. However, he's still on a great pace, so now it's time for TikTok Clock, and he's yet again in the green. In Rainbow Ride, he shaves off an additional second, and all that stands between him and a world record are Bowser Bros.
Please take my money. You deserve to be fucking wiser.
What's wrong?
I did it.
You did what?
World record.
Larry, you got
The area bonus negation finally.
Oh my god! You got the world record? Oh my baby!
Anywho.
Oh my god! I knew it was coming! Oh my god!
Hey, bud.
Oh my god!
What'd you get? What was your time?
Oh my god!
138.28.
Oh my
So
god!
11 seconds or 9 seconds?
Oh!
Guess who's number one in the world?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm in love with their joy.
If you've seen Carl Jobs' video about this run, we all know that the only word to describe this ending is wholesome. Up next is a 1.14 Random Seed Glitchless
It's
speedrun of
perfect.
Minecraft by Illumina. I've actually covered this run over on my personal channel in my Minecraft's Great Speedrunning War video. In that video, I documented the 3 main contenders of this speedrunning category: Illumina, Dream, and Real
I'll
Benex.
get more.
In a span of 51 days, the world
I'll get
record
the
was
rest
traded
soon.
amongst the 3 of them over half a dozen times, but this particular run was one of the best highlights of the war due to how
I need
scuffed it
9.
was. The beginning of the run was pretty standard.
Can I
It's
get
optimal
9?
to spawn in a desert at the start and hope that there's a desert temple in viewing distance. This is because the strategy is to obtain TNT to blow up houses in Savannah villages, and then craft the wood into sticks to trade to the villagers to unlock ender pearls. After Illumina obtains everything that he needs for the early game, he heads off to the nether slightly over 6 minutes into the run, which was a decent pace. He immediately finds another fortress, and he has to bridge over to the part that has blaze spawners. Somehow, he ends up falling and dying.
Frick! No! That's so stupid.
Under normal circumstances when this happens, the run might as well be over, since in order to reclaim your items, you have to run back to where you died in the nether, which means you have to run back to where you made the portal. Luckily, the portal wasn't far from the initial spawn, so the run can still stay alive. He gets back, and while on the way to get his items, he was too far left
I'm
on
just
one of his
merging the
jumps,
2 and the
and
5.
he dies again.
Totally
I'm
look
gonna
like a
die
3.
if I fall.
Or a cursive S.
Okay, well,
Either's
crap.
cuter. Either's cute.
Okay, I think this run's dead. I think I killed this run. I think this run unironically dead.
This in total cost about 2
Doubt.
minutes, so now he's going to have to rely on a close stronghold and a good end fight. 17 minutes into the run, he finishes the villager trading, which despite the 2-minute time loss in the nether, was actually a pretty decent time. It only took him 5 minutes to locate the stronghold, which was also a fantastic time. There was also a critical moment that saved this run, and it's on his way to the end portal that he finds an ender pearl in a chest. As he dug down into the stronghold, he only had 8 eyes of ender, so he would have to bank on a 4-eyed portal, which is about a 1 in 47 chance. Since he found an ender pearl, he would now have to bank on a 3-eyed portal, which is about a 1 in 12 chance. If it's not a 3-eyed portal, the run is basically dead unless he magically finds another pearl or enderman in the stronghold. Miraculously, it's a 3-eyed portal, and he enters the end slightly over 23 minutes in. The world record at the time was a 26:44 by Dream, and given Illumina's skill level, he could easily whip out a sub 4-minute Ender Dragon fight.
Rush.
Let's see.
I have a diamond sword, so I should be able to do lots of damage on him. Next time he goes on the center, so it's not a big deal.
In love that it's not in English. Uh-oh. Absolutely in love.
Uh-oh.
Very distract, much wow.
Yes, 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 that was a good charge. You've got the whole squad laughing with this record.
Just like that, he had achieved the new world record with a time of 26 minutes and 3 seconds in probably the craziest way imaginable. For our last entry, we have Tuval's speedrun of Spyro 1 Any%, and this is historically one of the greatest endings to any speedrun. After coming out of Dreamweavers, Tuval was 31 seconds behind world record, and the only way he'd ever be able to achieve it would be to perform the hardest trick in all of Spyro 1, Coveless. It's a trick where you skip both North Cove and Twilight Harbor by going around the back of Nasty's level entrance in the homeworld, getting a lucky flop into the air, and executing one of the hardest wall glides in the game in order to pass through the top of the sealed dragon head to enter the level early, saving a whopping 40 seconds. This trick is not only extremely inconsistent in runs, but there are top level runners who have never even landed the trick in practice. To actually do it first try in a run would be absolutely disgusting. So let's see what happens.
First try, let's go! It didn't take me 20 hours to do some of the fucking Elden skips for our level 1, so I'm still like fucking... That shit broke me. I'm destroyed.
Hello? Okay.
He does it first try, and then goes on to secure a new world record that would be unbeatable for over 3 years. Oh, did I mention Tuval was the one who found this trick in the first place? Just for context as to how hard this trick is, it's never been replicated first try in any percent run since this, which was 5 years ago. This run was undoubtedly ahead of its time, and it still remains a top 3 time to this day. I would recommend watching the Rixer's video about Tuval, the man who broke Spyro in half. It's a good watch, and it documents Tuval's legacy in Spyro speedrunning, and heck, even covers his finding of Gelato Beach skip in Super Mario Sunshine, a game he doesn't even run. Alright, this marks the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a thumbs up. I really enjoyed making this video, and as always, I want to give a big thank you to everyone that provided me with information for each of these games. They're all listed in the description. As I stated before, this list wasn't limited to the entries featured, so if you know of other great comebacks in speedrunning, let us know in the comments section. I'd definitely like to see more examples. If you're enjoying the content Easyscape and I put out, subscribe to the channel for more speedrunning related content. I also make speedrunning related content on my personal channel, so check it out if you're interested. A link will be in the description and in the end screen. That's it from me today. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
I see the thing that reaches its hand out.
Hello ladies and gents, it's EasyScape, and in today's video, I'm going to be going over the top 10
Link in a
closest
second.
races that have happened at Games Done Quick. Games Done Quick is
Oh,
a
I see
charity
it.
marathon that runs twice a year and has raised
It
over $1
was a
million
fear. I'm still
each
touching
marathon
this.
since 2014. The most anticipated runs each year at the event would have to be the races. Races are not only extremely hyped to watch, but are also fascinating to see how top level players run their game and just how costly a single mistake can be. In this video, we'll be seeing what happens when top level speedrunners are so evenly matched that they are within seconds of each other. I hope you all enjoy. The first run on this list would be the 4-player Super Mario Sunshine race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. This run utilizes extreme precise movement options and skips, and is often referred to as one of the best platformers ever made, which makes it no surprise that this is one of the most speedrun games there are. In this run there are 4 big skips, and depending on which runner is able to execute all of them, will determine who will be the leaders
Links
in the
in the
race.
timestamps as well.
In this race, the first skip is Gelato Skip. Gelato Skip is used in the first level of Gelato Beach, and is used to get the 8th Shine Sprite in the level. Once you collect that Shine Sprite, you can enter any level, which is very important in any percent.
Puts us into the root.
Strongman gets the first
prize.
Trey gets the
Trey
first
there.
prize.
Let's go. Nice.
We got ourselves a race.
All right.
Live on
Every
a
runner
Sunday.
managed to get the skip first try, but it doesn't end there. Throughout the race, every single runner was nailing each skip. Yoshi skip,
Sick.
So, he gets it. Nice.
Honey skip,
It'll skip the cutscene.
I'm so happy for them.
Without any cutscene. Looks like Bouncy
Bouncy
got
boy,
it.
the
We'll
god
see.
of honey
Good.
skip.
We're over
gets
level
the
4,
honey
so
skip
it's
master.
hilarious.
an early Yoshi go round.
Big invisible barrier and get in there.
It's not often in a race that you see all runners get each major skip first try. For a majority of the race, Bouncy Boy is leading up until he gets to the Chucksters. In this part, he's going to be trying to get on an early cycle with the Chucksters that has a 1 in 5 chance to save roughly 20 seconds in the run, which would make his first place position even more dominating.
If he gets up there really quickly,
We have to do this
gets
every
lucky,
time we
and
zone.
gets super lucky, he can save 20 seconds, 25 seconds. Yeah. Panga getting Yoshi.
I think he's got it. Oh, he's got early cycle.
He just has to get this. And
Oh no!
Unfortunately, he falls a bit short, putting Panga in the lead. The race is extremely close, and Bouncy and Panga keep going back and forth. One moment Panga will just miss a ledge and Bouncy jumps out in front, but then you see the brilliant execution from Panga while collecting red coins, and there he is back in first again. It's up until Rico 4 that Panga misses a ledge, putting Bouncy right back in his dominant lead.
in the speedrun.
It's not until Noki 6 where things get interesting. Bouncy attempts to go for a quicker, but much more difficult cycle, and well, I'll just let the clip speak for itself.
So there's a couple different like.
I feel
cycles
very
you can make here.
Karthus with this.
These cycles is really difficult to pull off. And normally
I feel
for
very
a marathon
Karthus.
run, you play it safe just because it's the
I feel hella Karthus
And
with
going
this.
on.
Gets it
Wow.
anyway. Oh
wow.
my goodness. Oh no!
Oh man. It's not.
But he's not
oh,
dead.
He's
He's
not
dead. He
dead.
doesn't die. Do you
Man.
believe?
Coming back up. Alright. Still got the
Yellow star. Oh no, Bouncy!
I almost called this a tree. I thought the tree was gonna save me.
Out
Like that.
What a legend!
Bouncy does manage to save himself twice, but this is also giving the other runners a chance to
The
catch
wall
up.
is murdering
It comes down
me.
to the final boss fight against Bowser with Bouncy Boy in the lead, followed by Trey who is roughly 12 seconds behind. And with no mistakes, Bouncy finishes the race with a 1:17.55, with Trey finishing behind him by 16 seconds and Panga by 26 seconds. A great way to finish what was by far the most exciting live Super Mario Sunshine race ever.
Very Karthus.
Next one on this list is the DuckTales race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. This is a pretty short speedrun, so speedrunners are going to be trying to do every minor optimization possible to advance a few frames ahead. In the first level, you can do a pretty big skip by taking damage from the nearby
There we go.
space
I just
duck
noticed
and
I had to
walking
fix
into the
it.
corner of the barrier to go down
It's
to the
from
lower
alt-tabbing.
level. Andy accidentally gets hit by an enemy which slows him down, enough that the space duck lands earlier than expected, costing him time, putting Gyarados in the lead.
Not a side door.
In
is
the
there?
next level,
Okay,
the runners
cool.
will have to make a precise jump to spawn Launchpad on his helicopter, then jump to and from the rope on it quickly to make it across the gap.
Did they?
Gyarados gets a questionable spawn, so he decides to wait and jump off an enemy. This costs him enough frames to put Andy in the lead. Gyarados makes up
They
a bit
didn't,
of time
did
getting
they?
good boss RNG on this level though.
Oh, they
and then Andy
did.
misses a boss hit, putting Gyarados back in the lead.
They're lucky I
But the
remember
race
how
is
to
so
go
close
here.
that they are basically playing on the same frame, and even something simple like item pickups keeps Gyarados in the lead. It comes down to the last boss fight with Gyarados only a few frames ahead. They both get good RNG by having the boss spawn on the right side on his third spawn, but after Poe going off the bat, Andy gets a higher jump, making him start climbing up the rope in the lead.
That might be it. Andy is higher up on the screen. He's going to start on this vine sooner, and as long as he doesn't make a mistake, that's going to make the difference. And it does! What a race! Unbelievable! It all came down to that final task bat.
The next run on this list is the Shovel Knight race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. Shovel Knight is a 2D side-scrolling platformer, which was inspired by older Nintendo platformers, which will also be featured in this video. The first little trick in this speedrun is to bait out this dragon so it'll blow bubbles at you. You can bounce off these bubbles to activate a screen wrap and save 4 seconds getting to the next screen. Smoggy is able to get the trick over Koopas, putting him in the lead. He keeps up this lead until he reaches the 4th stage boss, Treasure Knight. Smoggy makes a few errors during the battle, making him touch Treasure Knight's body, which eventually kills him. This would have given Koopas a perfect opportunity to catch up had he also not died during Smoggy's fight. There is still a pretty big gap between the runners going into the Flying Machine stage, but unfortunately Smoggy gets jumped by some of the hover meanies and then dies again due to some difficult platforming.
I mean, I can't be mad. It's a good place to go.
Koopas takes the lead and heads into the boss battle against Propeller Knight. Just as Koopas gets the quick kill, Smoggy prepares to start his boss battle. Unfortunately, during the cheering after Koopa's kill, he missed an audio cue and dies. Koopas pulls forward with a bigger lead. Coming into the boss battle versus Black Knight in the Tower of Fate, Smoggy's made up a lot of time. Koopas dies during the boss battle, putting him 6 seconds behind Smoggy. The runners quickly finish the boss battle and are neck and neck. A bit later, both runners head into the final boss rush. The bosses come out in a random order, so it's difficult to see who exactly is in the lead. They both finish super close and are only 3 seconds apart. It's down to the final boss battle.
Mission's going on right now. And Smoggy's time is almost up. Now! And we got Munksha following up very closely with time.
Wow, good job. Great job.
The next run on this list is a 4-player 100% Super Metroid race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. Super Metroid is one of the most popular runs towards the end of each GDQ, featuring the most intense bid war of the event called the Fate of the Animals. In the final part of the game, you must decide whether to save the animals that helped you throughout the game or kill them. Since the charities GDQ supports are all about saving lives, it makes sense to save the animals, but since GDQ is also a speedrunning event and killing the animals is quicker, it also makes sense to kill the animals. For this reason, it makes for a crazy bid war with both sides going back and forth. During AGDQ 2017, this bid war raised almost $800,000 alone. The first thing to mention in this race is that Zeus takes a different route than the other runners by grabbing some power bombs and a missile pack in Red Brinstar, rather than doing it later like the other runners. There really isn't any time saving doing so, just runner preference. The race is going pretty smoothly with no runner far behind from the next until the first boss fight versus Phantoon.
Mistake.
Ivan makes a few mistakes with his attacks and misses, making Phantoon go into phases where he can't be hurt. This extends the boss fight, forcing Ivan to play it safe in order not to die.
I have to
and
redo
waste
this
more
even
time.
after invasions.
He does eventually kill him, but by
That's
then,
why it's
all
so
the other
fucking
runners are way in the
tedious.
lead. A little bit later into the run, you can see Behemoth in the lead, with Zoast and then Wild Anaconda right behind him.
Like,
since Zoast did take a different route,
if I
and
get
he's
sucked
keeping
away
pace
as a
with
helpful
Behemoth,
blue,
this means he's technically
then I
in the lead.
still have to do
The rest
this.
of the race stays pretty
like,
even until the next
every
boss fight
time.
against Dragon.
Oops.
Behemoth makes a mistake.
Does it not have like
thinking he
a?
doesn't do
It
enough
does
damage to the
under
boss,
here.
so he goes into backup strats to deal with it. While attempting to set up the backup
Puts the
strats,
wearer in a
Dragon
ready
starts
state
swooping
to answer should someone in another world call for rescue. You'll be summoned to their world as a hunter. During Hunter multiplayer, your objective will be to defeat the invader or of the summoned world, rather. There we go. It's not to clear the area boss like in a written way like it is in others.
Behemoth makes back some ground.
They kind of merged that part of being a helpful. So, helpful blue is no longer a. Wait, that was a Sunbro anyway. You can still get them to the boss fog. And that kind of counts. But it doesn't say that part. I still might go to DS2 or 3 for fucking PvP. This is very, very empty. It's like people have something to do on a Sunday or something. That's weird. Just play video games. I usually am cautious to cultivate our blood flame. I didn't have to keep it.
The Mega Man X series contains similar mechanics from original Mega Man games, which is obviously where it got its inspiration from, but also adds new elements such as dashing and wall jumping. In this race, there are two different routes the runners use, the X route and the Zero route. In the X route, you get 2 armor parts right away, which allows you to shoot bigger, making boss fights a lot quicker, but you have to go back through the intro.
It feels so cartoon.
Most of the community agrees that the Zero route is faster, but when watching this race, it's pretty hard to tell.
And I've got a
beginning,
claimer.
Speedrunner P&D, who's doing the X route, accidentally dies early in the run, meaning he's going to have to make almost half a level back in time.
Let's join them.
There really isn't too much that happens for the rest of the race, and the other 2 runners stay neck and neck. It comes down to the final boss fight. Mr. Cab is slightly in the lead and starts the boss fight first, with Seto Ryu right behind him. Both runners perform almost equally as well, and Mr. Cab closes out the boss fight 6 seconds ahead of Seto Ryu. Had P&D not died in the beginning of the race, it would have been much closer, and he potentially may have won the race. Also, as a fun fact, every runner in this race also ended up getting their personal best.
We're good.
The next one on this list is the 4-player Batman the Video Game race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2016. In this run, runners are going to be managing their weapons and health closely because the only way to replenish them is by item drops and killing bosses.
Yeah,
this is crucial for getting a good time because using the weapons will allow the runners to keep going at a fast pace, and there are certain parts in which you'll need to take damage, so if your health is low, you might be in a bad spot. In this race, Invested Rich has a pretty dominant lead over everyone else. Level by level, he makes little mistakes and plays it safe when he needs to, which keeps him in the lead. Meanwhile, Justifend and Dexter are right behind him ready to make their move. It seems like Rich has this in the bag until he makes a fatal error during a fight with the second to last boss, Firebug, which kills him. While remaining in the lead, Defend and Dexter enter Firebug just after Rich restarts it. It's anyone's game. By the end of the fight, Just Defend takes the lead from Rich, but he and Dexter aren't far behind. Next we head into the final boss fight against Joker. Just Defend makes an error during the Joker fight, putting Rich and Dexter side by side.
They just
for the
looked
lead.
at me and left.
Both of them execute the boss fight great, but with the advantage of entering the fight early, Rich beats it before Dexter, who finishes a second later. Unfortunately, Just Defend dies just before finishing a second or 2 behind Dexter.
My life
and gets
is
to
forfeit.
11:24, and then Bad breaks with 11:54. The next one on this list is the Plock Race from Summer Games Done Quick 2013. This game is more of a traditional platformer, where you play as the character Plock, who has to save his island from the Flea invasion. The speedrun for this game involves precise platforming, as well as hitting specific fruit in certain levels to play bonus stages, which allow you to skip through multiple levels and bosses at a time. These bonus stages are very hard and add another layer of difficulty to the run. The race is pretty close throughout the start, with Countdown 42 leading over Mecha Richter. This lead is taken by Richter about 10 minutes into the run by getting a game over before Countdown. The reason for getting the game over is that if you pick up a Plock letter on the stage, and then game over, the game thinks you've already completed that stage. This is because the other way to get Plock letters is by beating the stage without dying. The game most likely doesn't know the difference between the two, and it seems that if you have a letter, you've beaten the stage. This lead doesn't last long as Richter dies shortly after during a boss fight. This death puts Countdown far in the lead. So far that even with Countdown dying later on attempting a damage boost, Richter is still about a minute behind. Later on, Countdown dies again while trying to hop on a moving platform, and then out of nowhere, Richter not only manages to catch up, but takes the lead by 3 seconds conveniently right before the final boss, the Flea Queen. As long as Richter doesn't mess up, this race is in the bag.
I am obviously not going to risk it. Oh my god, Mecha!
We should go.
Oh my god. There you go, good game. And time.
Let's go up 2. Let's get this.
And as expected, little to no mistakes on
I'm
the
done
final
racing
boss
for
from each
everything.
runner, and Richter
Let's
finishes
just
3
clean up.
seconds over Countdown.
Let's do that a bit.
The next run on this list is a Ninja Gaiden relay race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. In this relay race, there are 2 teams of 3 people, and once one speedrunner finishes a game, they pass off and run the next game in the series. So this is a race in Ninja Gaiden 1 through 3. In Ninja Gaiden 1, a speedrunner is heavily reliant on movement and platforming, including precise wall jumps and damage boosts. This game is arguably more reliant on these factors because there's a move you can get called Spin Slash, and it kills most of the bosses in one hit, so most time save is from outside of the boss fights. In this race, Ohon, who is part of Team Kappa, leads the race for the entirety of the first game in front of Dexter, who is in Team Franker Z. This is until the final boss fight, which is where Dexter will have the chance to catch up because of his quick mashing skills. Unfortunately, during the second phase of the boss fight, he gets hit by the boss's tail, which does a lot of damage. He
Jolly
decides to play it
PvP.
safe and
I
take
keep
out the
having to
tail
do this
first
every
and
time
then
I
the
zone.
boss. Meanwhile, Gus
Let's
of
do it
Team
in 2
Kappa starting up
seconds.
the second game 14 seconds in the lead. The big differences between
I'm
Ninja
zoning
Gaiden
more
1
than
and
this,
2
so
is that
let's
you
do
now
that.
no longer have
Yeah.
Spin Slash, so boss fights won't be nearly as quick, but you do have access
Let's
to
check our
Shadow Clones,
cookbooks
which are a
first.
close second best. Also, certain stages now have hazards like wind, which makes platforming a bit more difficult.
6,
Jimmy
7,
of Team
8,
Franker Z
9,
starts
10,
making back time stage after stage, shaving off a few seconds each time
17,
over
18,
Team Kappa
19,
to the
20,
point he's right
21.
behind him.
Yikes.
But just as it seems that he's caught up, he ends up dying. This may waste some time, but it certainly doesn't slow down his pace, as we see him execute a wall clip over Team Kappa, making him up 10 seconds, and then later on leads the race going into the boss fight. At the end of the boss fight, Team Franker Z is ahead of Team Kappa by
Did I just
7
ignore
seconds.
this?
It's now time for Game 3. Game 3 is by far the most difficult Ninja Gaiden game, and this is mainly because it isn't as broken as the other two. There's no wall clips or overpowered weapons, and you take far more damage and receive less health drops, meaning mistakes are almost detrimental. Infested Rich takes a hit early on in the third stage, resulting in a death, but luckily it was done early on, which means he will have a chance to catch up later.
Yes, I ignored it.
Coming into the stage 5 boss,
Wow.
Rich has made up a lot of time and enters shortly after Crack Attack. He manages to get the quick
Yo,
kill and finishes
I'll
a
be
few
off
frames
next
before
Saturday.
Crack Attack.
I'm sorry. I might be. I get to see one of the homies. It's been a while.
And once again, we're dead even going into the next.
It's the
The
first
runners are
time
right
in like
next to each other
400
going
days.
into the boss rush, only being a
I
second
might be.
apart.
I still might show up. We
After
don't know
the first
yet.
two bosses in the boss rush, Crack Attack keeps his 1 second lead. It's time to see who can finish the boss first.
So we'll see this come down to the wire.
Jolly
guys.
PvP.
16 hits away. Who's gonna get there first?
And Rich with the kill first.
Wow!
Team Franker Z takes it by 1 second, less than a second. This is an incredible race here at 18.
Even though announcer says that Rich gets the kill first, Crack Attack is the one who gets it, and Team Franker Z takes the win.
Fair.
The
I
next
should've
one on
spawned at
this
the
list
other
is the
one.
Mega Man 4 race from Awesome Games
I still
Done Quick 2015.
have to do the other
The
ancestral
original Mega
spirit.
Man, also known as Rockman games, are some of the most difficult platformers to have ever been made.
We're
This
unlocking
is due
all
to
we
its
can at
precise movement and
47,
tight
so I can keep
controls.
PvPing
In this
here.
run, the runners start
And
off
I'll
with
just
different
name it,
routes, just like how in the Super Metroid
Rune
race
level
with
47,
Zeus.
weapon
Johnny
level
starts this
10.
race with Pharaoh Man, and Almond
I have
City starts
backups
with
named
Bright
to
Man.
that
The
for
Pharaoh Man
others.
route is about 3 seconds faster. At about 10 minutes in the race, the routes converge, and Chelny is ahead by 9 seconds. For the rest of the race, the biggest time difference between the runners at a given moment is only 9 seconds. The run was literally so close throughout that there really wasn't anything else to point out until the final boss fight. Almond worked his way back up from the 9-second deficit from earlier in the race, and is actually in the lead by a little bit going into the boss fight.
Almond a little bit low on Pharaoh, but I think he has just enough to finish
I
this.
really adore this person's content. It is such a 10 out of 10. Oh my gosh. And don't give me shit for saying that a lot with people.
What a
People do
Harry
amazing
Dixon.
things.
Oh my-
I'm just scared
Wow.
of people. But they're all lovely.
Ladies
So
and
it's
gentlemen, Almond City
whatever.
and Chelny.
And just before Almond finishes the kill, Chelny clutches
I
out
can't
just
help it.
before him with only a 1 second time difference between them. If I had ranked these runs by how close they were throughout the race, rather than just at the ending, this one definitely would have taken first place. Okay guys, and before I show you the first spot, I have a few honorable mentions to go over first.
This
The
is the
first
most
was a
worth it, looks
602-star Super Mario race between 360 Chrism and Valu 111 in the summer of 2016. This was the 5th installment of
That'll
the
work.
biannual
We'll still come
event
back
which
here and
collects
buy out
every
the
star
rest.
and shine in Super Mario 64, Sunshine, Galaxy, and Galaxy 2, which is an over 20-hour run. 360 Chrism didn't think he had a chance to win the race until he noticed Valu had been losing time on his final stars due to fatigue. It came super close, but Valu finished with a time of 21 hours, 40 minutes, and 16 seconds, which is recorded as 12 seconds faster than Chrism's time. This race wasn't included in the list since I was only going over races at Games Done Quick, but I decided that it was definitely worth featuring. The next honorable mention is a blindfolded Mike Tyson's
19
Punch-Out
and
speedrun
20.
from Awesome Games Done Quick 2016. This race was a great display of skill for both runners, but the most insane part of it was just how close they were from each other until the Mike Tyson fight. Zallard ended up winning a little bit over a minute before Sinister, but considering this was a blindfolded race, I would say that's pretty close. Also, had Sinister not landed a frame perfect punch right at the very end, he probably would have lost the run altogether. Alright guys, for the last run on this list is the Super Mario Kart race from Awesome Games Done Quick 2016. In this run, runners are going to be hoping to get mushrooms and feathers on different tracks in hopes to skip large portions of different tracks, as well as executing numerous different tricks to keep their speed. Both runners are pretty close towards the beginning of the race, with Neo slightly in the lead. KVD attempts to do a mushroom trick called the double bounce in Ghost Valley 1 to potentially take the lead, but just barely
I'm gonna keep saying that Armored Core 6 is still a Souls-like. Like, dislike it or not, you can have there's a mod to give fucking Elden Ring and Dark Souls guns. There's a mod to give fucking Dark Souls Remastered fucking Halo CE guns, for fuck's sake. Now, you go to that, you leave that, you look at the shield variability, and how the motion control is. Do not make me get onto AC6 right now and fucking prove it with my fucking face out. I will do it. I'll do it live. We'll do it fucking.
Exit you out of the game quicker and loses 8 seconds, and then falls off almost 20 seconds
oh my
away
gosh.
from the finish. Neo catches up and it's race to the finish.
That was very, very nervous. I should have calmed down.
I did tell these guys they could give up and try to get 5 more items again. I think they want to compete again. It's going to come down to the wire. And time!
I was about to cure it.
Neo finishes the race ahead
Mike Tyson
by 5 whole frames, and because KVD started his run 7 frames earlier, this means that there was only 12 frames between the two runners at the very end of the race.
So I still want to get in my DS2 and DS3 time if we're
Alright
going to check
everyone,
it
I
for
hope you
PvP.
enjoyed the video.
Let me just collect
if you
this
did,
book.
be sure to leave a like because it doesn't take a lot of time to do, and it's the best way to show support. For this video, I could have just showed the endings of the races and talked about how close they were, but I wanted to go more in depth of what happened during the races that made them so close. This is something I've never really seen someone do in a top 10, but it sounded really interesting to me, so I hope you guys enjoyed me going a bit more in depth. I know a lot of you are going to check out some of these races after watching this video, so I left a paste bin at the very bottom of the description of all the links to the runs in order of entertainment value. Also, make sure you follow Games Done Quick on Twitch and visit GamesDoneQuick.com for more information about the event. That's all I have to say, guys. Subscribe for more speedrunning related content, and I hope you have a beautiful life.
No, being silly. It's so I can have Smith scripts.
I can show ya, or I can make you mine. I need your love, cause it gets me high. I need your love, it's got me mesmerized. Your love, your love.
The tool-assisted speedrun and Superplay community is one of the most fascinating communities in all of speedrunning. By using emulator tools, they are able to create gameplay not feasible to be performed by humans. A lot of hard work and dedication is required for most of these high-level tasks, sometimes even requiring a team of individuals and collective research from all corners of the internet. Most of you are probably used to watching tasks of your favorite games to see what the theoretical limits are, whether the categories be any percent, 100%, or anything in between.
Still light load.
But my personal favorites are the ones where the task authors think outside of the box and create unique and creative goals for solely entertainment purposes. On the website task videos, these often appear under the play around tag, where there are submissions that are created to get rejected on purpose, and
okay, hold on, wait. Okay, cool. So first, we're gonna fucking go and look at that, and we're gonna stare at it. Secondly, I keep forgetting we need to go watch fucking old school sci-fi, listen to old school sci-fi radio. It's so good. X-1 and Dimension X are like so good. They came out around the same time. They were publishing around the same time as War of the Worlds. They have their own spins on similar formats. Like, oh my gosh, you would fucking love it. It is so good. It is like lay down in the curse-ridden forest good. It is put your headphones in and just accept that you can take anything that comes at you good. It is just run to the finger maiden if something gets bad good. Right? It is like that good. Or the nomadic merchant. It's fine. It's that fucking good. There. Unlimited daggers, which are great for distractions. They don't go that far. I guess they're not great for distractions. Oh yeah, they are. They looked. Made you look. Misclick, misclick. Abort. Abort. Re-engage. Be petty about it. Do they bleed? I'm just really curious. Do they fucking bleed? I have no idea. I need blood tinged excrement, so I do need to go to the Mogwin Dynasty and go pick up dog poop, because no one else picks up the dog poop after they walk their doge. I'm not saying that I will be the first to pick up your pupper's poop on the run-in trail, but I won't be the last to do it, but I damn sure won't be the first. Like, oh, I noticed that my mic was turned down like 2 seconds ago. I don't know when I did that. I usually only do that if I'm humming over something, so I'll bring it up kind of slow over the next, like, 3, 2, we're there. Golden. I don't know when I did it. It's probably such that my thingamadoozer hit my thingamadoozer. Alright, cool.
Usually appear on April Fools. Additionally, there are even more that include a speed entertainment
I'm sure that
trade-off
made
and will
sense.
sacrifice speed in certain areas to make a more entertaining task overall. I'll include links to these pages in the description, but in today's video, I'd like to share some of the more entertaining ones I've stumbled across. I hope you all enjoy. Super Mario World, a game that is so glitch heavy that it's possible to be beaten in only 41 seconds. So it should be no surprise to anyone watching that the next task I talk about doesn't use any complex glitches at all, yet is still probably one of the more intricate tasks on this list. This task is titled Super Mario World Repeated Input, and the main objective of it is to beat the 11 exit warp route in Super Mario World while using the same inputs on each level.
Oh, I needed
Conceptually,
that.
this task is pretty easy to understand, but very convoluted to execute since the levels are all structured so differently. So to explain this task, I want to talk about the main obstacles the task author, Master June, ran into while creating this route. The levels all start together on the overworld, so it only requires an A press to sync up each level at the same time.
It's
The only exception is Star World 3, which starts on a warp star instead of the actual level, so a right input is included to move it over. This is because the starting positions are wherever Mario ends up after beating the previous level. The first big obstacle in Master June's way was Star World 3. This is the only level which you don't start out by moving right. You instead have to hop on a cloud and move to the top of the level to get the key for the exit. Doing this detour, all while avoiding the Ghost Circle and Donut Secret House, and the large pits in Yoshi's Island 3 is a nightmare. Once Star World 3 is cleared, Mario then needs to collect a feather in Donut Plains 1. The cape you get with a feather is useful for its
Going up
ability
by
to descend
10.
slowly, making it possible to desync jumps from levels that aren't using the cape. The spin attack with the cape is also useful in the water levels, allowing Mario to attack any enemies that would otherwise need to be avoided. Going back to the run, if we look at Yoshi's Island 3, Master June chooses to take the underground route to avoid falling down the pit. Moving our focus to the Bowser boss fight, after getting 2 hits on the boss, Mario then needs to go left for a while in Donut Secret House in order to progress. To do
Okay, I'm
this, Master
undistracted.
June
Let's get the
preserves
cookbook.
momentum in the air in Donut Secret House to move
Why would he
left,
have
all
mine?
while not moving in the other levels. This is done by pressing jump on the same frame Mario touches the
Oh, I
ground
do.
to not lose any
Okay.
speed.
19.
If you look at the
not
input
90.
display, you can see that left
Oh, we
is
do.
barely
Okay.
inputted for the
We
duration
need 20.
Mario is moving left, other than in levels that require them. After the P-switch in Donut Secret House is activated, it's onto one of the trickiest sections, Star World 4. This level has a lot of spots for the player to fall. In order to manage some of the other levels while not
Bless
falling
you.
off in Star World 4, Master June goes in and out of the pipes to abuse their
Merchant.
transition times. Once Mario has reached a safe spot in this level, it's time to
Ignored
catch up
this
in some
one.
of the other levels that are falling a bit
Backtrack.
behind, which are Iggy's Castle and Front Door.
No, not backtrack like Linux. We're not memeing on backtrack Linux today. The artist formerly known as Backtrack Linux, Kali Linux. Let's hear it for Kali Linux out there. Doesn't a holy weapon heal you in this game, and I'm just like remembering that for the first time? I feel like I'm just remembering this and holy would be the way to go. I feel like I'm a goober. Meh. Worse shit happens. Worse things have happened.
Because they both contained nets that prevented movement earlier on. Next, while avoiding falling in Yoshi's Island 3 and Star World 4, Mario finally reaches the auto-scroller in Iggy's castle, and progress can be made in the other levels. At this point, some of the levels are starting to reach the end, but Master June can't beat them yet, since he has to clear them all at the same time. This means he has to stall for time in some levels, all while trying to complete the others. After the second Bowser phase is finished, Iggy needs to be defeated in his castle. This level is completed earlier than the other levels due to the long cutscene that occurs after finishing it. Master June uses this cutscene time in the wait between the Bowser phases to catch up in Star World 2. You'll notice Mario turning left and right rapidly every frame, and this is used to preserve momentum while moving in the water levels, while not moving on the ground levels. It's also used to dodge the flames in the Bowser fight, and the ghosts in the Big Boo boss fight. Once Star World 2 is caught up, and the final Bowser phase is reached, Master June starts heading towards the goalpost in Yoshi's Island 2, 3, and 4, while also flying up to the Keyhole in Donut Plains 1. While dodging Bowser, Mario lands the last hit on Big Boo. Master June then positions all of the Marios near their keyholes. Then he finishes the Bowser fight with the last 2 hits and enters all of the keyholes at the same time. Lastly, he moves Mario in front of the door while advancing through the title screen, and this completes the entire loop. There's a bit more to this task than what I explained, but at least I was able to go over the most interesting parts. If you want to learn even more, you should read through Master June's notes on task videos. This was Master June's 11th year of creating unique tasks for April Fool's Day, and I can't wait to see what he comes up with again next year. If you want to make a successful video on YouTube, you need to have 2 keywords. Minecraft, but. Type this into YouTube and there are hundreds of videos with millions of views. Minecraft, but every enchant level is 1 million. Minecraft, but everything is 10 times bigger. You get the point. However, one of the most interesting challenge runs I've ever seen is to beat the game without left click. This means we can't attack or break anything. So how is something like this even possible? Well, this was performed by a talented tasker named Circuit, and they completed this challenge on version 1.12.2 on Set Seed with glitches. Everything seen in real time is extremely quick, so I'll be slowing down the video at parts to explain what's going on. The run starts out by running to a small cave in the desert where the Creeper and Enderman spawned in. Since we cannot use left click, we'll have to obtain the Ender Pearls by other means of killing, the fastest being explosive damage. What's tricky is that the Creeper can only do enough damage to kill the Enderman if they're on top of the same block. Otherwise their hitboxes would repel each other and stop that from happening. For this run to be efficient, we'll need 2 pearls, and since Endermen only have a 50% chance of dropping one, a ground duplication glitch is performed, which is done by hitting escape to save the world, hitting Alt F4, and then reloading the world. I'll point out that all loads are cut out from the run, including saving and quitting, and Alt F4ing. The spot of the explosion also gives us sand and flint, which will be used in a bit. Next we'll need a bow to kill blazes, but the only way to get a bow from the skeleton is to be responsible for the kill. To do this, we'll throw a pearl at it, registering as us hurting it. The second creeper will blow up the skeleton, and there's the bow.
I forgot
the
that
next thing is to
exists.
throw a pearl towards a village that's nearby, but then set the render distance really small so that the pearl unloads. This is so we can multitask by getting additional sand by having a third creeper blow up this area, and then set the render distance to how we had it originally to teleport when we're ready. Now we go to the blacksmith and use a chest dupe technique to get a large amount of obsidian and sand. The way items are clicked in the chest is by shift right clicking, which has the same effect as shift left click. We then build another portal, craft flint and steel, smelt the sand into glass, and in we go. In another we need to kill 1 blaze and 1 gas, and then we're out. We build an additional portal, and this spot allows us to spawn inside the stronghold. This chest allows us to dupe a bunch of pearls, blaze rods, and glass. Now we need a crafting table. So we head to the library and have a creeper blow up the shelf we're standing on so we can get planks. Wood is obtained here since luring a creeper to the village would take too long. From here we go to the portal room and craft the end crystal, which will be used to skip the Ender Dragon fight. Placing it as fast as possible once spawned in the end will cause the Ender Dragon to deload and the end portal to be active. Then after chucking a few pearls to the portal, we complete Minecraft with no left click in 1 minute and 52 seconds. While the Generation 1 Pokemon games are a staple of the original Game Boy, they aren't necessarily coded very well and are riddled with exploits and glitches that exist all over the place. One such glitch that will be relevant for the next task we'll be discussing is performed by restarting the game shortly after initiating a save. This will corrupt the number of Pokemon in the party from 0 to 255. Since the max number of Pokemon you're meant to hold is 6, all Pokemon listed after the 6th slot point to different areas in memory. By using both the Pokemon list and item bag, it's possible to initiate arbitrary code execution to make the console do things that were never intended to be done by the user. So with Ace, the tasking potential is no longer limited by the constraints of the game, but what can be achieved on the Game Boy Color hardware, such as being able to make the console play a MIDI track of My Little Pony, or print out the digits of pi with dancing pi symbols on the screen. These two tasks are what would then inspire one of the most creative tasks I've ever seen using this Ace exploit by Mr. Wint. This task's Ace exploit requires 3 stages. It first starts out in Pokemon Yellow, and right away they activate the Ace exploit I referenced before by swapping Pokemon and discarding or using items. By doing this, they write a short program in RAM that allows the console to read joypad inputs to write code. This is useful because inputting joypad inputs is a hell of a lot quicker than manually moving Pokemon and items around. Because the Game Boy Color is such a low level of computing, there's no real difference between code and data. It's all just strings of zeros and ones. So if you can get this Game Boy to store this joypad data, it's also possible to get it to execute these zeros and ones in the program. In this case, a video and audio player. The video player can then take more button inputs to change out sprites, palettes, and play audio. Basically, none of what you'll be seeing on screen is actual gameplay, but instead the video and audio players constantly reading joypad inputs to display what you see on screen. Now that we have this explanation out of the way, what happens next is truly remarkable. First, Ash gets warped straight to the Hall of Fame, but unfortunately the princess is in another castle. What a bummer. Then Pokemon Gold boots up, and after loading the save, we're now playing Pokemon Crystal, and run into an encounter with a shiny Celebi, battling it with a shiny Mew. The player throws his only Pokeball, and luckily catches it first try. He then heads into the Goldenrod Pokemon Center, where we meet a young boy playing Tetris, and he shows off some of his moves.
Let's be honest, my swap for that wasn't the most wise. That's fine. But let's also be honest. I could have been wiser and more patient. I saw what they had. I could have prepped better. Or just kept what I had and gone.
After exiting the Pokemon Center,
attack speed
we end up
so
outside
fast.
the home in Link's Awakening, dodging the Chain Chomp, and head into the house, which loads back into Pokemon Crystal.
They're so fast.
He then walks upstairs into the Pokemon
though.
Yellow bedroom so Ash can play Super Mario Bros. On his
Lots of
NES. And while he's playing the game, every time Mario hits a block, the game progressively gets faster. After leaving the bedroom, Ash is back in the Hall of Fame, except this time Professor Oak turns out to be GLaDOS from Portal in disguise. Then, after the fade out, this happens.
How does he do that?
When the credits start playing, the Ace exploit is officially ended, and the game is
lost.
returned to normal, meaning you could resume playing it as if
Let's
nothing
resume.
happened at all, which is a fantastic touch to add from Mr. Wint. Just the fact that all this was even possible by playing Pokemon Yellow
What
on
should
a
I
Game Boy
have
Color
done?
is amazing.
This
and I'm sure it still
probably-
has many of you wondering,
This
How does he do that?
This most likely.
Next up is an adventure mode run from Super Smash Bros. Melee, and the challenge is to not jump a single time. Samus is a perfect
there a
character for this
faster way
concept,
down?
and here's why.
Oh yeah, there is.
The most
It's a
important
little
thing
bit.
that's used here is her rising grapple. This is performed by air dodging upwards into using her air grab. The air dodge gives the perfect amount of momentum needed to allow Samus to gain a lot of height pretty fast, and the amount of momentum doesn't stop since the air dodge is cancelled. Of course, since air dodges can only be done in the air, we can use bombs or duck through platforms to get airborne. This tech is seen a lot during the
you,
Brinstar
fire.
escape shaft. While at first glance it looks like Samus is jumping and then using her air grab, I can assure you she's not really jumping. This is actually a concern in the comment section of the author's video, but at the end of each level, one of the bonuses that's earned is Cement Shoes, which can only be earned by not jumping. So hopefully that's enough proof. The next strat uses damage boosting, the knockback being manipulated using DI and SDI, which basically means adjusting knockback angle and position after being hit by an attack respectively. The author wanted to get as many SDI inputs as possible, while also being as precise as they could get with the DI trajectory. This is seen a lot in the Mario level, Icicle Mountain, and F-Zero. The other main
kinda
strat
remember
uses
the area,
super
but I
wave
don't.
dashing to cover a large amount of horizontal distance quickly, because as you know,
Mushroom?
this is still a speedrun. The super wave dash is a frame-perfect physics exploit that can only be performed by Samus. And if a player performs it right, they'll zoom across the map. In order to do this, a player has to drop a bomb, and as Samus is hitting the ground, hit the opposite direction desired on the 41st frame, and then hit the direction desired on the 42nd frame. Some other highlights of this run include Samus winning by doing absolutely nothing, Captain Falcon getting completely shut down, and Zelda getting absolutely destroyed.
Yes.
These examples are just tip of the iceberg, so I recommend checking out the full video if you would like to see all the crazy strats. A long time ago, there was a trick discovered in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time that allows the player to enter loading zones that are otherwise blocked by doors.
I'm gonna figure out how to get to this door.
I was supposed
This will
to
be
go to
so
this one.
useful in any percent can't open any doors. I think it's this frame.
It was a trap, but I don't mind.
This was found by Kita and his friends, and after their discovery, they began discussing what a speedrun category with this trick would look like. One where you don't open a single door. This discovery created the any percent no doors run, a meme speedrun dedicated to not opening a single door in Ocarina of Time whatsoever. But then a tasker named Taylor, with the help of the No Doors Collective, created an all dungeon no doors task. Opening a door refers to multiple in-game events, with the most obvious being standing in front of a door and pressing A. Additionally, doors that are opened by actions other than an A press, such as the Door of Time, are also disallowed.
Can we restart it if we
This
go
goal might
here?
seem silly,
I don't
but it requires
remember.
an incredible amount of glitches and abusing the game in very specific ways to achieve this. Now, since this is a 2-hour-long task, and because there's so much that goes on, I'll only highlight the key points, but I'll have some notes in the description which explains everything in more
Yes.
detail, as well as the commentated
Okay, shit.
video by ZFG and Taylor. The first major
Foundation?
sequence break is skipping the Door of Time, which allows Child Link to obtain the Master Sword. There's a tiny crack between the door and the wall that Link can jump through with a particular setup that lets him clip through the door and reach the back room.
NPC invasion.
For the first dungeon, Dodongo's Cavern, we perform a mega flip clip into the Dodongo's head while it's closed. Once we're out of bounds, we perform an infinite sword glitch off a bomb, so Link can bomb hover into the boss loading zone in the room behind it, which incidentally also skips the door that leads to Dodongo's boss room. During a later section, we obtain Aurora's Wind, which will be used plenty of times throughout the task. For Jabu's dungeon, this can normally only be accessed by Child Link, but the loading zone for Jabu still exists as it's part of the map itself. However, it was covered with ice to prevent Adult Link from being able to trigger it. But if you clip inside of it, you can still activate the loading zone. Once inside, we cast Aurora's Wind, and we'll be back
It
to
is
fight
poison
Baronade.
and rot with blood tax.
In the same section of the task, we steal Epona, which will be used later. A super slide teleport is performed off this bush to clip into the ground and swim into the water temple.
Okay, now
loading
it's
zone.
hilarious. Now
We
we
won't
just
be
have to
completing
watch.
Water Temple just yet, but rather we perform a void warp back to Jabu. The whole point of going into Water Temple was to be able to use Aurora's Wind since it can't be used outside
Yes.
of dungeons. Also, right before Jabu, we use a light arrow cutscene
So
to perform a
lovely.
reverse bottle adventure as Adult Link, which makes it possible to finish the dungeon in the first place. Up next is the Forest Temple, and we hookshot jump off Epona to do a Aurora's Wind Void Warp, which spawns Link in the Forest Temple. After Forest Temple, we perform another bomb hover through the ceiling and across the room transition to right in front of the boss door collision, which is where we fight Morpha back at the Water Temple. If you jump slash at the door from high enough while holding forward, you simply clip into it. Next is the
I wanna
Shadow
put
Temple boss
braggarts on
skip,
this
which uses a
instead.
Z-target ledge clip and damage boost. This requires very complex movement to get to the boss room door and is one of the cooler visuals of the task. To access Ganon for the first time, we bomb hover out of bounds and then pass the door to the Trials room, to where Trials skip is performed.
Bless you.
Then we hookshot clip out of bounds and hover to the Ganondorf fight, using a bit of geometry available to perform reverse bottle adventure halfway through. Afterwards, we void warp with Prelude to load the back room of the Temple of Time with coordinates from the Tower Collapse entrance, which allows Link to put away the Master Sword without worrying about the Door of Time. We skip the Door of Time once again and perform 2 more
Bitch.
Z-target ledge clips in the section, once to get into Darunia's room, and another to
Loser.
get into the ground below Favalgia's boss room door. What follows this is a bomb hover into
Nerd
the door
ass.
loading zone from below it. After defeating Volvagia, we perform the Ocarina items glitch to delay the blue warp timer so we can break out early, and then
I'm
perform an
so
acute
soft.
angle clip behind the
I'm
boss
so
door
breakable.
to wrong warp into Ganon's castle. Once again, we void warp with Prelude to load
Don't
the back
run
room
away
of the
from
Temple
me.
of Time
Just take
and
me.
perform Door
Just
of Time
come
skip
to
again.
come at me.
Now
and
it's
just
time for
go.
the first part of Spirit
Don't run.
Temple.
I'm
And this is where we
squishy.
do something called Spirit Hover,
Area
which is
bonus
just an
track.
infinite sword glitch plus bomb hovering. This allows us to skip going through the
We're
dungeon
good.
in order to obtain the mirror shield and avoid a lot of doors in the process. Now we need to perform the Spirit Boss key skip, and this involves similar complex movement, just like in the Shadow Temple. It involves navigating through unloaded
Wow, I
rooms
didn't
by weird
undo
shotting
this.
off a 2, to hookshot a hookable surface, and bomb hovering out of bounds. Once the skip is done, we perform another hookshot clip, and then a big bomb hover to the upper room. Before completing Spirit Temple, we'll complete Deku Tree, which is done by skipping this room transition, so the Deku Tree room doesn't load. An actor in the room is the Deku Tree's mouth, and since it is not loaded, allows you to simply walk into the Deku Tree. After this fight, we'll be
Okay,
wrong
we'll
warping
take
into the
this
castle escape section once more by loading the Kokiri Emerald cutscene combined with the entrance of the Deku Tree from Goma's room. Going back to the Spirit Temple, we need a way to access Winrova, but there's no way to load the room and the boss without opening the door. If you clip past the door, you'll just be in an
Our
unloaded room
lipstick
because opening the door is what
brutal.
actually initiates loading the room. So to get around this, we collect a gold skeleton token with the help of a Chu explosion. This stores the token's freezing abilities, and if you hookshot something in the frame you reactivated by looking at it, it'll cause a hookshot jump. We use this to clip into the Twinrova boss room area, then set Ferora's Wind on B. Then we use Aquanet items to warp out after. This is where another Ferora's Wind Void Warp is performed by using Deathhold Dive in Goron City. Since Goron City's primary room number is 3, and the Twinrova primary boss room is also 3, the proper room loads when you Void Warp in. The coordinates of the entrance to Goron City from the Death Mountain Trail puts Link just inside the bounds of the Twinrova room. After Twinrova is beaten, that means all of the dungeons are finally completed. Defeating Ganon isn't required for the all dungeon speedrun, since credits warp is an option, but it didn't feel right to end the task off there, so they tie off some loose ends first, and then he's finally defeated. Hey guys, we have one more task to show you, but before doing so, if you enjoyed the video up to this point, consider dropping a like to show support. Also, after this video, if you're looking to watch even more speedrunning content, be sure to check out my second channel, EasyScape Speedruns. And back to the rest of the video. If you've ever watched Games Done Quick live, you've probably seen the TaskBot block, which is a showcase of some really cool runs that various taskers spent countless hours making, all while using the TaskBot hardware to execute inputs on real hardware.
Reminds
During
me of my
AGDQ
ex.
2016, Brain Age was one of the games featured, and it's actually the most viewed speedrun on the
It's got
GDQ
pretty
YouTube
eyes.
channel. The game itself is a set of mini-games that are designed to help improve one's mental processes, with the most popular mini-game being Calculations X20 and 100. It's pretty much just arithmetic problems, and the goal is to complete all of them as fast as possible. So, how could a task of this be interesting? Well, it's possible to manipulate the game's optical character recognition, which is referred to as recon.
OCR.
A basic way to do this is to draw an image starting from a location that the game doesn't recognize, causing it to ignore the image, and then draw the actual answer out of bounds. But this is considered cheat, so this run was actually designed in a way to actually trick the game into thinking that the image is a number.
The right tool for the
There
job.
are 4 basic concepts as to how this works: segments, models, key points, and edges. Segments are lines drawn without interruption. Every single input of a segment is a key point, and the start and end of a segment are special kinds of key points, which are edges. The combination of key points and edges assemble to create what is called a model, which is then assigned to a specific number based on the model and given an answer. The game tries to detect a reasonably sized model from a drawing, and also uses something called bias as a recovery mechanic that allows very skewed drawings to be successfully reconned as a correct answer. In a single digit answer where there are multiple models with varying sizes, the game will prioritize the model with the right answer. This is just a basic explanation as to how this works, so I'll have the task video's post linked in the description, which explains everything in more detail. Another task that shares a manipulation concept like in Brain Age is Family Feud, where the author abuses the word recognition system. Compared to Brain Age, this manipulation is a lot more simple. The game doesn't check to see if you spelled an
GG.
answer correctly, but rather that all the characters of a correct answer are in the right order. So for example, the game asks you to name an occupation.
Notice how I
that
was
starts with the
whining
letter
about
B.
not enough fucking
An acceptable
PvP.
answer would be
We
Baker.
got some jolly
However, you
PvP
could
going.
type
Let's
out,
fucking
I
go.
bathe Keanu Reeves.
My fucking oh
All
gosh!
letters
Please
of
don't
Baker
tell
are
me
in
I
sequential
still.
order. If the game asks you to name a piece of clothing
It's
that leaves a
fine.
mark when you take it
It-
off,
it could be
An
worse.
acceptable answer is bra. But abracadabra, I win is obviously correct too. He is an evil genius, the task's author, demolishes the Hall family, and the top comment for the video says it all. The way it goes through the halls for a reaction every round, the looks on their faces, the sound of the music where all but the bases have been muted, the $0 cash total, the fact that it just hangs there for 10 seconds every time, is absolutely beautiful. Hey everybody, I hope you enjoyed today's video. I was also going to include the Super Mario 64 Minimum A-Press Challenge, but luckily for you guys, the entire history of the challenge is being covered by Bismuth in a 5-part series, so I recommend checking that out if you want to learn more. Or you can just check out either of Pon and Coic's channels. Lastly, I want to give a huge thanks to our Patreon backers. Thank you so much for supporting our content. Beescape and myself worked really hard to put this video together, and it was a lot of fun to make. Anyways guys, that's pretty much all I have to say. Subscribe for more speedrunning related content, and as always, I hope you all have a beautiful life.
You too, you goober. I'll be headed out soon, so let's get that fucking DS2 time in. Or DS3. Let's do both. I kind of miss both. Let's put our faith in some ass funny DS2 invasions. Those are always pretty fucking based. We'll check Arena out for sure tonight and or tomorrow.
Money exploits in speedrunning can refer to
DS3.
players abusing specific things in order to generate fat stacks of in-game currency. These
Fat
exploits
sacks.
generally lead to purchasing the best weapons and gear in a relatively short period of time, or just being able to complete the game faster than intended.
Scholar
For example,
of the
in Animal
First
Crossing for the
Sin.
GameCube, the All Debts speedrun is entirely based around duplicating autumn metals, which are then sold and used to pay off all debts.
It launched in windowed mode. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Why? Why are we like this? Don't be like this. Don't be like this.
This route also involves setting the console to a specific date before starting a new file and time traveling between debts. With these strats, it's possible to complete the game in less than 35 minutes. Without any of
There
these
we go.
strats, you're looking at multiple hours of gameplay. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many speedruns with similar strats, and
Which
today we'll
were
be
you
going
playing?
over some of
Miss
them.
Me?
I hope you all
Probably
enjoy.
miss me.
If you've watched any SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom speedruns in the past couple of years, then it's no surprise that I'm featuring it because of a trick called Skee Ball Abuse. Skee Ball Abuse, or SBA,
Find a
is a trick that
capture.
generates shiny objects at a rapid rate. They're primarily used to purchase the 8 golden spatulas from Mr. Krabs and unlock various shortcuts throughout the game. In the level Goo Lagoon, there's a skee ball machine that SpongeBob can play by using his Bubble Bowl power-up. Depending where the Bubble Bowl lands, SpongeBob is awarded a certain number of shiny objects. However, you can completely abuse this. When taking control of Patrick, you can pick up stone tikis found elsewhere in the Goo Lagoon Pier and throw them at the skee ball machine.
I have to do
However,
manual.
this is easier
Hold
said
on.
than done. Patrick needs to be standing on a specific part of the ramp, and his tiki throws can deviate left or right. The tikis need to land in a specific spot in the machine so that SpongeBob's Bubble Bowl can pass back and forth through the trigger repeatedly, activating it over and over. The best results yield 900 shiny objects per second, which is guaranteed with a 2 tiki setup. However, world record attempts go for a 1 tiki setup, which is significantly harder but can save 10 to 20 seconds.
Instant.
Compared to previous farming strats, SBA was initially timed to save 3.5 minutes in any percent and around 8 minutes in 100%. Since 2018, major routing work has been implemented in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 100% speedrun. The current world record is 18 hours, so shaving as much time off the run as possible has become an entire project for the community. This project is known as Gold Rush, which is run by Swiffy22, a Breath of the Wild glitch hunter, router, and community admin. There was a specific trick added to the route back in fall of 2020 that not only makes the early game more consistent, but allows for infinite rupee
I
farming.
forgot how to weapon swap.
The trick
We got
was
it at the
initially
last
dubbed
second.
Rupee
GG, well
Printer,
done.
but it's more officially known as
I remember
Dynamic
now.
Object
We got
Glitch.
this.
The trick involves manipulating a Guardian to spawn infinite parts, which can then be sold, and allows for players to skip many of the sources for earning money, which includes chests, collecting 185 apples for an exploit with a compendium, and so on. When a Guardian is first spawned, it has a parameter that determines if it has dropped parts. The default state is no, because it's spawned upright and waiting for Link to tip it over. Once Link does tip it over, a flag is set to change the parameter to yes. However, if Link moves the Guardian 2 grid units away, those parameters are reset and no longer update. The game believes the Guardian hasn't dropped parts, but since the flag can't be updated to stop the parts from spawning, they spawn infinitely. For worst to best in terms of the parts that spawn from the Guardian, there are screws, springs, gears, shafts,
Where
and
is it?
cores.
It's
and
this
runners will
in
have to
this
adapt
game,
their
right?
run based on what's given. Since parts are spawning in at such a fast rate and collide with one another, runners will also need to consider lag. About 3 minutes is spent collecting from the Guardian, so there's a balance of this covers the money I need, and this won't cause my game to have lag spikes. This trick isn't necessarily a huge time save, but rather allows runners to buy hundreds of arrows within the first couple hours of a run, which are the main resource used to kill mini-bosses like Hinoxes and Taluses.
A token recognized that the owner has traveled to worlds to defeat others. When used, you are more likely to summon invaders from other worlds for a period of time.
Platformer from the Little Big Planet
Perfect.
series, and this month I partnered with PlayStation to let you all know about Sackboy Challenges, where you can compete against other speedrunners and content creators to win unique in-game rewards depending on how you place. I've included some discount codes in the description to get it for 50% off, but if you want to use the codes, you'll have to act fast as they'll only be active for a few more days. In the background, you can see my fastest completion of this month's level, Press for Time, and I've also posted a video on my second channel where you might be able to pick up some strats. I've had a lot of fun speedrunning this game so far, and the competition for top times is pretty intense. If you think I'm fast at this game, you should see some of the top times because they're nearly 5 seconds quicker. But don't worry, if you're just going for the best rewards possible to fall under the diamond ranking, you'll only need a 15.5 second time as of the making of this video, which to be fair is still an impressive time. My main advice for beginners is to make sure you're rolling as much as possible and avoid being airborne when you can, since it can slow you down. There are timers located all over the level, and it's worth it to collect all of them to save time, especially the 2 that are sneakily hid towards the end. My time currently stands at 11.363 seconds, and I challenge you guys to try and beat it. Feel free to stop by my live stream on Twitch to let me know what kind of times you guys achieve, as I'll be streaming this game for a couple more days. Also, in order to access the challenge, you can either go straight to it from the PlayStation dashboard, or just access the Nid Night Trials in-game, which you can find in the overworld of the game, and press triangle once you're in it to access PlayStation tournaments. Good luck to everyone, and again, make sure you take full advantage of those discount codes while they last. In Castlevania Symphony of the Night, there's something called the Shop Glitch, which allows runners to make fat stacks in seconds. There's a few ways to perform this glitch, but the most common way is to use a fairy. This is done by going into the relics menu and equipping the fairy card, which summons it. Once you cancel out of this menu, the fairy will start talking to you. While this is happening, you want to enter the librarian's room for the first time. This will start the librarian's dialogue, and if you skip this cutscene by hitting start, the pause menu will be open, which under normal play should not be allowed to happen. For some reason this works because the librarian and fairy's dialogue overlaps. The pause menu is useful in this section because you're able to equip an item, but then sell it anyways. So a way to make a ton of gold is to equip a gem such as a garnet and then sell it to the shop. After you equip it and sell it to the shop, you should have 0 garnets. But if you open the shop again, you'll notice that there is 1 garnet that can be sold, except it's not 1 garnet. There are E5 garnets, which is equal to 255, effectively causing an underflow. From here you can sell as many as you would like, and the gold is used to purchase the most overpowered equipment in the game, such as mana prisms, buffalo stars, and a duplicator. The shop glitch is used in nearly every category that allows glitches, and saves a little over a minute. In the Generation 1 Pokemon games, there's a major glitch called item underflow. This is a sub-glitch of item duplication, where we duplicate 255 of an item. To set this up, we use a catching glitch known as Trainer Fly. If you find a trainer with a max sight range that isn't normally facing south, walk towards them and press the pause menu as you move into range of them. You can then fly, teleport, or dig away. In this case, we use Abra to teleport away. When we return to the original route where we teleported from, a Pokemon will appear, and the special value of the last Pokemon encountered determines which one will show up. In order to duplicate items, we need the glitch Pokemon known as Missing No to show up, since encountering it causes the 6th slot of your bag to be increased by 128. The way to do this is to encounter the specific black belt in Saffron City Gym, since their Machop has a special value of 31. 31 corresponds with Missing No, so once we return to the original route we teleported from, we'll encounter it. We then swap a stackable item such as a Pokeball to the 6th slot of our bag, do the encounter, and now we have a glitch Pokemon count. We'll toss a couple of them since the glitch only works if your item count is less than 128. After repeating the entire process again, we can now do item underflow. By tossing some items and doing some item swaps, we can underflow our bag and PC to 255 item slots. The latter 200 slots in both menus point to different areas of memory, such as money and game corner coins. And messing with them is useful in catch 'em all speedruns because it allows us to gain a huge amount of currency. As Shenanigans demonstrates here, this particular slot of memory in the PC is for game corner coins, and by simply tossing it, we now have square 00 coins, which is just a glitchy amount that goes past the game's coin cap. Now we can afford expensive Pokemon like Porygon, which is otherwise a pain to get by normal means.
As for money, we set up inventory underflow,
I
which is the
forgot
same
those
process as
existed,
PC underflow,
and then I was
in order
really
to produce
cheeky.
these glitchy J items. They sell for a ton of money, and now we have the ability to purchase anything. There are many other things you can do with item underflow, and utilizing this glitch saves about
I
1
didn't
hour,
even take
whereas the
them
2
to
aforementioned
it, so
money
it just
glitches save
happened,
about 5 to
so
10 minutes.
Fight me.
In Family Guy Back to the Multiverse,
We already
there's a
made the
glitch using the any
connection.
% run during the 5th level, No Cheese Please. In this level, you're tasked with assassinating Mayor McCheese, which requires you to traverse your way to the top of the book depository building and shoot Mayor McCheese with a sniper rifle shot. When you start the level, his model is deloaded until you reach the designated area, which would normally mean that he cannot be killed until you reach the top of the building. However, his hitbox is always active from the moment you start the level, meaning you can pop a 180 no-scope on him and end the level in about 3 seconds. This awards a player $499 for each completion and is heavily used in the 100% run. Runners grind this level at the end, and depending on how much money was earned throughout, about $50,000 to $60,000 will be needed. With some quick maths, this means the level needs to be completed anywhere from 100 to 120 times. The money goes towards buying all the multiplayer characters, all multiplayer maps, all character costumes, all attribute upgrades, and all weapons. Since its addition in the 100% route, the trick is estimated to save anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes. Imagine playing a game called Drug Dealer Simulator, except you're not allowed to sell any drugs. This is known as drugless, and the speedrun we're looking at is level 25. At this level you unlock fentanyl, which is the last unlockable in the game, so this is defined as 100%. The best way to earn experience points is by giving out drug samples to people, but since we don't sell drugs, we instead give out 5-gram packets of salt. The people who want samples are randomly spawned in the world, and the police think that repackaged salt is illegal, so you have to watch out for them. In order to maximize on your experience gain, you'll want to buy properties to increase your max client cap and decrease the time between deals to your clients. Now since we're not making an absolute fortune off 5-gram packets of salt, we'll need to find an alternative way to afford these properties. And thankfully there's a way to do this. First you want to save your game, go to an ATM, store the ATM screen while loading the previous save file, and the game will let you withdraw $1,000 each time you do this. Then you save again,
May you
and
only find
rinse
the
and
best
repeat.
in the world.
For some reason, when you do this, the game doesn't check your bank balance, and you basically get infinite money.
I haven't played
The speedrunning
DS2
community for this
Pivot
game
in a
is
bit.
comfortable in saying this glitch
I don't
saves about
mind.
10 hours on level 25 drugless. And to put that in perspective, the current
Okay,
world
one
record
more.
is 8 hours and 45 minutes. So if you were to obtain money
Then we'll
by
just
other
crack
means such as
the
RNG drops in
token
the
of
world,
spite
you'd be
and just
looking at
chill.
a nearly full day to complete this run. In the truck simulator game 18 Wheels of Steel,
Let's see if it
Pedal to
comes
the
with
Metal,
us.
the goal is to make money by delivering cargo across America, and you can pretty much skip the entire last phase of the game by sleeping. The game includes a fatigue simulation, and your driver can become tired and experience blackouts until they are rested. There are all sorts of rest spots in the world, and you can use them indefinitely in 6-hour intervals. During the last phase, you can hire drivers to complete deliveries. If you spam the 6-hour time skips at a rest stop, their deliveries will be sped up as well. Hiring all available drivers while using a rest stop to skip time is the easiest way to earn $10 million, which is a win condition for the any % employee speedrun. It's uncertain as to exactly how much time this exploit saves in the speedrun, but it's easily multiple hours. While this is more of an oversight from the devs, it's still hilarious that the quickest way to beat the last phase is to literally sleep your way to the top. In Mario & Luigi Partners in Time, it's possible to trick the game into letting you sell a ton of cheap items for the price of a valuable item.
Overpriced
Referred to as
game
simply the money
based.
glitch, it's a frame-perfect trick where if you sell the last of an item, there's one frame where the game still treats the
not
object
bow
above it
first?
as the item that was just sold. So in this example clip, the one and only Shroom badge is sold for 132 coins. Since there are no more of that item to be sold, the game will place a new item in your selection. In this case, the green shell.
I forgot how to
A or
menu
X on
well.
a specific frame at
Bro,
the
you
Shroom
didn't
badge,
even
you'll be able
bow
to sell your
first.
green
What are
shells
you
for the
doing
price of the Shroom
waving?
badge. Using this glitch just one time can give enough points for the entire any % speedrun, which takes a little over
Rude.
2.5 hours to complete. As for the amount of time this saves in speedruns, it hasn't really been tested since it's not something that cuts down the time in half or anything. It pretty much just eliminates having to run around the overworld for items and money, and alleviates certain routing and menuing burdens. In Breath of Fire 2, there's ways to earn millions right from the start of the game. When you start a new game, it sees your characters in the following order. Our two characters of interest are Ryu and Sten. You're able to move characters to different slots, and it's important we move Ryu in slot 2. This is because we'll be doing something called the switch glitch. Basically, characters affect other characters that are 4 slots ahead. Ryu in slot 2 will affect slot 6, which is Sten, and we can abuse an item that Sten possesses. Ryu is the only character at the start of the game who we can get an accessory for, which is critical for making this glitch possible. When you open up the armory and then open up the switch menu, by hitting A and then B one frame later, the game gets confused. It references Sten's Nature Whip, which we're able to sell for 90k. You can do this as many times as you would like, but we only need about 1.7 million zenny. 900,000 of that will go towards paying off the chief of the circus in order to free a character named Spar, and that alone saves 12 minutes in the speedrun. What's funny is that the game never intended for you to have that kind of money, since the alternative to freeing Spar is to find the chief a new attraction for a circus. The remainder of the money will be used to purchase a ton of consumable items and the best gear at the shops, and also fire rocks, which are used to kill random encounters in the mid-game. In addition, we don't have to go around collecting extra items to sell, so utilizing the switch glitch saves roughly 50 minutes in total, which is huge since the current world record for the good ending speedrun is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Hey everybody, I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, be sure to leave a like, as it's the best way to show support. Beascape and I have a lot of content planned for October, and we're both really looking forward to putting it all out, so thank you all for being so patient with us, as we've both been extremely busy outside of content creation. Also, a huge thanks to all of the people supporting over on Patreon. Reminder that I'm still posting over on my second channel regularly, and streaming several times per week on Twitch, so make sure you guys go follow me over on those platforms for additional speedrunning content. That's about all I have to say for today's video. Make sure you guys check out Sackboy Challenges on PlayStation, subscribe for more speedrunning related content, and as always, I hope you all have a beautiful life.
What does this do? We never did this DLC. We did Frozen first. So, I never got to even... I don't even know what to... We're still kind of blinding this one, actually.
What is a glitch? Well, by definition, a glitch is known as a malfunction or any unexpected error in computer coding.
I don't know.
But in video games, we could simply say a glitch is something that deviates from normal play. But to better define what a glitch is, we first need to define what we consider to be normal play. We could say that normal play is any game mechanic operating as intended to give an intended result. For example, in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, while inside Jabu Jabu's belly, you acquire the boomerang. The boomerang can be used to damage enemies which normally can't be damaged with other weapons. After defeating the enemies, you'll trigger an event that allows you to progress through the area. So in this example, we can assume that using the boomerang on these enemies is an intended mechanic because they are only vulnerable once you get access to the boomerang. And after you hit all of the enemies, an intended event will trigger to allow progression through the level. So if this is what we consider to be normal play, then by inverse a glitch would be an unintended game mechanic being used to give an unintended result. Back in Jabu Jabu's belly, there is a gap which blocks access to the final boss room, which is located towards the beginning of the area. Speedrunners are able to use a technique called a mega flip in order to leap across this gap and skip the puzzles and mini-boss you'd normally have to do to close the gap.
Oops.
By combining the invincibility you get with rolling, the damage of any kind hitting Link's shield, and then backflipping, Link's backflip will send him further than usual, making landing on the other side of the gap possible.
I know you can parry walk in this. Can you parry
isn't a vanilla game mechanic, therefore we assume it is unintended. And since the gap isn't possible to cross with normal game mechanics until close to the end of the area, we can consider crossing the gap early an unintended result. These examples reinforce our definitions of what we consider to be normal play and glitches.
Sorry.
But what if we expand on those definitions and consider instances where a game mechanic is working as intended, but instead produces an unintended result? For instance, damage boosting. In most video games, when you take damage, you get some sort of invincibility and a recoil effect pushing you away.
This was the
These sound effects
waiver,
can sometimes
right?
make taking damage a useful technique for increasing speed. If you were to jump the gap in Jabu's belly while holding a bomb and allow it to explode while crossing, it's actually possible that the damage you take will allow you to reach the other side. But since this is an instance of a game mechanic working as intended, which is a bomb dealing damage and knockback after it explodes, but gives an unintended result, which is landing on the other side of the gap, do we consider it a glitch or normal play? This very question has been the main cause of controversy when deciding on a consistent rule set for glitchless categories in speedrunning. But for the purpose of this video, we'll define instances like these as exploits. Hello ladies and gents, my name is EasyScape, and today we're going to be talking about the history of controversial rulings in glitchless speedruns. I hope you all enjoy. Even before the concept of speedrunning was coined, the idea of not allowing glitches in competitive gaming was expressed by many in early days of its conception. One of the first and more prevalent organizations for tracking video game world records, Twin Galaxies, forbade the use of glitches in video games on their leaderboards. This stance on the rules existed prior to speedrunning, which was otherwise known as fastest completion, on several arcade games. Glitches in games such as Galaga, which if you waited around to the end of a level with 1 or 2 enemies left and kept avoiding their shots, the counter would add up each shot. And if it got too high, the enemies would stop shooting altogether. Then after finishing the level, none of the enemies would shoot at you for the rest of the game. Instances like these proved to be uncompetitive, and what Twin Galaxies would base a lot of their rulings off of in favor of anything that was against the spirit of the game. And when the first games that were tracked by fastest completion were introduced to the leaderboards, the same rules were applied. Some of these games included Super Mario Bros., Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Castlevania.
Can I have the ring skull?
The rules on Twin Galaxies are applied at a
game
game-by-game basis, which is honestly a great way to go about it because every game is different, therefore unique rules makes the most sense. The issue is the basis in which the rules are constructed needs to have some sort of consistency, and when you include an arbitrary rule like no glitches, that can be pretty difficult. Also, the rulings are made by individual referees, which means the rulings for each game would really come down to their interpretation of the rules, including glitchless. This would result in inconsistent rulings, and even rules that could be considered downright contradictory. I can prove this with examples in some of the games I mentioned earlier. The current rules for fastest completion in Super Metroid on the Twin Galaxies leaderboards allows the use of a trick called Mach Ball, which allows you to move quickly while in a Morph Ball form. The issue here is this isn't an intended mechanic, and it can be used to gain early access to super missiles and even skip a boss fight. This fits the exact description of what we consider to be a glitch, and even more, you really couldn't consider it in the spirit of the game. And while it may seem like I'm splitting hairs with this trick, if we look further into the rules, it also states most other glitches are banned. And from what we will learn later in this video is that when you make a category like glitchless, or a category that excludes certain glitches or tricks, the rules need to explicitly state what the runner is or isn't allowed to do. This excerpt in the rules also makes it sound like there are other glitches that are allowed, which is confusing, because the global rules on the site forbids the use of glitches. But depending on the game, sometimes glitches were allowed. Like I said earlier,
I thought I was
every
gonna
game is
get it
different, therefore unique rules are sometimes necessary. For example, in the Crazy Taxi titles, most glitches were banned, but some were allowed because Twin Galaxies felt that they were within the spirit of the game. An example of this is a trick called the Crazy Hop, which could be used on certain tracks like the Crazy Zigzag to hop over gaps. And due to the nature of the trick, you really can't consider it a glitch, but with the definitions I made earlier, it falls more in the category of an exploit. Regardless, at the time it was interpreted as a glitch, but was allowed due to being in the spirit of the game. And perhaps whoever created the rules for Super Metroid felt the same way about the Mach Ball trick. So the main issue here isn't necessarily what you consider to be a glitch or not a glitch, but finding a consistency of what you could consider to be in the spirit of the game. This issue is demonstrated in the rules for the original Super Mario Bros. In these rules, it disallows the use of wall jumping on the premise of it being a glitch. But in order to understand if wall jumping is a glitch or not in Super Mario Bros., we first have to understand how it works. You see, every time Mario runs or jumps into a wall, he clips slightly into it before the game zips him out. But since walls are made out of 16 by 16 pixel blocks, if Mario clips into the block in that specific pixel, he'll be standing on the block until the game zips him out. But if Mario jumps on the frame before the game zips him out, he will be able to jump out of the wall, resulting in what we call a wall jump. So due to the nature of how wall jumping works, we could definitely consider it a glitch by definition. But one could argue that wall jumping is within the spirit of the game. The trick itself is present in a lot of other 2D Mario games including Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World 1 and 2. The trick is even featured in Nintendo's Super Mario Bros. 3 strategy guide as an alternative to maneuvering over a wall. Miyamoto, the creator of the games, even said in an interview that certain glitches in Super Mario Bros. Were actually intentional, and even talks about the Minus World glitch, which is a glitch level in the game, and says that the level wasn't intentional, but then says it's not like it crashes the game, so it's really kind of a feature too. So it could be possible that the wall jump trick was intentional, since the way it operates is a result of intended mechanics. But regardless of whether or not it was intended, why wasn't it allowed by TG when tricks like Crazy Hopping and Mach Ball were? Who knows, but this is the reason why it's almost impossible to make logically consistent rulings for glitches categories based on what is in the spirit of the game. As a side note, some of these rules may have existed this long simply because Twin Galaxies doesn't update their rules for specific games or tracks. Reason being is so that runs that were already submitted wouldn't get removed and people couldn't scoop up an easy world record with the updated rules. There are definitely pros and cons with updating rules, but I'll talk about that later.
Curious.
Later on in the development of speedrunning at Twin Galaxies came the legendary Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time speedrun by Mike TSA Diamani in 6 hours 45 minutes and 17 seconds. This run would not only be the first ever speedrun of Ocarina of Time, but because it was following Twin Galaxies rule set, we could also consider this one of the first glitchless speedruns. Outside of Twin Galaxies, glitchless speedruns weren't that common. I mean, people were trying to beat the game as fast as humanly possible, so it didn't make sense to not use glitches if they would help get that time down. But as more and more glitches were being discovered in Ocarina of Time, players eventually wanted another way of playing the game without having to use complicated glitches. Sometime in 2013, ZeldaSpeedruns.com created a leaderboard for the glitchless category, but there were some issues with the rules. Skipping the Big Octo mini-boss fight in Jabu Jabu's belly via damage boosting was not allowed, yet damage boosting itself and other exploits were allowed. Like we just learned with Twin Galaxies, you can't make consistent or logical rules for glitchless categories based on what is or isn't in the spirit of the game. The same thing goes for allowing or disallowing specific skips that can be performed without the use of glitches.
I just want to go
By
fight them,
allowing
I
exploits
guess.
like damage
I was
boosting,
seeing if I could, like,
speedrunners left a
puzzle
lot
it.
of potential for what they would possibly be able to skip later on. And since skipping the Big Octo mini-boss in Jabu's belly was the only skip
I
that
want
was
the
banned from the
Black
rules,
Steel Katana.
literally
Don't I
any
have
other
that?
type of skip done with allowed techniques would be considered allowed since they weren't specifically noted.
I wouldn't know
For
for
example,
sure because
damage
of
boosting in the Shadow Temple to skip the hover boots and the Dead Hand mini-boss fight was a completely legal skip since the rules didn't disallow it. But how was this skip any different than the skip in Jabu's belly? I mean, they both involve damage boosting, and both of them skipped a mini-boss. Eventually, the community realized this inconsistency, and damage boosting to skip the Big Octo mini-boss fight would be allowed. But this just goes to show, just because something is a skip, that doesn't necessarily—
Oh, in DS2, your weight can be actually inclusive of 70 even. It doesn't diminish your rolls till you hit 71. It does deplete your stamina at, like, I mean, so in contrast to, you know, Flynn's Ring Light rolling it, but like, that's it.
A way to play the game without using complicated glitches, and in some people's opinion, also a way to play the
I
game
don't mind
without
wasting
complicated
these.
exploits either. The community was completely split on what the rules for the category should or shouldn't allow. Since there was no way to go about making the rules for the category in a way that everyone would be satisfied, the community decided to split the category in two, resulting in two subcategories named Bug Limit and Glitchless. Bug Limit kept the old rules exactly, and once the split was finalized, Bug Limit actually loosened up the rules just a little bit, allowing a couple extra things that were banned before. The other subcategory named Glitchless banned all glitches and anything that could be viably rationalized as a glitch, or for the sake of this video, exploits. Although this was probably the best resolution the community could have came up with at the time, we can still learn something from this, and that is if a speedrunning community is looking to make a more restrictive category for the speed game, then they should make sure that running the game without glitches restricts the speedrun in a way that they intend it to. Because the entire point of speedrunning is to achieve a goal in the fastest time possible within the rules of each category. And if the rules don't prevent a speedrunner from using a specific trick that saves time, then there's always a chance that someone will decide to use it in a run. Even before the Zelda speedrunning community developed their glitchless category in 2013, the Pokemon speedrunning community had already regularly been doing glitchless speedruns for a few years. The 90% category was rarely ran due to glitch discoveries like save corruption, which made it possible for speedrunners to warp to the Hall of Fame at the very beginning of the game. There really wasn't any competition for 90%, since with this glitch it was possible for anyone to beat the game with a time of 0. At the time, the community didn't categorize glitches, so something like 90% no save corruption didn't exist. Because of this, glitchless was always the main category, but there were some issues with what the community considered to be glitches. In Pokemon Red, you visit Lavender Town to hear Mr. Fuji, who heads the volunteer Pokemon house, has been kidnapped to Pokemon Tower by Team Rocket, and it's your duty to figure out what's happened to him. While traveling through Pokemon Tower, you are blocked access to the top floor by a ghost, which you can't fight or bypass without first obtaining an item called a Sylph Scope. That is until speedrunners found utility with an item called the Pokédoll. The Pokédoll costs 1,000 Pokécoins, and its functionality is to flee from any battle with a 100% success rate. If you use one while in battle with a ghost, you'll escape the battle and be able to get to the top floor without having the Sylph Scope. Since the Pokédoll is working as intended, which is to flee any battle with a 100% success rate, but gives the unintended result of skipping the Sylph Scope, this trick would be considered an exploit and not a glitch. The use of this skip was allowed in the glitchless category, but by allowing a trick like this, it set the bar of what would be allowed later on in the development of the glitchless category. Several years later, in early November 2015, a new bug was discovered by the speedrunner Swaff called Bike Shop Instant Text Bug. During Swaff's speedrun, he accidentally went to the bike shop before beating the second gym leader named Misty. Normally after defeating Misty, you'll visit Vermilion City. While there, you pick up the third gym badge, the Cut HM, and the bike voucher. The developers never intended you to get the bike before getting the voucher, and to make sure you didn't, they made the price for the bike a whopping 1 million Pokecoins, which was 1 Pokecoin higher than the cap of 999,999. So when Swaff went to the bike shop before beating Misty, he didn't have the bike voucher to get his bike for free, and he definitely didn't have the 1 million Pokecoins to buy the bike.
I know about this
but when
one.
he left the shop, he noticed that all of the text in game was coming out a lot faster than normal.
Wait, what? Why is my text going that fast? What did I just do? I am so confused.
Apparently during a dialogue with a bike shop owner, the game changes a bit that controls the text speed at instant, so that the price of the bicycle and a bike shop owner's message come out at the same time. Due to a programmer oversight, if you press B to end this dialogue, the bit never reverts back and you'll now have instant text displayed until you open another menu. With the discovery of this new trick, the community had to decide whether or not it would be allowed in the glitchless category. Due to the nature of the bug, it was pretty hard to figure out if it was a glitch or not, because although the instant text is an unintended result, pressing B to end the dialogue is an unintended mechanic, which means this could fall under the category of an exploit. The bug also had some similarities with the Pokédoll skip, and the fact that the reason both of the tricks work is due to oversights from the developers. Regardless, the decision was up to the community. Should the community ban the bug because it was too close to the definition of what a glitch was, or should they allow it because the trick was too similar to exploits like the Pokédoll skip that were allowed in the glitchless category? The community decided to allow it. The thing about the bug is it actually optimized the route for the speedrun so much that it had potential to take the world record, and in theory could save up to 1.5 minutes. And 9 months after the discovery, somebody finally did. That person being Gunner Mania. Gunner obtaining world record using the bug sparked debate in the Pokemon speedrunning community. This debate eventually led to a vote, and the results showed 60-40 in favor of banning the use of bike shop instant text bug in the glitchless category. But why exactly was this bug allowed for 9 months, but only until someone gets a world record using it, the community decides to ban it? Well, for anyone who is familiar with Pokemon speedrunning, the speedruns themselves are very luck dependent. And by using the bike shop instant text bug, it made luck an even bigger factor. Like I said earlier, while the bug is active, you can't open any type of menus without the text reverting back to normal. This meant that speedrunners couldn't heal their Pokemon in any way, which resulted in the already high reset rate for the run to be increased by 10 to 20%. With this added layer of luck, it made the category unenjoyable to play for a lot of people, which resulted in the bug getting banned from glitchless. And in turn, there were 2 categories created. Any percent glitchless, which was the same as the old route before the discovery of the instant text bug, and any percent no major glitches, which was the same as the glitchless category with the instant text bug and any future exploits. So in this example, a world record was actually stripped away from a speedrunner due to a change in the rules. The difference this time is that instead of something being allowed or disallowed because it was or wasn't a glitch, it was just flat out banned due to the community changing their position on allowing it. This decision wasn't backed by what the definition of glitchless speedrun stood for, but instead was made to make the most amount of people happy. And I'm not saying whether or not this was a good or bad thing, but situations like these are possible to happen when making rules in glitchless categories, even in a huge speedrunning community like Pokemon whose main category for Generation 1 games is glitchless. It is still a shame that Gunner lost his world record for the sake of making the category more enjoyable, but what is done, and hopefully other communities can use this example as a means of caution when developing their own glitchless categories. There's actually a likely chance that they will allow instant text again in the future after the community combines their leaderboards with the Japanese community, but we'll have to wait and find out. During Summer Games Done Quick 2017, there was a very interesting glitchless speedrun that was performed live at the event. Black Belt Ginga Ninja was running Mirror's Edge glitchless with his co-commentators 5Actual and Dr. T Chops. Before the run, Ninja agreed to allowing Chops to joke about the glitchless category during the run. This led to a highlight reel of the run getting posted with the name Mirror's Edge Speedrunner Roasted SGDQ 2017, which amassed over 1.5 million views on YouTube. And although in the video Chops is just joking about the irony of the glitchless category, he does raise a few valid points.
Also not allowed. But besides that, a lot of stuff is fair game, so this run's gonna play a
It's
lot
uploaded
more
without
like
context a lot, so I never had that context.
than like a glitchless run.
That it was just ha-ha funny.
If it's just no major glitches, then why is it called glitchless?
Don't worry about it.
Well, that didn't take long, but Dr. T Chops has a good point. Why is it called glitchless if it's more similar to any percent no major glitches? When the Mirror's Edge speedrunning community created the glitchless category, their intentions were similar to other games that I talked about earlier in this video, which was both to make a speedrun category that was better suited for beginners and for a unique way to speedrun through the game without major glitches. But this really doesn't answer the question. Why was it called glitchless? The community was split on whether or not to change the name to something like No Major Glitches, but in the end it was still the same category with the same rules, so they decided not to change it. And as Ninja put it in his video about the glitchless category,
So, for simplicity's sake, we kept the name the way it is. Also,
just to trigger more random people at GDQ. That's another really good reason.
So I guess there you have it. The other glaring question here would be, why are there glitches allowed at all in the first place? One big issue that speedrunners run into when creating rules for glitches categories are glitches and exploits that are possible to be performed by doing normal game mechanics. Some examples of these I've already mentioned, like the Pokédoll skip and the instant text bug, but these examples don't really relate to Mirror's Edge because they're easily avoidable. Instead, I'll use an example of a glitch/exploit from Ocarina of Time. In Ocarina of Time, the crouch stab move wasn't programmed correctly, and when it is used, it will use the power of your previous sword-like attack instead of doing the damage it's supposed to do. So for you to do a jump slash and a crouch stab, you'd be doing the same amount of damage as 2 jump slashes. The crouch stab itself is an intended move in the game, but because of its behavior, it's possible for it to be interpreted as a glitch. The thing is, the move is actually allowed in glitchless. Reason being is because it would be ridiculous for speedrunners to ban the use of an intended move, and even more ridiculous for a speedrunner to have to abandon a run because they accidentally performed it. And sure, you could argue that the power crouch stab, as well as many of the other tricks I mentioned in Pokemon, and the ones I'm about to mention in Mirror's Edge, are actually exploits, because the unintended result is due to intended mechanics. But the main point I'm trying to make here is that exploits or glitches that aren't easily avoidable shouldn't be banned in glitchless categories, and the fact that they are glitches or exploits doesn't change that. As for the glitches/exploits that are allowed in the Mirror's Edge glitches category, include wall boosting, which is basically just a normal wall jump, and if used properly can result in a small speed boost. Side jump boosting, which is when a side jump is combined with turning the camera shortly after the game puts you at max speed. There are also several kicks which can cancel fall damage that are allowed because the kicks are intended mechanics. There are many more examples I could provide, but I'm sure you guys get the point. It's really hard for a speedrunning community to ban tricks like these, whether they are glitches or not, because all of them are just normal game mechanics with glitchy side effects. With the abundance of so many different exploits and glitches that can be performed in normal play in Mirror's Edge, glitches may not be the best name for the category. I mean, it literally goes against everything I've been trying to prove in this video. But one thing the Mirror's Edge community did do with the rules from Glitchless is that they made them based off of what was enjoyable, and even rulings which you could consider in the spirit of the game, similar to Twin Galaxies. And instead of worrying about what was and what wasn't a glitch, they made a category that served a purpose, which was a unique way of playing the game and a beginner-friendly category. Glitchless categories can go as far as forbidding the smart use of game mechanics on the premise that they weren't intended to be used in a certain way, therefore they're an oversight. And that's all a glitch really is, an oversight. But at the same time, glitchless categories can also allow exploits that go around the developer's intended method of play on the premise of them, again, being the smart use of game mechanics. So what's the point of glitchless categories? All they seem to do is cause problems and confusion in speedrunning communities, and they're just too arbitrary to make consistent rule sets for. And to this sentiment, I agree. But I would disagree with the notion that glitchless is pointless, because it does have a purpose. In the first episode of this series, I talked about there being a balance in speedrunning, and I sort of vaguely explained it with the purpose of you guys to come up with your own opinions of the balance, and also for me to further reinforce the purpose of it throughout the rest of the episodes in the series. After the initial reaction to this balance, a lot of you guys that weren't in agreement with it didn't agree with it because in your own opinion you thought that there was no balance, and that speed was the only thing that matters.
Makes sense.
The balance itself really isn't a perfect balance. Speed will always take precedent over entertainment and skill because you can technically still have a speed run without either of them. But in order for speedrunning to grow, entertainment and skill are very important factors for its success, because there aren't a lot of people who want to compete in something that isn't skillful or entertaining. The entire purpose of glitchless categories is entertainment. Glitchless speedruns offer an additional way of speedrunning a game with the challenge of not being able to use certain tricks that are interpreted as glitches. To say that glitchless is pointless would be the same as saying any additional categories that aren't any percent or 100% are also pointless because they're community defined. But community defined categories are always made with a purpose. Whether they offer unique challenges like collecting the entirety of a specific item, or disallow the use of a major glitch in order to offer different avenues of speedrunning a game, or even just a speedrun of Ocarina of Time where the objective is to use a glitch to make it look like Link is smoking a huge blunt and call it dank percent, they all offer a unique way of speedrunning the game in a way that makes it fun and entertaining either for the speedrunner or for the people watching. The real issue that I see with glitchless categories is that the rule of no glitches, for which the categories represent, doesn't actually satisfy the original intentions of why a lot of glitchless categories are made.
Glitches come in all different shapes and forms, and categorizing them all as equal and banning them really doesn't make sense when a speedrun community's objective with a glitchless category is really just to make a more enjoyable category for a sizable portion of their community. Instead, the community should decide on what is more enjoyable and what they actually want to run, instead of just coming out with a glitchless category in hopes that it satisfies those needs. They could do something like what the Pokemon speedrun community does and have a community vote, or make categories like no major glitches or glitchless instead. And yes, these categories may be vague and community defined, but they make more sense than making a glitchless category and picking and choosing what glitches or exploits are allowed based on what the community wants. Glitchless categories don't allow room for choosing what is or what isn't allowed. They only allow for anything that isn't a glitch. So if disallowing the use of every glitch seems to be the all-around best idea for making an innovative category for your speed game, then glitchless may be the right choice for you. If not, then it probably is not the right choice for you. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, leave a like because it doesn't take a lot of time to do.
When you're mean, you forget how to use inputs.
Also, don't leave yet because I want to give a special shout out to all of the people that made this video possible. Special thanks to Tompa, who's a speedrunner / tasser who helped me with a lot of the information and examples that I showed in this video. This video literally would not have been possible without him, so thank you so much. Also, thanks to Robert Merjak, who was an ex-head referee for Twin Galaxies. He helped provide me with some of the information regarding the history of glitches at Twin Galaxy. Also, thanks to Danny B21892, Shenanigans, and Black Belt Ginga Ninja, who all helped with information for their speed games. If you're interested in hearing additional information about Ocarina of Time and Mirror's Edge glitchless categories, I have linked some great explanation videos in the description, and I'm sure a world record progression video will be posted at some point for the Generation 1 Pokemon games. Okay guys, that's all I have to say. Subscribe for more speedrunning related content, and as always, I hope you have a beautiful life.
Is that distance or just health?
Hello ladies and gents, it's EasyScape, and welcome to the third episode of my controversial rulings in speedrunning history series. Today we're going to be discussing emulators, and whether or not they should be banned in speedrunning. To start off, let's talk about the pros of emulator usage. For the first and most obvious reason that somebody would want to use emulators is because official hardware is expensive.
We'll go check out PvP and DS3 in a second. We'll see if people are busy. We'll run it like once or twice more.
This includes a console, controller, game, and recording device. But this is only generally speaking. As a speedrunner attempting to reach the fastest time possible, you're going to want the fastest console available. In my case, it wasn't enough for me just to use these slim PS2s. Instead, I searched around on eBay for a while, and luckily lowballed $20 for a silver SCPH 90000, which is the latest generation of PS2 that has been made, and is a Japan exclusive release. And if mine hadn't come with this limited edition black smudge on it, it probably would have cost over $50, and maybe even closer to the $100 range. But then I found that an officially released console called the PSTV existed, which saved almost 30 seconds in load time in the 14 talisman category for Spyro 2. So I bought the console, which was $60, spent an additional $40 on the memory card. I wanted a real PS3 controller, so I spent close to $35 for a refurbish. Then I found out that the PSTV is copyright protected, which means I had to spend another $20 on an HDMI splitter in order to even stream or record the game. And even after all this, I still had to buy the game. This isn't really pertinent to the story, but the Spyro trilogy is only available on the European PlayStation Store, not the US. So I had to put in a UK address and buy a UK PlayStation gift card for another $15 just to be able to buy and play the games on the device. And had I not already had an HD capture card, I could have added another $100 onto the budget. So as you can see here, getting a hold of the fastest hardware can not only be difficult to obtain, but it can also be really expensive. The other point I would like to make here is that the reason the PSTV saves so much time with the PS2 console is because the game is being read from flash memory, and the PSTV is emulating the game. The difference here though, is this form of emulation, also known as Virtual Console, is generally accepted by most speedrunning communities. Reason being is because it's an official console, and an official release of the game, and official releases are always allowed in speedrunning. For the record, I'd also like to mention that the Spyro speedrunning community also allows emulator usage on the leaderboards, but this reasoning is because PS1 emulators actually have slower load times. This is because the PS2 and the PSTV both have fastest speed options, which load faster than the PS1, and the PS1 emulators don't have this option. So in this case, emulator usage is allowed because it doesn't grant any advantages, which is pretty cool. But to go back to my original point, if emulator usage was more widely accepted and I could match the load times of the PS TV, I wouldn't have to go through all the troubles of spending $170 in hardware and setup and could have been instantly playing Spyro no problem. And if I did speedrun on that emulator, another benefit is that you can use just about any controller with a USB port to play your game, or even just a mouse and keyboard. This is already something that is made possible with multi-platform games that are available on the PC, but with emulators this could be possible with just about any game. The benefits of this would most likely be that you can use a controller that's more comfortable to you, is more ergonomic, or it could be just a controller you already have available. As far as third-party controllers on official hardware goes, I'm planning on making a video of this at some point. This is a regular debate that goes on in the competitive Super Smash Bros. Community with getting third-party box-shaped controllers approved for competitive use, and I think it's something that may also be beneficial to the speedrunning community.
You can't hold and go back to 1-on-2.
So anyways, back to emulators. One point that I saw that would be an issue with speedrunning games on emulator is inconsistent load times. This isn't really an issue with most earlier dated consoles like the NES, as those emulators are highly accurate. But for certain emulators, having a faster PC means that your game will load faster too, which can be both an issue when racing against consoles or even other emulators. While this may seem like a big issue, there's actually a very simple fix for it which PC speedrunners have been using for a while now, which has helped level the playing field. The solution is auto splitters. If you're not sure what an auto splitter is a built-in feature of LiveSplit, which is a timing software that is used by the vast majority of speedrunners. This feature is great for PC games because by reading the game's RAM on your computer, LiveSplit can start and stop the timer automatically, split automatically, and most importantly, it can time the game without loads. This means that the timer will only be active during gameplay. So it doesn't matter how fast your PC is, everyone will be timed by their gameplay alone. And in a world where everyone speedruns on emulator, we would essentially all be on an even playing field. To name a few other cool things that would be possible with emulators is that the inputs made during a speedrun could be recorded on the emulator and then be played back later for analysis. This is really great for optimizing movement or to even discover how a glitch works if it were discovered by accident. There are also some specific cases where emulators are used as a main console for speedrunning. In the games Oracle Ages and Lufia 2, there exist glitches which can potentially break game cartridges. I plan on talking about these glitches more extensively in my next video, but it's pretty good reasoning for allowing emulators so people don't ruin their games. In Toy Story 2, emulator was the dominant method of play across the board for several years. The main reason why is because the game was priced at $30, which is a lot more than what a lot of people would pay for an old Toy Story game. There's also a rare chance that when getting your copy of the game, that it wouldn't be the version of the game that is good for speedrunning, because in the version 1.1 of the game, they patched an important skip in Andy's basement, which would lose over 20 seconds to the 1.0 version. Recently it has been confirmed that although carts with version 1.1 do exist, the chances of you purchasing it are extremely low.
I'm gonna miss this game.
Nowadays the game is only $10, so there really isn't any excuse for not being able to afford it.
I want to bounce around and see what's going on, because I like that I fought the same person over and over. That's really fun. I just want to...
And once the console section starts getting
let's give them another run to run in,
take over as a default category.
But let's switch after.
In my opinion, I think this change was very necessary due to emulation inaccuracies with the Project 64
emulator.
emulator.
Past those dudes.
For this game specifically, when it was ran on the Project 64 emulator, the basement skip is performed much easier, and there's virtually no lag during gameplay on the emulator, which would be present while playing on console, which made emulator superior in every way to console. Emulator accuracy is one of the biggest issues when it comes to the legality of emulators in speedrunning, but I'll go more in depth on that later. So it's clear that there are lots of reasons for emulators to be accepted in speedrunning. They eliminate the need for expensive hardware and capture cards, and not only in the fact that you'll be emulating the game, but timing without loads means that you don't have to have the fastest hardware in order to compete for world record. Some games literally wouldn't have a competitive...
After stream, I'll probably be on DS2 or 3 if y'all want to do Arena. In 3 possibly, for instance. Like, that would be really fun. Just saying, if y'all want. I like a good get my ass beat.
Scene if emulator usage wasn't allowed. Some examples include Dragster.
I love this person's content. Let's creep. Let's see what the internet's doing. Making sure we paste it with timestamp in case you're curious. Are hitboxes fair? Fuck if we care. Actually, yes, they are, though. It's the slow animation makes it more likely that you'll notice inconsistencies, but the inconsistencies are consistent across all the games. And the classic clip of, is it going to be here? It's going to be here. Yeah, they're reviewing the same thing we watched. Like, if the animation for your roll has to resolve before the snapback of a grab in all the games. So you'll notice it in the slower to resolve game. I like that Stilovsky and Nick are just like bouncing buoyantly That's so adorable. Just buoyantly bouncing. Just being adorable. What goobers. What goobers. Cool beans. I tried your mom in the recent patch. That's a joke. I didn't try anyone's mom. But I did try all your dads. That was fun. No regrets. Do you have more A to ZZs for us? Are we just like way too caught up? Are we just way too fucking caught up? Have we just been watching the internet burn together? Is that just what we do? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it really fucking is. Holy shit. That's wild. My game is launched. That's good. I'm scrolling. I'm adding Home Skillet, who like gives really dope coverage to the watch later. We might come back to them. Here. They've got a new VOD. We're proud to see their shit pop off. We want to see them succeed. What?
Oh, this game feels smooth today.
Based. Swamp Dweller? That's wild. Worst winner? I feel like Hell's Kitchen will come after us if we watch this. I'm just not fighting this fight. All of them? Really? That's in my watched later? Poop. Probably because the word poop. Yeah. I kind of want to call the smooth shiny something in DS2. Like, I want to call all of those poop. That is true. I might look at this in advance to, like, bring it to y'all with appropriate whinging. Y'all never know. Appropriate and well-placed whinging is worth its weight in gold. Report of the Week is, like, so fucking nifty. I just love their shit.
The Simpsons Hit and Run is a game all about driving. There are a ton of cars to collect, races to win, and children to run over.
I was about to say we're not watching the world burn tonight, but, like, honestly, we kinda are. This is the last thing we're gonna check for the night, so let me go get my timestamps hella updated, open VS Code, use my same regex from last night to just, like, manipulate the fucking text, immediately rush my ass to the YouTube VOD, drop in timestamps of everything we reacted to, go ahead and copy the URL, drop it in here for the Twitch folks in case they give a shit, and then go check it myself and make sure that it's accurate. Yes, it's just not working appropriately. Okay, cool beans. Let me do this. Let me fix this up. Let me do a thing. Okay, cool. I'm putting more a colon in it to try to tighten it up, and some just like English words. We're gonna see, because I think it bugs out if the only thing is text, or sorry, a URL. We're gonna check really fast. Let me see. Okay, it's having a difficulty because I put like a colon in there. Yikes. Yikes, brother. Let's play this and I'll fix it.
So the idea of beating this game without ever touching a steering wheel sounds impossible and stupid. But I'm Stoopy, and I play games wrong all the time. Although I don't think I've ever attempted a playthrough more wrong than this one. Regardless, I'm still going to try and see if The Simpsons Hit and Run can be beaten without ever driving a single vehicle.
Why me?
The game starts us off playing as Homer with an easy introductory level of heading to the Quickie Mart for some ice cream and Buzz Cola, but we're instantly hit with our first dilemma. The first step of this mission actually requires us to get into our vehicle, but thankfully we aren't forced to drive it, so we can hop straight back out and run over to the shop instead. No time limit, no racing, just a simple run there and back. Well, actually on the way back I hopped onto an NPC's car and he very kindly carried me back home. Which brings me to the rules of this challenge. If I, the player, am in control of any vehicle at any point, the challenge is over. I'm not in control of this car I'm on, therefore riding on top of it is perfectly acceptable. I'll be playing all 7 levels and the 7 main story missions in each one that you are required to beat in order to reach the credits. I won't be attempting any extra side quests or missions that aren't required for me to beat the game. If I manage to reach the credits without driving any vehicles, then nice, I did it. Arriving back home marks the true beginning of the game and our first real mission, a race to give Lisa her art project at school between me and Principal Skinner. But of course, Skinner is in a car and I'm not. Now, you might not know this, but Homer is not exactly known for being a speed demon. So this was already looking pretty hopeless, but even still, I did have some ideas I wanted to try. First off, I tried riding an NPC's car like I had just done, which might have had some potential if they were even slightly aware they were in a race and didn't stop for every single stop sign. So instead, I tried to see if there was even a small glimmer of hope that Homer could somehow win this race just by running the whole way. There was not. But he did actually get further than I expected, and this spurred me to keep on trying, so I looked to using the map's shortcuts to give me as much of a lead as possible. I found that behind my house there's a route I can take which gets me to the Quickie Mart faster than Skinner does. Now this was in no way a big enough lead to win the race, but it did pop a new idea into my head.
And then can we get on his car? Maybe. Okay, maybe that's the play. Maybe we take that shortcut and jump on his car.
So on my next attempt, I ran back around the garden and clocked Skinner's approach as he came around the corner. I wasn't sure if this was going to work, but as the traffic slowed him down, I jumped up and landed directly on the roof of his car. Now as he raced towards the finish line, I was right there with him the whole way, but I still didn't know how to finish the race. The first few tries, I was attempting to jump off near the end, hoping that the car would knock me or I would get flung towards the finish line, but the kinds of physics I was hoping for.
Speaking about while we're doing stuff on stream, thank you all so very much for letting me be your streamer today.
Just weren't in the game. So I tried again, this time making sure to stay at the very front of the car, and this was looking good. The game recognized I was in first place the entire way, but even though it clearly said first place when we reached the finish line, I was still failing the mission. If that wouldn't work, then there was only really one way of winning this race. What we really needed now was just a little bit of luck, and after a couple more attempts, the tides eventually turned in our favor.
Wait. Got stuck.
Got
stuck between the cars. Yes, we won the race.
Thanks to a very fortunate car crash, we actually managed to beat Skinner and complete our very first mission.
Want to do 125?
So if you didn't believe in this challenge before,
125.
maybe now you might start. The next mission was pretty straightforward. We had to find and return items we took from Flanders within the designated time limit.
I need to load somewhere.
Thanks to this being the first level, the time limit they gave was extremely generous and we were able to find all of Flanders' items with plenty of time to spare just by running around as normal. At this point, I was feeling great. 2 out of 2 missions down and I was beginning to think there was nothing I wouldn't be able to do. But then came along mission 3. When I read what we had to do for mission 3, I was instantly scared.
Yo, I don't know if I told you this. Guess who we killed?
Despite any doubts I had,
guess who died?
The Plow King and started to
guess who
think about ways I
died?
could damage Smithers'
What is it,
car
like
without
3rd
being
try
one
on a
myself.
Saturday
And
playing on the
honestly,
Steam
I
Deck
just
on the
couldn't think
couch?
of anything. But as it
Guess who
turns out,
died?
No idea I
Guess
ever
who
thought of
died?
would have ever come to fruition. Because the instant I stepped out of my car, I was shown something much worse.
I'll give you a
10-second
hint.
time
She
it
had
instructed me to
sides
get
and she
back
lived in the
into my
world of
vehicle.
Ariandel.
This was it, the
The
end
bitch
of
is
the
dead.
line. There is no possible way of beating this mission without driving.
I have to bonfire
because the
to
game
travel, I
simply
forgot that.
does not allow me to be out of my vehicle. So
Sister
is that
Frida,
it? Is
she's
the game
gone.
over?
Sister
Well,
Frida
not
lays.
necessarily.
She's
Which
dead.
brings me to
Laid out on the
speedruns
ground.
and this game's
Toasted.
overly generous difficulty system. Simpsons Hit and Run is a very forgiving game.
We have one
If
last
you suck
DLC
ass
boss
and
to
fail
do.
a mission 7 times,
But I want a
the game
PvP.
deems you incompetent and gives you the option to skip the mission in its entirety and move on to the next. This feature alone is what makes this challenge possible, and it's the only reason I thought to attempt it in the first place. At least, that is what I thought at the time. It turns out that
She's a
later
fun
on
boss.
in the game, there are some
Bro,
missions
you
that
should
we
just play
can't skip no
DS3.
matter
It's
how
so
many
fucking
times
good.
we fail, which I'll admit was unexpected, but we'll cross that
It
bridge
runs
when we
on a
get to
Steam
it.
Deck,
For now,
so it
as I
oughts
head
to
over
hold
to the
up.
power plant for my next mission, I'll quickly mention that it would be extremely boring if I just skipped
She was
every
the one
mission in
down
the game,
here?
so I'm only going to use it for situations like that where it is absolutely necessary. For every other
There's
mission,
two
I'm gonna do
bonfires.
everything
I
I
just
can to
noticed
complete them
that.
without driving
I touched
and
the
without
dredge
needing
heap
to
one.
skip. With that cleared up, we've now arrived at Homer's place of work for mission 4.
I didn't
this
notice
is one of
this.
the easiest missions in the game because it's one you're not supposed to use a car for in the first
I only
place.
noticed
so we
the
can
dredge
run
heap
around
one.
and destroy these little robot things the same as if we were doing a normal playthrough.
You get
I
to
then
dredge
hitched a
heap
ride back
by
home for
beating
mission 5,
base
which
game
is once
or
again a new
DLC,
mission
Ash
format
the
that we
Very End
haven't
Elf.
seen yet. Homer's growing suspicion of the black camera vans around Springfield.
Don't
pushes
pay
him to
minds
try
to
and
all the
follow him
blood.
back to where it came from.
It had
the
to
only
happen.
issue is Homer's polygonal feet are not fast enough to keep up with it, and if you don't stay within a certain distance of the van, then the mission fails. It didn't take me long to realize that the best way for me to keep up with the van would be to
I might be
become
able
the
to
van.
go check
That's
her
right,
out
the
on
solution
my
was
level
once again
1.
to just jump onto the
I don't
vehicle.
remember if
This
we're
van
at
was
her
a
on the
bit
level
more
1, I
reckless than
think
the rest
so.
of them, though. There's certain obstacles like ramps.
I just,
Bad
oh my gosh, I
driving.
had such a good time. I mostly maintained it by just like learning that she does like a 1, 2, 3 and it either hooks into another 1, 2, 3 or otherwise, and I just like kept jumping in whenever she would. Oh my gosh, guess what it was with though? It was with fucking twin blades. So that was wild. It was twin blade heaven. It was so good.
Which takes us to mission 6, where we are once again smacked with the dreaded
I forgot.
10-second countdown.
I can travel.
Another
at a
mission we are
bonfire.
forced to skip in order to make way for the final challenge of level 1. The final mission is the longest race so far, going around the entire map. Now, there is the potential
Hastest
to use our
parry,
current strategy
the
of riding
best
Smithers'
parry.
car the entire way, but there was one idea I felt I had to try before doing anything else, which brings me to why I'm beating up Carl in the power plant car park. One of the most famous speedrunning tricks in this game is called Carl Skip. In a normal playthrough, when
We can
you
try to
start
level
this
1
race,
her,
the game blocks
but
off
I
the
needed
path
to
behind
soak
you.
up a lot of
This
hits.
forces the player to take the
Like, I
long
had
way
to
around
eat
the map
hits to
towards the
learn
finish
her.
line. But with Carl Skip, you can push Carl past this blockade before the race starts, opening up a new, much shorter route to the finish line. And what I want to find
Y'all,
out is
you
if
wanna do
Homer
my
can run
favorite
this faster
PvP?
than Smithers can drive this.
It's because I can just sit at
I
Firelink
pushed
and do
Carl into
it.
more
That's
optimal
why it's my
position. With the
favorite.
race now set up, it was
Then
time to
again,
find out if Homer
Wax
was
Dust
indeed fast enough to win this race on foot.
on 2? Huh, maybe it's FSL. I vary food. This makes sense. Anywho's.
We're in first.
If I could just sit and do this in DS2 from the hub world, like I
Don't know
can
what
in
position we're
3
in.
and
The
Elden,
game's confused.
it would be top.
We're first. The finish line is just over there.
Bitch.
I can see him on the map, but I don't think he's close.
Sunless, Cathedral,
I
Exile,
think we've got it. I think we've got it.
Lothric Knight. No Covenant, so we don't
Yes,
get
we
dyed a
did it.
different color.
He won by a landslide, and that marked the completion of the first level. But as happy as I was
Wait,
about this
where is
win,
it?
I
Oh,
knew
did I
this
not
game
do
was
it?
only
I
gonna
didn't
get
do
harder
it.
and
Oh,
harder.
I have to do that.
Level 2 kicks us off with a brand new mission format that we haven't seen before. We're playing as Bart, who has skipped school today to get his hands on the new
Same
Bone
person.
Storm game, so our first mission is to simply run to the shrine save to pick it up. We get a somewhat decent time to do this in, so I started just running towards the goal.
been
But
a
on my
minute.
way,
Let's
we
get used to
encounter
the game
Principal
again.
Skinner, who is trying to hunt down the students who skipped school today. So our new objective is now to get as far away from Skinner as possible. After juggling around with him for a bit, I realized he was always going to be faster than me no matter what, and my best bet was to just run and hope he gets stuck somewhere along the way. And that
They
is
just
when I noticed the
left.
glowing neon sign of Moe's Bar. It turns out that entering a building counts as being far
I
away
hate
from the
that.
vehicle. We wouldn't have any time
Oh
to stop
my
for a drink
God.
though, as the game instantly swapped back to the original objective. I had just under 2 minutes to get there, and I had no knowledge of how far
It's
it was.
only them.
So I just ran hoping for the best, used a taxi for a bit of extra speed, and arrived
Oh,
with plenty
please
of time
don't
to spare.
leave.
And after doing all of
Please.
that, a quick conversation with Jimbo Jones completes mission 1 for us. Mission 2 was right around the corner, so before I started, I collected some coins because there are always missions in this game that require some kind of purchase, so it's better to keep collecting them as I go. This mission was a time trial, which had us race around to different
Thank
locations
you.
to collect fireworks. The time limits, however, are a lot shorter than they were back in level 1, giving us only a minute to get back to Moe's. I tried to get as far as I could, as fast as I could, but unfortunately, there just wasn't enough time to get to Moe's without driving. I didn't give up there though. I kept trying, and eventually I realized that I was overlooking a key detail to this mission. The very first step is actually not to get to Moe's, it's to get into our vehicle, and for it there is no time limit. So I just ran all the way to Moe's, used this phone booth right outside to call my vehicle, and the moment I hopped inside, the task was complete. This was the same for every location in this mission. I would just run to the nearest phone booth, call my vehicle, and arrive where I needed to be with no concern with the time limit at all. Even Chief Wiggum, who is supposed to chase us down for the final part of this mission, won't chase me unless I'm in my vehicle. So I just ran as far away as I could, called my vehicle, and the moment I was in, I had successfully escaped the police chase. So this actually ended up being one of the easiest missions in the entire game. The concept of easy missions, though, would quickly come to an end, as we encounter our first impossible mission of the level.
Wait, wrong scene.
It's a race with the comic book guy against a nerd that we are not allowed out of our vehicle for, giving us no choice but to skip to the next
go to the
mission,
one to capture the game,
up being my favorite
and then
mission
I have
in
to
the
like
entire game.
go to
the
the
first part requires
specific
us
one.
to follow a pizza van to Herman's Military Antiques so that we can pick up an old radio for Professor Frink. This would have been difficult, but the van actually spawns far enough away that we have enough time to run in front and jump onto it. But it's a little tricky due to the speed the van is going. But once we were on, we managed to ride it all the way to the antique store, only to find out that the radio had been stolen by Snake. This takes us to the second and much more difficult part of this mission. We find Snake a bit further up the road in the process of being run over, and challenge him to a race for the radio he stole. But there's just one problem with the format of the mission. The only way to start this race is by talking to Snake, and once the conversation is over, we both spawn side by side in our respective vehicles. The only way I've found so far to win races is by riding my opponent's car, but by the time I get out of my own, Snake is already long gone, and to make things even more difficult, every time I lose this race, I'm sent all the way back to the start of the mission and have to do the pizza delivery ride all over again. Honestly, this was a mission I heavily considered skipping, but unlike the other times I've skipped, there are no built-in limitations stopping me from running this race on foot, so I kept trying. I looked for shortcuts, I tried to destroy his car, I searched for anything that would give me some kind of advantage in this race. That's when I remembered who got me through my last race. I once again turned to the speedrunning community. If anyone knows the fastest route to run this race, it's them. So I looked at the world record, and to no one's surprise, they don't just drive the race like normal. They actually go backwards at the start around this giant bend so they can fly off this ramp down to the road below. Now, this wouldn't work for us because we're just a human boy, but there are things human boys can do that cars can't. I don't need the ramp to get down to the road below. I can just jump over the wall. So here's the plan. When the race starts, I'm going to jump onto a car to get me to the top of this road as fast as possible. Then while Snake is going around the giant bend to get to the road below, if the timing is right, I should be able to jump down and get there just as he is coming back around the corner. If I'm there in time, I'll have just a couple of seconds to line myself up properly so that I can jump onto his car as he passes. And
let's
somehow,
consider this a good
all of that goes according to plan,
but we
should
probably
be
want
free
to swap
ride
to the
on his
twin
bonnet
blades
all the way to the finish line. And since I'm technically in front of him, I'll finish the race in first place.
In a lot of cases.
That actually worked. After all that time, we somehow found a way to beat this impossible race without ever driving a car of our own, and we can now claim the radio for ourselves. As incredible as this victory felt, it wouldn't be celebrated for long, as unfortunately Mission 5 is another impossible mission that we have to skip, so we're moving straight on to Mission 6, which is actually the same premise as Mission 5, except this time we are allowed out of our vehicle. Our goal is to collect the 30 loose monkeys in just 4 minutes.
Are you just pathetic?
They're actually really close together.
Pathetic sort ahead.
29 of the monkeys with quite a bit of time to spare. But imagine my disappointment when I saw that the last monkey was hiding all the way up there.
I just want them to know that they're being a shithead.
The only way up was to jump off this ramp in a car. So now imagine my excitement the next time I tried it and found an elevator that takes me exactly to where I need to be, and discovered that we can indeed collect all 30 monkeys and complete this mission. But now go straight back to
most people have more couth,
because Mission 7 is the one we have to skip. This one hurt a little bit though, because it's the first time I've skipped where the game is okay with me being out of my vehicle. And because there was nothing stopping me, I spent way too much time trying to figure out if there was any way to complete this mission. I followed the car up the tunnel and found out that it starts to drive in a loop after a certain point, which at least gave me something to work. Because I knew the car would keep coming around this road, I created a build-up of traffic here and hoped that when the car crashed into the other cars, it might damage it a little. But this didn't seem to do anything, and even if it did, the time limit I'm
just blocking them on Steam.
Destroy the car fully. I kept trying and found out that if I'm in the vehicle the cell car crashes into, then that does do a bit of damage.
but regardless, there still just wasn't enough time to pull this off. And then again, even if there were still two
they're
other
not
cars I had to
very
destroy
great.
after this
They're
one.
just
I
really
wasn't happy
cheesy
about
and
it,
cheap.
but I had to accept that the only way I would get past this final mission and move on to level 3
So I don't feel like
was
I'm missing out.
unfortunately to skip it entirely. I sat on this bench and waited to be transported to the next level. The third level, as gorgeous as it is where the game starts to take a noticeable turn for the worst. I've honestly had a blast in the first two levels re-exploring the game I used to love in an extremely challenging yet highly rewarding way. As the game gets harder though, the rules are becoming stricter, and that is
like we're missing out on a person who attacks you while you're fucking legit bowing.
I had to skip 6
I don't give
of
a
the
fuck.
7 missions. Missions 1, 3, 4, and 5 all instructed me to stay in my vehicle, making them all automatic skips.
No, I
Instead
have
of
no
focusing
shame
on
in
the
this.
clue, let me instead tell you about mission 2, the only mission we were able to properly complete. It's a mission that takes us all over this area of Springfield by meeting Milhouse in various locations, as he seemingly has information on where Lisa's missing brother Bart is at, and it's thanks to Bart's level that we know
Game,
exactly
Blue
how we can
Sentinel,
complete this
logs,
mission. We have a certain time
day.
limit to reach each location, but once again, that time limit doesn't begin until we are in our vehicle. So essentially, this mission was a glorified tour of the levels map, and it is my favorite one in the game, so this mission was actually just a nice little treat. Although it did hurt a bit running past the giant ramp, knowing I wouldn't be able to fly off it at any point in this playthrough. As I mentioned, missions 3, 4, and 5 were all
If they
skipped,
didn't
so I'll move
attack
straight
while I
on to
was
mission
bowing,
6, which
I
gave
would
me a
care
small
less.
bit of hope when it let me out of my vehicle.
I might
Once
be a
saw
little
how
petty
many
today.
fish there were to
That
find
is
and
true.
the distance between each one, I knew there was zero chance of us ever collecting them all, so I had to give up pretty quickly on this one. The furthest I could manage was
I might
just
be a little
9
petty.
fish. And just in case you think I didn't try hard enough, even if I got all the way to the end somehow,
I admit
the
that.
last fish spawns over the middle of this bridge, which in itself is impossible to reach
It'll
without
take
a
5
car,
minutes to take.
cementing the impossibility of this mission. Which I was very disappointed to
We'll see
find
if it
was
does.
also the case with the final mission of the level. Once again, I'm allowed out of the vehicle, but we are tasked with destroying a limo, which as we know just isn't something we can do without a vehicle of our own. I tried for so long on this one as well, and I had what I thought were some pretty good ideas. On one attempt, I jumped onto the limo, and while trying to brake it with my feet, I noticed my hit and run meter was starting to fill up. So I keep going, and my hope was that the police might rough the car up for me a bit. But I definitely overestimated the capability of Springfield's police force. On one attempt though, it does appear that the police car exploding did damage the limo slightly. The chances of this happening multiple times though were near zero, and the other issue was when the police did manage to crash into us, all they did was bust me and despawn. So I busted the entire idea and moved on to literally my only other option. That was to get the biggest vehicle I own, put it somewhat in the limo's path, sit in it and wait for it to hit us. Yeah, there was just no chance of anything working, so it was time to say goodbye to this level and hope the next would go a bit more in our favour. But that just wasn't the case. The issue I was having was as the game progresses, the missions were getting a lot longer. For example, mission 1 in level 4 tasks us with following the police to Lord Lad's donut shop. I've done missions like this in the past, so I know what to do. If I run straight out my front door, I can hop onto the police car and ride it all the way there. In the easier levels, this would pretty much be mission complete, but now each mission has multiple parts and multiple different challenges to face. So even though we can manage the first part, we then have the task of hitting the donut truck 10 times and collecting each donut it drops. And we know by now that we can't complete any missions that require us to register hits onto a vehicle, so after about 30 minutes of failed attempts, I had to face the fact that the entire mission needed to be skipped.
Back in my
Mission 2
day,
is somewhat similar where we have to follow Cletus's truck and collect dropped
back in my
items.
day,
but I
you'd
didn't
go
write
in
this
for
one straight
multiplayer
away,
and it would be
because this
player
time
versus
you don't
player,
have to hit the
and you'd
vehicle to
actually
collect the
do
items.
it.
There are, however, 2 other implications that make this mission impossible. Number 1 is that I can't miss a single item. If I don't pick up a dropped item within a certain time, the challenge fails. And number 2 is that I'm a middle-aged woman running around like a Minecraft zombie and can't keep up with Cletus's truck. I instantly decided that my best bet at beating this mission would be to ride on his truck and collect the items as they drop. But that was easier said than done. When this mission starts, we get transported back into our vehicle. This makes it so that there isn't enough time to jump onto his truck before he drives away. So I had to use another trick that I've picked up along the way. For certain missions, you've seen me attempt to build up traffic in the roads to cause vehicles to crash or slow them down. But since most missions are being skipped now, I may as well explain how it's done. Whenever I enter any vehicle, it becomes recognized by the game as mine, meaning it freezes in place and won't move without my control. this effect lasts even if I exit the vehicle. But more importantly, if I were to get into another vehicle, both are now claimed as my own and will stay wherever I leave them. And I can stack this with as many vehicles as I want. I can use this to essentially paint a picture of traffic right in front of where Cletus pulls out. And with a little bit of luck, it will stall him for just enough time for me to be able to jump on. As proud of this maneuver as I
still
was,
had fun.
it wasn't quite enough to be able to complete the mission.
Be better at
I'd
dealing
hoped
with
that the
it.
dropped items would spawn directly on top of us, but unfortunately they can spawn anywhere
Well
around
played.
the vehicle,
GG.
and I just whiz on by as the mission fails. So after all that, I'm skipping and moving on to mission 3, which is quite a long walk away, right on the other side of the map. And once we get there...
See, I don't call many things cheap and block people, but there was one person that I was very certain was using a macro to execute the split leaf thing, the split leaf twin sword thing, and there was a time when the thing like legit flagged someone for having their stats at like 99 for everything, but their level was like way low. Outside of that's all I've done it for. Hello, good luck, have fun. I'm telling chat how gleeful I am for honorable PvP, lovely, joyous, jubilant PvP. Sorry, I was distracted.
But mission 5 was another item collecting mission, and that had to be skipped. If we sneak into Bart's room for mission 6 though, we'll be pleasantly surprised to find a mission that never required a car.
I want to change weapons.
Instead, we get to impersonate a police officer and run around collecting baseballer cans to stop it from
I'm bad at
throwing
doing it in a
Washington
timely
Square
manner
citizens.
right now. GG.
I'm not doing this,
I will work on it. I will get better at it. It is a lack of practice. It is a skill issue that I possess.
For every mission, the soundtrack
I have to
only
just get better.
activates if you're in a vehicle. So most of this challenge has just
GG
been
to
spent
their
in a
fashion
really
souls.
awkward silence.
That
So
is
it
so
was nice
sick.
to
I
hear
love
some
their
music
shit.
for a change. And now for the final mission of level 4. We have to destroy
Just
this
stay at the
very,
thing,
very
and
large
don't leave
vehicle.
it,
There
and
is
you don't have
absolutely
to do
no
anything.
chance we'll be able to do this, so it will be another skip mission. However, on one run, it did crash into a wall whilst I was riding it, and did a bit of damage.
Oh, tell me
so
again.
I'll take it as a win that I was able to at least do something to it. Apu's level is up next, and at this point there's still 2 more levels to come after it. And the thing is, up until this point, I haven't driven once. I'm still completing the challenge when I skip a mission, so why does it feel like I'm losing? It started off really well, but now I hardly get to play the game. I did manage to beat mission 2 here, and it was actually really difficult. I had to get away from 2 mafia cars who were chasing me, all while running to get to the hospital on time. So I get some sense of accomplishment for a fleeting moment just to be hit with needing to skip every single other mission in the level. And level 6 was no different. Missions 1 and 2 both inevitably skipped after 2 hours of attempting them. Mission 3 was a following mission, which we were able to ride the whole time and complete it by doing a sick jump over this bridge, but then once again, skip, 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 skip. And I get it, we're playing a game revolved around driving. You're not supposed to not get into a vehicle, and I'm the one that's stupid for trying it. But I just wanted to say quickly,
That dinging
if you're
sound is a
disappointed by how
connection
much of the game I've had to
with
skip,
Blue Sentinel. I
just know
set the
that I am
sounds to
too.
be
This was supposed to be a
things
way
that
for me
wake
to
me up when I'm
re-experience a
playing on
game
the
I
Steam
loved
Deck,
in my own
and I'm
unique
like
way,
going through
but
little micro
as it's turning
sleeps.
out, if I want to beat this challenge, I'm having to sacrifice the enjoyment of
cereal,
playing the game.
as
And
one
that's not
does.
really what I expected when I went into this challenge. I don't do a ton of research ahead of time, I just take these videos as they come, and they don't always work out how I'd hoped they would. But that's okay.
Sorry,
This
if you
is
can
the
hear
reality
me.
of this
Sorry, I was
challenge,
distracted
and
telling
despite
chat about some
expectations of what
goober,
I'd hoped it
goober
could
here
be,
shit.
it's not my place to try and fake or pretend like it's not. But with all that being said, we've come so
Nice
far into
entry.
this journey, and I
Respect.
don't plan on quitting at the last hurdle.
GG.
So without further ado, let's head into the final level.
Well
of The
maintained.
Simpsons
I like
Hit
how
and
you
Run.
did that
Level
pressure.
7 takes place in
Yeah,
an
10 out of 10.
alien-invaded Springfield. We start off with a mission from Flanders, who tasked us with getting to Cletus's house in just 40 seconds. A distance far too great to cover within the time limit, so we have to skip. The next mission takes place at the school where the aliens have decided to park their spaceship. Except we can't start it without purchasing the zombie car all the way back at the cemetery. So I made my way over, collecting all the coins I could on the way, purchased the
Sorry,
vehicle,
I'm looking at
and
my
to
phone
no
to
one's
see when I have
surprise,
to
we
wake
get
up
struck
tomorrow.
with the big 10-second countdown and have to
Maybe
skip
like
the
2
mission.
hours, 3 hours
Now
before
from this
work.
point on, all
That's
the
fine.
missions are pretty much the same and are all equally impossible.
It'll
In
beat
order
to
to fight off
cereal,
the
so
aliens,
that's
Homer's
a
job for the rest
W.
of the game is to deliver barrels of nuclear waste from the power plant
I like
all the way
cereal
across
for
the map to the
breakfast,
spaceship.
okay?
And this isn't Death
Fuck, I
Stranding, so
can't
we
help it.
unfortunately can't get them there on foot. With the mission skipped, we end up where we're supposed to be back at the school, and now the mission is to just go all the way back to the power plant to pick up more nuclear waste. We've been able to do these missions in the past, but since this is the last level, the game now has a time limit just to get into our car, and once we're inside, we then get just 2 minutes to run to the power plant. Even if this was somehow enough time,
you should bow
along the way
before
I
you do
also
your
start
setup.
getting chased by an alien car that I have to try and outrun. So it's safe to say this is another skip.
Okay, I trust them a little more
leaving us
now.
with just 3 missions left until we reach the credits. And all 3 were exactly the same. We had to drive nuclear waste into the spaceship so we could destroy it for good. Now, to my surprise, I was actually allowed out of my vehicle. Not only that, but I did find a way to move the nuclear waste towards the school. The issue was there was a time limit, and there was no chance in any timeline that I could ever get this to the school in time using this method. So I did my usual restart the mission 7 times, ready to press the skip button, but it never showed up. And a quick Google search later revealed to me that the last 3 missions in this game are all unskippable. It had taken me over 10 hours of trying and failing the same mission over and over to get to this point. And despite my grievances I had with this challenge and having to skip missions, I thought at least by the end of this video I would be able to say that
from their
yes,
name,
you can
but it's
beat Simpsons Hit and Run
unspoken.
without
But that is
trying.
so funny.
That is simply not the case.
You can't have poke in your
Surprisingly
name.
though, I wasn't upset to hear this.
There's a checker
Apart from the
to
first
see
2
what
levels, I
is
haven't
censored in
really
Dark
gotten to
Souls and which
experience
one.
any of this incredible game. I used to love playing this
So
as
you
a
know
child,
if your name
so
will be
for
like
the first
censored or
time
something
in
as
a
well.
very long time, I was
Hello,
finally
fellow
free to do
knight.
what I'd always wanted to from the start. Despite the challenges we've overcome and the hours put into this, right at the very
One
last
more.
hurdle,
Then
we
we'll
have no
like just
choice
chill
but
for a
to
minute
get into
together.
a car
Y'all lovely geese and I
and drive.
might get an ice cream sandwich.
But is it actually a loss? In my original rule set, yes,
I will
it
give
is
them my
impossible
trust.
to beat the game
They
without
seem
trying.
okay.
But from an in-game standpoint, there has been something I've been contemplating with the entire time. In almost all of the challenges we skipped, including these final 3 missions, the character I am in control of has always been in the passenger seat. This is even acknowledged by characters in-game that we are not the ones driving the vehicle. Yes, I the player have control over it, and in that sense I am driving the car, but me as the character in-game has never once touched the steering wheel. It's something to think about, but honestly I wasn't too bothered about it anymore. It was just fun to finally be able to play this game.
They're going for that
And
dank
I think
back
that it's
stab,
with
I'm
a
pretty
failed
sure.
challenge, but also with a feeling
To
that
which,
once brought a
respect.
younger version of
GG.
myself so much fun.
I love your fucking fashion souls, goddamn. Did you notice how pretty their armor is? Did you notice how fucking gorgeous it is? Did y'all see how fucking pretty it is? Do y'all wanna work on our fucking fire sword shit? Hold on. Y'all wanna work on our fire sword bullshit? Do we even have it in our inventory? No, we do not. Probably because I suck ass. I think I don't have it in my inventory because I'm so fucking bad. I feel like that's the case. I feel like it's just not there because I'm ass. Because I'm Garbo. Because I'm Terrablock.
Hey, it's
because I suck
Welcome
the
to the backlog.
worst.
You know, I thought after the immolation run that I would
'Cause
never
I'm
want to see this
egregious.
screen again.
Oh, also
Here we
because I
are,
can't wield it.
and of my own choosing, no less. Because despite this game having the
Oh, hey,
worst
we
spell
just got
in the
off that
series,
game.
probably, I haven't really played Elden Ring all that much or used the Hunter's tools in Bloodborne. This game has
17
some
stir.
really cool spells and ideas to
16
somewhat
stir.
fix the balance.
Okay.
So, without further ado, we're gonna find out. Can you beat Dark Souls 2 with only bad breath? For those of you wondering,
No,
what I
misclick.
really mean is, can you beat Dark Souls 2 with poisonous mists? But I can't just
No,
say
too
poison
fast.
mist. That would make the algorithm's job too simple. Nay, says Dark Souls 2, there isn't just one poison mist attack, there's 3. But that just means we've got 3 times as many options for the run, and we'll go over them all as they come up. After all, we don't want to give away all the juicy goodness right from the start. Speaking of
I'm
juicy
learning to
goodness,
double
I have
tap
good
it.
news for those of you who have been commenting in caps lock for the past several months to make more merch. I made new merch. If you aren't one of the people interested
Here,
in
let's
that,
get our
go ahead and
stamina
skip
up.
ahead to the next timestamp. I promise it won't hurt my feelings. And hey, before you go, thanks for watching. You the best. For the rest of you, here it is. The official garb of every Firebomb Academy student and scholar.
No.
Delivered to you in hoodie form. Featuring the artistic talents of community members Bonefather and Optical Battle, you can order yourself a Backlogs Firebomb Academy hoodie by following the link in the description or pinned comment, or maybe even the YouTube merch shelf below the video, if that's actually working properly for once. You've got the Academy crest in the front, and a beautiful assortment of armaments on the back.
I mean, it's not
accompanied by the
terrible for
Academy's
that,
mantra,
but I don't really
"More
prefer it.
expands." They come in multiple colors and a large selection of sizes, so hopefully you can find one that suits you. Much like the last merch drop we did, there's a limited window of time for you to order some merch, from February 11th to February 25th, 2023. After that window, all the orders will be shipped out across the globe, and should arrive around March 10th, or sooner, depending on your location. All in all, I'm really happy with how they turned out, and I hope you enjoy them as much as I do. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to confuse everyone who clicked ahead to the next timestamp. And that's how Jessica the Wizard ate a third horse. But enough about philosophy. Let the horrible breath smells begin. Unlike the majority of my Dark Souls 2
I'm in
runs,
love.
the
What
run
a
doesn't
win.
actually start
Why did I
in
put this in
Majula,
here?
but rather in the things betwixt.
Why the
Because
fuck
unlike
did I
other
do
challenge runs,
this?
I really
What
need
the
an item
fuck?
that you can only find.
Lol.
Alright, good start, Lemon. Good omens all around. Anyway, as I was saying, I really need an item that you can only find in a few places at the start of this run. Amber Herbs. Because believe it or not, I've learned a thing or two from the Immolation run. Like how Amber Herbs can replenish spellcasts. There aren't exactly a lot of them in the early game though, and there's nowhere we can grind them out infinitely.
I guess it
at the
doesn't do it on
moment,
curved
so
swords
Amber
in
Herbs
two.
are truly a last resort item.
That's wild.
So for now, we're using a few
Bananas.
older techniques that we've developed the last few runs. I lure an exorbitant amount of knights to their death, then pay a visit to the local cat.
Do you have a rather pleasant scent?
Jeez, alright, I get it. No need for the sarcasm. It's not like they sell toothbrushes in Drangleic, you know. I buy the kitty cat ring, grind out a few more knights so I can get my health up
Changing the
just a
music.
smidge more, then make my way down into the well. And once I make my way all the way to the
I
bottom,
didn't know she'd die
I mean
that fast.
all the way to the
Back to
bottom,
sleep,
I
sleep.
drop down into the gutter, where I get both a fragrant branch of yore, our first usable spell of the run, and the only other spell tool we're gonna need for this run.
Just reload Fire
Then I
Link.
head on back to Majula,
Easy peasy.
down the path of
The juice.
then use our newly acquired branch of yore to free Rosabeth. God, is my breath really that
I'm
bad?
truly
Well,
sorry.
personal hygiene aside, the real reason
But
we
knowest thou not,
want something she has.
I cannot die.
And before you know it, we've got
So please, Ashen One,
viable attack.
allow me
Wow,
to
that's,
serve thee.
That's some casting speed. Better range than I was expecting. Though.
That broke my
Well, with
heart.
our weapon of choice now unlocked,
Ashen
we
One,
go for our armor.
are these,
There, buddy. How's life going?
are these
Better answers?
eyes?
Guarantee it's about to get worse. Looking
How gracious of thee, Ashen One. The very things we firekeepers have been missing.
Oh, right. Can't be so
Music
best
changed
as last.
back.
Okay, might have to come back to this one later. You get to live.
Night Vest.
For
Rest
now.
y'all goobers. I'll
So
be
let's
awesome.
talk about poison in Dark Souls 2. Much like Immolation,
I'm just
one of
fucking
those
with stuff
spells
again.
that doesn't change no matter what you do to your character. Once it procs, it does approximately 1,000 damage
Let's go
for
back
a
to
period of 20
Longsword.
seconds.
It's Babe. We
Regardless
trust
of
it.
poison defense,
Never lets
regardless
us
of
down.
casting tool upgrade level, regardless of equipment. And though I can't prove it myself, since I don't have the behind-the-scenes numbers, multiple wikis state that the changes made to your poison attack stat, which can be influenced by your dexterity and a few choice rings and armors, doesn't actually boost how quickly the poison procs. Again, can't confirm that myself, but after going through this run and taking the rings on and off throughout, I'm pretty sure they're right. So what does that mean? Well, it means this run just got extremely simple from a numbers point of view. So long as we have a spell tool that can cast our spells of choice, it doesn't matter how strong or upgraded they are. The effectiveness of our spells will always be the same. The same goes for our stats. Outside of upgrading health, stamina, and our iframes, there's no point in investing in any other stats. Outside of the
We'll see if we
25
get one more
intelligence
in.
and 14 faith you need for Dark Fog anyway. So with all that said and done, let's see how this goes. The last giant, the first boss. I've only got 2 casts of poison mist to throw around, and I don't have the stats
Like I
for
said,
Dark
we'll
Fog
see.
just yet. But luckily for us, the last giant's poison resist is low enough that 1 cast is enough to get the ball rolling. And once it's rolling, there's not much else to do. Poison doesn't stack on top of itself, so it's better to just sit back and wait until the damage ticks stop. Then just recast Poison Mist, wait the appropriate amount of time, and bam, another 1,000 poison damage coming right up. Now, the last giant does have more than 2,000 health, but I came prepared. As you saw earlier, I made a point of grabbing all the Amber Herbs I could find before coming to this boss fight. And even though they only restore 1 use of Poison Mist, that's all we need to finish the fight. First boss, first try. That wasn't bad at all. With Melentia back in Majula, I spend our newly gained souls to buy the rest of her Amber Herbs and any other goodies I need. Then acquire a very important ring for this run, the Silver Serpent Ring +1. Trust me, it's invaluable. You'll see why later. After that, it's time to go mess with Buddy again and... Wait, are you de-aggroed? Okay. Have some mist? Oh my god. Oh my god. We may have been able to take him out this entire time. I've never seen this happen before. Is he broken?
I wouldn't just sit next to them.
Magic Pixel. Yeah, nothing a second cast won't fix. There we are. Sorry about that, buddo. But with your death comes my game, the Seldora Armor Set. Add that to our Silver Serpent Ring, and we've got a soul boost of 42.5%. Sounds a bit extreme, but I assure you, it's very much needed. I promise, I'll explain later. But first, let's kill the Dragon Rider. Just like the last giant, one cast is all it takes to get poison going. And much like the last giant, there's not much more to do but wait. Now, we still don't have an unlimited supply of Amber Herbs, so I'm very wary of using them, unless I know for a fact that I'll probably win the fight. And with the Dragon Rider down to about 33% health, and me still having full Estus, this is one of those times. I'll be honest, I am starting to get Immolation Run flashbacks with all the side strafing and
Thank you all for letting me be your streamer today. I had a load of fun.
Version of exposure therapy. Dragon Rider down.
I'm gonna rest, but IRL. So I'll give you the link and timestamp to where we are on the VOD we're watching. It's the Backlogs, doing a VOD on Can You Beat Dark Souls 2 with Only Bad Breath. That's the link in general. Let me give you the timestamp. Y'all who are watching the VOD, I'm gonna pop it in our timestamps at our last one, so I have to update those again. Let me get on that. Let me make my last task of the day, putting in appropriate timestamps. 1 second. I gotta wake up bright and fucking shiny early. Like shiny like a Pikachu. My dude. My dude. Okay, and then I want 1-2. Pretty simple, just like that. There we go. Actually, I'm going to try to pop them in like they are without any changes and see if this works any better. Let's give this a try. Thank you all so much. Like, genuinely, I had an outstanding time being your silly goose of a streamer. I had a lovely, lovely fucking time. Just thank you all so much. May you find only kindness in the world, and may you find a way to only give that too. Alright, I can't raid on YouTube yet. I have to one day become popular, but as soon as I can, I will. Twitch, my dear goobers, I'm a little bit sleepy, so now. Sorry, fam, wow. Peace out, y'all. Thank you all so very much. Please have a lovely one. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. Catch y'all tomorrow. Same bad place. Back to our weekday time. That's like, what, 6 o'clock in the East Coast of the US? Alright, cool beans. Peace out. I think y'all are awesome. Take care. Be well. Links are, again, in the VOD if y'all want it. If y'all are on Twitch and y'all need the link, here it is. That's everything we reacted to. Bye-bye. Peace out. Take care.